to the US, here's the reason why. Thought America was cool, guess I was high. Maybe it was the food that I was attracted to. 70 types of Oreo made me an Ameriboo. Joined TYT, then left it, started streaming. Spent half of my time banging my desk and screaming. But just when you think you've got me down and out of ammo, that's when I turn around and hit you with an effing blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo. 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 With an effing blammo. 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 That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
Lips call me woke and fell in love with my face. Though my voice was soy, so I turned up the bass. Small head, bad takes, the haters said. Not as bad as their moms got it when I took them to bed. Getting shit on for trying to prove there is no schism between our capitalism and our imperialism. Screw it.
I'm saying it.
24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9. Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With the effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With the effing blammo. Blammo. With the effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. With an effing blammo. Dating adult stars, breaking hearts, spending pants.
I get it.
With the dress sense equivalent of Comic Sans. Champagne, socialist, Porsche owner, Hasanabi. I've heard it all, even from the stands in my lobby. Single himbo leftist against a world of grifters. They try to cancel me, but only manage to lift us. Last bar's coming up, but you'll miss it, don't be sour, cause we're approaching the ad break at the top of the hour.
Segue.
Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo. Blammo! Blammo! With an effing blammo! 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 That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude. I did it.
What's going on, everybody?
Pieces of shit. Witness me.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. You need to grow the hair back. This short shit ain't cutting it. Hair also. Cheers. That's right, folks. It is Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. And I am live. I'm alive. And we got a wonderful, wonderful show today for you. All right. Name 3 Def Leppard tracks. Every time I wear this shirt, which is not even my shirt, it's Will's shirt. Everyone in the chat always tries to test me on this. I can't name a track. Like, I can't name any music, let alone Def Leppard music. Titanium place for Kaya. Yeah, no, literally. I had to get her I had to get her the strongest shit possible because clearly she's breaking everything else. Anyway, Def Leppard sucks anyway. Who cares, Lamau? Yeah, I just like the graphic, and I also like that it's Will's shirt, but it fits me. All right. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker on this beautiful day. It's 60 degrees and clear and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks. Kaya has a new bed. I have, I got that out of the way. And, yeah, what is this? Japan throwback where Hasan finds rhythm and Miz gets stepped on? Don't even. Why are we starting out with Japan throwbacks real quick? Look at my face. Look at how uncomfortable I am. Look at how much I'm trying my hardest here. Anyway, slow motion. Yeah, I can't do it. Bro, you are not kawaii. Stop. I know. Okay, personal news wise, move to Japan and ditch politics to become a weep streamer. Straight up, that seems like a beautiful idea. Anyway, another one, small. Okay, that's a small plane crash. That happens all the time. Okay, that's normal. Small planes crash. That's just a thing that they do. Okay. Go woke, stay afloat. Oh, Jesus Christ. Most important thing about doing the things you value, streaming, Kaya workout. How do you find time for it all, broski? Every single day, every single moment of my day is min-maxed. There's not a moment that goes wasted. I use all of my time as efficiently as one can possibly use their time. Anyway, new Kaya bed review. It's good. It's strong, hopefully, for her fat ass. It's titanium. But in any case, folks, personal news wise, you might have noticed that I got new glasses on. There it is. New glass alert. This is from the Japan haul. I got these glasses in Japan. I got the same ones in black as well. And I'm stoked on them because I mean I got the optics put in them. They look good if it's your haircut. Hopefully that's good. No, they're not Oliver Peoples. They are a Japanese brand called Ivan, which is funny because Hayvan means animal in Turkish. Yeah, there's a lot to talk about with respect to Donald Trump. He's been popping off, but personal news wise, where are we at in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button? And let me tell you, a lot has occurred in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker. Okay. End of the broadcast last night after not playing video games. And the reason for why I didn't play video games into the broadcast after 8 hours, half day again, what is this about? Was because it was Tarek's birthday. My little bro Tarek has turned 29 years old. Okay. And we went out to get some delicious decadent meats for his birthday. So that was cool. I got to hang out with some friends, got to see everybody, and hang out with Tarek as well. So that was the major reason as to why I was ending the stream after 8 hours without playing video games. Whoa, there is a little bro. I had no idea. Yeah, my little brother Tarek. Anyway, bro's always getting decadent meats. What does this mean? I mean, yeah, true. Piker didn't happen. I didn't take pics, but they apparently went to karaoke after. Well, not apparently. I knew that they were going. I just didn't go with them because I'm old and I didn't want to go to karaoke. But they went to karaoke after, and then they took a photo together. So I just didn't get to be in the photo. Trump just called himself a king, Lamau. It's not surprising. I said, bro waited for me to go to bed to take his birthday photo. But yeah. You also didn't do karaoke in Japan? Yeah, I'm not a big karaoke fan. You guys know this already. You have to clarify for your autistic chatters that you don't mean that you have another brother other than Murat. Yes, he is not my biological brother. I just say that he is my brother because he's Turkish. Anyway. But bailed on karaoke, watched one episode of Orb, passed out immediately, woke up early in the morning. It was leg day. Let me tell you, okay, the legs are popping today. Forgot to post a workout video from leg day. because I just didn't have time. I went and I picked up my glasses. And what is this? You have to address this. 5 months ago, I welcomed a new baby into the world. Hasan Piker is the father. I have not previously disclosed this to protect our child's privacy and safety, but in recent days, it has become clear that tabloid media intends to do so, regardless of the harm it will cause. I have not Okay, yeah, it's real. I did mpreg. I did mpreg. I did a male impregnation. On Anti-Piker, who is a gay man, by the way. Just so you guys know. He lies and says he's straight, but he's gay. You might not be able to figure that out from the way he tweets. Your anime recommendations have been on point lately. Thank you. Also, orb opening slaps. Yeah. You're glowing, mama. I'm doing more self-care. That's why. I'm doing self-care, chat. I'm trying to do more self-care. I'm trying to... I got like some... Oh, it's Austin, not anti. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I impregnated Austin. Media at Mr. Austin Show. What does self-care look like for you? I need to get better at putting on... I need to get better at putting on sunscreen because I always work out outside, and I need to... And self-care means like, you know, buy Korean or Japanese products in terms of like face stuff. That's what self-care means for me. There is no other drop self-care routine online. Daph mentioned you on stream last night. What'd she say?
Iron Fist with a Hasan Pitts pose. Dude, I'm drawing men that I think are attractive. Can you not ruin it for me, please?
Okay, dude. Why did you even send that to me, dude? There was a time and place where Twitch streamers would be like, yo, Hasan is hot. Well, Daph never was one of those Twitch streamers. But still, there was a time and place when people used to say that. And now I'm washed, dude. I find facial creams annoying with a beard. Do you rub it in the beard or just skip it? Yeah, no, I just rub it wherever. I don't know. Dude, I don't know what I'm doing, man. What are you talking about? I need you to understand something, chatters, okay? When I say I'm on my self-care arc, that just means like I saw a face mask and I purchased it, or someone gave me a face mask in like a care package or something, and it's been sitting there since like 2017, and now I finally put it on my face while I was... You don't fuck with the bed. It's better though. It's better than the other one. Down. Good girl. Good girl. She's looking at me like, how could you do this to me? Self-care equals more gaming. Yeah, that's what self-care truly is. Don't ask someone who sits in front of a monitor for 10 hours a day for a self-care routine and assume it's gospel. First of all, there's plenty of streamers and everybody else that knows a lot more than I do in terms of self-care. But secondly, what do you mean? I take care of this goddamn body. It's just the skin is I'm not very good at. I'm so good at self-care across the board with the exception of my skin. That's the only thing I don't do a good job with, and that's my most like toxic masculine trait, I think. Like that's literally outside of that. What are you talking about? My diet is like super tight. My workout fitness regimen is super tight. I have been I've been following through on that nonstop. You know what's really crazy? This bitch was literally fine. She's been this entire morning. I'm sitting in front of the computer and you know, doing work in front of the computer, and she just laid there quietly. Okay, the moment I go live, she's like, okay, I'm done. It's time to get up. Down. She's on strike. Yeah, she's part of the Writers Guild for America. Writers Guild of America. She's on strike. Maybe because she hears daddy talking. Yeah. Anyway, where was I? She's pissed off. You bought her the least comfortable, most utilitarian bed possible. No, the comfy pillow bed that she had yesterday is too hot for her. Okay? It's too hot. She just gets too overheated. That's why the bed is elevated. And it's also titanium because it has to be titanium because she's she breaks them. Yeah. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. I gave some quotes to a friend of mine who's working on a fun little write up as well. Not like a profile or anything. But you know, once again, I'm doing PR, baby. Yeah. Ooh. I control the media, you know? Yes, I saw the poll. I will look at the poll. I will look at the poll that says the Democrats are unpopular. Please. I promise you I will look at the poll, okay? God damn, you guys are spamming it like crazy. Wait, Trump and Elon is on Baki? God, I love Baki so much. Oh my God. Translation, Baki says he will rape both of them. That's insane. Bring guards. The more there are, the more fun it'll be. That is the most... Oh God, that is... Everybody's throwing up question marks. That is very... I'm not... Don't joke about this. I'm not. I think that's terrible. That's a terrible thing. I hate it. I hate that. I didn't know Baki was still going on in the manga. Oh no, they've been going. Anyway, plane crash in Arizona, dude. I know. Yujiro is a bi king. He done have had sex with another man, but it was non-consensual, so that's a bummer. Yes, there's a lot of rape in Baki. It's pretty gross for sure. That definitely Baki is in some ways a perfect anime to show gym bros, like normies who don't normally watch anime. I know a lot of gym bros who like it, but also features some of the worst aspects of anime in terms of like gross sexual violence in general. So there is a lot of that in it, which is why I suggest you guys watch Orb instead. Which has none of that, and it's very good. Obama was in Baki. Every American president. Trump has been in Baki as well. Obama was in Baki. George W. Bush has been in Baki. It has all the worst things, but not incest. So no, it has incest. What do you mean? He's literally there when his son loses his virginity. He's watching. That's pretty incestuous, I'd say. I would go so far as to say that like Yujiro Hanma and Baki Hanma's experiences with one another is very incestuous. Anyway, why am I talking about this? That's crazy. There's a lot going on in the world. Let's wait. What was the recommendation you just gave to watch instead of Baki? Orb. Anyway, personal news wise, that's it. That's all that's going on in my life. That's all that's going on in my world. Okay, nothing else. This is not real. Why did you say that? Yeah, why did you show me that? That's not. A brief moment of elation followed by genuine sadness. Are you gonna go skiing in Mormon land? I'm gonna try to see if we can. I'm gonna try to see what we're gonna do, or when we're gonna go to Utah. but I don't think that I'll have time to ski.
That's the way the world used to be.
Sledding with Firan. Dude, I don't know what Firan's doing. They were just flying in for a day, and then all of a sudden Hasan was like, dude, let's do something cool over there. And I'm like, what? So I don't know. Maybe I'll bring them sledding. I don't freaking know what they're doing.
She's living her best life. I'll admit.
You know, Will's saying.
But there's a lot going on in the background of Firan. So it's you know, we got to figure some stuff out. Just don't fly. Yeah, I'm not driving all the way out there. I'm going to fly. Ski on the weekdays only. Otherwise, you're looking at hours of traffic. What are your thoughts about Turkey / the Kurd conflict? I'd really like to know. Yesterday it sounded like you're deeply in favor of Turkey. Regards to Ukraine. Yeah, no, I'm not deeply in favor of Turkey. I criticize Turkey in the exact same way that I criticize the United States of America. All right. What else? What else? Personal news wise, what else? What else is going on? That's it. Let's just blast off. There is not really anything else going on in terms of personal news. I just wanted to show you this insane shoe. These look like the first shoe ever made. What the hell is going on here? I've never seen anything like this. How do these guys make such ridiculous mistakes? Also, BB No Money is still trying to get on my good side after betraying me and doing the Javik thing with Will. And he wants to do a Silko Vander cosplay. It's not the same. Article was great, man. I was so made when they said you purchased your Porsche, though. Made. This is my made face. I mean, I did. I leased it, but who cares? I don't care. Yeah, whatever. Thank you for the blast off meme. Let's go. My manager told me that the article is getting a lot of extra publicity. Okay, hold on. All right, let's blast off, okay? Elon, Trump, double suck sesh by Hannity. Is there drama? Trump blames Ukraine for being invaded. More planes are falling due to no more DEI. I feel like I'm forgetting. There was one big thing that I was going to cover today that did I? What else? Trump thinks he can end congestion pricing in New York and also ends the truth with long live the king. Yeah. From the article, you might have talked about it already, but why didn't you interview the DNC candidates? I feel like it's a good way to spread your influence across the Dem base. The executive order that effectively, what? Oh, yeah. Expansion of executive power and more. Woke or no, kingdom come deliverance. Get in now. Okay, that's enough, I think. Hasan, please watch this. It is hilarious. Okay, Jay Mershon, stop. Stop sending me links. Okay, you're sending too many links. Did you see Trump call Volodymyr Zelensky a dictator? Yeah, unlike Vladimir Putin, who is a democratically elected leader, who is the most beloved leader. I mean, look. If Zelensky was even closer to Vladimir Putin, perhaps Trump would respect him more, okay? Like, not to come across too libbed up here. You guys already know what my perspective is. It's far too nuanced for liberals to ever associate it with, like, any sort of progress. They immediately assume that I'm, like, pro-Putin. But having said that, you know, Trump does like dictators. So obviously, if Zelensky was more of a dictator, if he was a real one, okay, Trump would probably like him. Ukraine probably would have at least some of its natural resources back. You know what I mean? Trump would be like, okay, I like you. It's been nice to tune out from Elon news lately. What? You need to cosplay as Boiled from Sakamoto Days. You're a hard-boiled dude. Yeah. I guess criticism of that institution is not allowed here. Apologies. What criticism of what institution? Hasan criticizing cultish leftists when he's friendly with PSL is pretty ironic. The BSW split from BSW when it was polling at 4. Lenin, yikes. I think you do deserve to get clapped if you say Lenin, yikes. I'm sorry. No, real historic socialism will only be implemented by the implementation of full tilt communism that will automatically occur. There is no such thing. Lenin, yikes. Yes, I know the new Quinnipiac poll came out, and I know that everybody hates the Dems. I'm going to get into it in a second. How much do we need to hear and see Trump do or say before we can say he's potentially in Russia's pocket? I think Trump is not in Russia's pocket. I'll say it. I think Trump is not in Russia's pocket. Okay? I think Trump is in someone else's pocket. I think Donald Trump is doing Maoist third worldism in action. That's right. I think Donald Trump is a Maoist. He's dismantled the U.S. aid piece by piece and said the bourgeois Americrats, KKK rats, will no longer destabilize the global South. A copy of Red Book is the only thing we will send to the masses that demand more, to the masses with revolutionary potential in the global South. We will step out of the way as the Chinese century of decadence and prosperity uplifts workers of the world, no matter what their background is. J.D. Pondon said no more to the Treatlerites, said no more treats. He said, I have no smoke for the American ruling class. I only care about dominating the American working class. I will punish the suburbs. I will punish the masses, but only at the heart of empire. Whoa. I thought this was a left-leaning Democrat stream. I mean, that's true. More China glazing from the fake socialists. Watch closely as he continues to act like there's an invisible force in the universe preventing him from visiting China. Dude, there is. I want to go to China. Shut up. Okay? Stop. You're way funnier when you talk about how the Chinese billion-man march is going to destroy America. Okay? I know. I want to go to China. I'm going to go. I'm going to go to China. Don't worry. KGB Cowboy, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. In the Space Bats, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Fake socials like don't need re-education, for you are not educated to begin with. Thousands of your viewers want to see China's progress, but they have jobs to do, bills to pay, mouths to feed. What is your excuse? I really want to, says the man who just spent over a week in America's colonial vassal state. The multimillionaire streamer with a strangely youthful haircut that doesn't match his clearly aging face. Okay, you don't have to be that hurtful. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, dial it back. God damn, dude. You don't have to be like that. You didn't have to do that to me. Like, you didn't have to execute me in broad daylight, you asshole. All right. Here, 77-year-old Lieutenant Governor of Mississippi Delbert Hoseman collapses on the state Senate floor. There you go.
Each of these has several more.
Bro, this is crazy. Why does the footage look like it was filmed in 1993?
Senator Johnson for a motion to recess.
What if Senator Johnson's like, no recess granted?
All in favor, say aye. No.
You can't be doing shitty like this and expect me to be able to defend your honor to my liberal friends that say you're a China simp. Come on, brother. Keep it on the DL. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't actually think Donald Trump is a Maoist third worldist, chatter. I'm joking, okay? Like, what are you doing? No, do you think, I think, in all honesty, that Donald Trump is a Maoist agent? No, he's not an agent of Mao. Okay, he's not the real Manchurian candidate. I wish. Yeah, this looks like this is a Zapruder film. This looks like one of those things that was filmed in black and white, and then they colorized it after the fact.
He's right there. He's right here.
We've got a nurse.
I tell my friends this is a Chinese stream. It is. This is a Chinese stream. As you know, we are Brace Beldenists. And as Brace Beldenists, we believe in the concept of white Chinese, as in white guys who are spiritually Chinese. White guys who are spiritually Chinese who will inevitably become ethnically Chinese. Okay? Anyway. Trump is even losing the OSINT bros. The reason why Trump is losing the OSINT bros is not because Donald Trump is doing stuff that they disagree with. It's because USAID funding is being cut. Sorry. You know, sometimes the Lord works in mysterious ways. Sometimes Donald Trump does things that are going to cause a lot of harm, but there's some minor benefits in the interim, you know? They don't need USAID funding. Most of them are just active military kids, Lamau. I know, but I like to claim that they're all in the pocket of USAID. They're all getting USAID funded. Well, there are a lot of people that are getting USAID funding. I mean, there are obviously a lot of the China needs to liberalize civil society organizations and whatnot that literally had their funding shut off almost in its entirety. And they are so mad. They're so upset about that. And to them, I say, well, you know, maybe you should not do that anymore. They've talked about how like I was listening to the NPR piece this morning about how they're getting how the CCP is reaching out to them and being like, hey, you want to do some pro-China stuff instead? Yes, most Russian opposition media that operates out of exile too. Yeah, I mean, this is the type of stuff that that USA did. Okay, they did fund stuff like that. They funded at least like the think tanks and the civil society organizations that would then also give quotes you know, on the ground quotes of real authentic locals. How do you think they farm that? It's a farming operation. That is the type of stuff that they do. Okay? This is true. Sometimes their concerns with the existing form of government is valid. Okay? But make no mistake, America doesn't care about their very valid criticisms. America only cares about distortion, destabilization, and exploitation. Sorry, made fun of your outfit yesterday, mate. Truth is, I liked it. It looked wicked comfy. They also fund American farmers. Yes. See, that's actually another great example of this, right? Like, they fund American farmers. I believe it's like $2 billion that like directly work as like a farm subsidy almost, where they purchase a lot of our agricultural output. They send that agricultural output to the global south. That's ultimately a good thing. That certainly is a good thing. It's not a bad thing, right? Having said that, however, there is a maybe not primary but secondary impact on the agricultural output, the domestic agricultural output of the foreign country. Okay? Because the people are getting the grain and the agricultural output for free, whether it's like wheat, grain, whatever, corn, it actually ends up destroying the local marketplace. It's kind of bad because they goose domestic farmers with cheap grain. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now, the stories about babies with HIV already developing AIDS since medical funding was cut prevents me from finding positive sides of USAID being cut. No, there's also this side of the story, obviously. And USAID does plenty of that as well. And while that is working at the behest of American soft power, it's ultimately a good thing. Donald Trump does not care about any of those things. And I think that they're in this weird fervor of like, let's chop it up and destroy the federal government. Let's chop it up and destroy all of these things. And in that, I'm just trying to find a silver lining here. Okay, that's all I'm trying to find. Anyway, speaking of American foreign policy, Zelensky responds as President Trump suggests Ukraine started war with Russia. I do think that there is so much honesty in the way that Trump operates. And the honesty is, we're awful allies, okay? We're just not good. We're not good allies. When Ronald Reagan said the scariest words in the American language is, I'm from the government and I'm here to help, it actually applies specifically to foreign nations, okay? If you're a foreign country, if you're a militant group, and someone with aviator glasses shows up at your doorstep and says, hey, I'm from the United States government and I'm here to help you, just know you're cooked, okay? Maybe in the interim, you're fine. You will be able to really stick it to your adversaries, okay? But this is the new Hasanabi nuke doctrine. Remember when I talked about the nuke doctrine? This is my other doctrine, okay? Hasanabi doctrine 2. If a defense contractor looking dude wearing cargo pants, okay, shows up at your doorstep with aviator shades on and says, I'm here from the United States government and I'm here to help. We are going to give you all the weapons and all the training you want. Run away. Disband your group, drop everything, and go make sure that you don't do the thing that they want you to do. Okay? You might be a socialist. You might be a revolutionary Marxist-Leninist vanguard party. If the CIA knocks on your door and says, hey, you want help? I'd be like, nah, I'm good. Thank you. I would never want that. Hasan pulling an AOC is going to be investigated by the DOJ? Yeah. Because guess what's going to happen? Okay? A lot of death and a lot of destruction. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to give you weapons, and they're going to train your troops, and they're going to use you like a napkin. Okay? They are going to use you like a cum sock. You're going to be discarded like a tenga outside of a Japanese love hotel. Okay? That is what's going to inevitably happen to you. They're going to do a pump and dump. We've done the pumping, and now on the side of Ukraine, we are on the side of dumping. Let's take a look.
The Kremlin says that President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin could meet in person before the end of next week. The two countries are holding high-level talks over the war in Ukraine. And yesterday, Donald Trump seemed to blame Ukraine's president for the war that Russia started. MTS Taib has more.
From a gilded room at his Florida resort, President Trump hit back at concern from Ukraine over not being invited to the U.S.-Russia peace talks in Saudi Arabia.
And I think I have the power to end this war. And I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal.
The president's suggestion that Ukraine started the war and not Russia, which launched a full-scale invasion nearly 3 years ago, has shocked Ukrainian and European leaders who were also left out of the talks. It's also a view apparently not shared by Keith Kellogg, the Trump administration's envoy to Ukraine.
Yeah, it shocked most people that at least have some kind of understanding of what the truth is. You know what I mean? Like, everybody always says I'm fucking pro Vladipu or whatever. I love Adolf Putler. But, like, that's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous statement. It is not. It is the furthest from the truth. Okay? It's definitely victim blaming. It's, you know, Ukraine, you started this war by what? Looking like a snack? Is that what it is? You just looked too submissive and breedable. You looked too much. Ukraine, you look too flat. Your lands were too flat, where the only thing that can stop a bullet is a human body. Ukraine, you were looking too much like the breadbasket, okay? You were looking too much. Ridiculous. You can't. Yeah, you just looked so your eastern your eastern territory looked far too annexable. You know? It is what it is.
Who arrived in Kyiv this morning.
Kind of nice that I'm here just a few days before the third anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Also in Kyiv this morning was Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who had this to say. We are seeing a lot of disinformation that is coming from Russia, he said. Unfortunately, President Trump, with all due respect, is living in this disinformation space.
President Trump...
Yeah, all due respect. Donald Trump also hit this. Hold on. Think of it. A modestly successful comedian, Volodymyr Zelensky, talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that couldn't be won, that never had to start, but a war that he, without the U.S. and Trump, will never be able to settle. The United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe, and Europe's money is guaranteed. I'm not going to do the accent. It's too long. While the United States will get nothing back. Why didn't Sleepy Joe Biden demand equalization? Now, the one part about this is that the United States money is guaranteed. Why will or Europe's money is guaranteed? The U.S.'s money is not. Is a really silly thing, because you see, the way things work in the United States of America is not that we get money back in the form of in any sort of like money back for the government. We make those people spend the money that we send them on American weapons. It's that beautiful public-private partnership that I talk about quite frequently. That's That's kind of what this is. So, yeah, it's not necessarily coming back to government coffers. It's just directly funding the military-industrial complex. We first fund the military-industrial complex with, obviously, taxpayer dollars so they can do that R&D. They can do they can find the most lethal, the most lethal version of the equipment that we have. And then once that equipment gets old, okay, we need to dump it off somewhere. So Ukraine looks great. We can just like send it to them. So we send them money, okay? And then that money then gets recycled back into the military industrial complex because they're purchasing our weapons with that money. Basically, what I'm saying is, in every aspect of the federal government, the government never actually works as a quote unquote business. It just works as a placeholder for funds that you can give to corporations, both on the production side, but then also simultaneously on the purchasing side, and then also simultaneously when our allies purchase it as well. That's just kind of how it works. So, of course, Ukraine wasn't giving the American government any money. It was just giving American corporations money. Anyway, what the fuck was that blast off meme? How dare you? I'm sorry. You said those words and they are now a part of the literary history. So it is what it is, you know? That's it. I saw the current unfolding events 3 years ago. It's so sad that time and time again, countries agree to be U.S. pawns, only be thrown under the bus as they always are. Yes. It's going to be in the Library of Congress forever. Aliens would probably find it in our nuke tomb world one day. Yes. They won't understand it, though. RFK has mentioned the exact same thing you just mentioned. Yeah. Ask RFK how he thinks about that when it comes to our allegiance to Israel, though. And you will understand that he is not an honest broker. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. So, is Donald Trump a little heavy-handed? Yeah, he's out of his mind in the way that he talks about Ukraine. And I think there are two different factors here at play. I think one of the factors is that he obviously likes Vladimir Putin. He likes, authoritarian strongmen. That much is clear. He literally likes Xi Jinping. I don't even think that's a bad thing, but he likes him, He's terrified of the Chinese menace, but he does personally like Xi Jinping. He's like, he's a strong guy. He runs the country. He runs a tight ship, right? And the same goes for Vladimir Putin. And he's also very malleable, very persuadable by people who will flatter him. Okay? So I think that part of the reason why he's really hamming up this Ukraine stuff and really attacking Ukraine in the most Trumpian ways possible by basically lying about Ukraine's involvement or claiming that Ukraine brought this about on their own with no American involvement whatsoever, by the way. That's the grossest part about this, That's the grossest aspect of this is just like, imagine being America and goading Ukraine over and over again and being like, see, yeah, we'll give you weapons. We'll give you permanent defense. Don't worry. Maybe we'll even let you in the NATO. And then turning around and being like, you guys suck. You're the reason why you got invaded. You actually were looking submissive and breedable. It's your fault. Also, your leadership is ass. He is a comedian and a shitty one at that. Like, that's crazy. I mean, that is U.S. foreign policy to a T, but you're not supposed to openly say it like this. You know what I mean? It's because Ukraine represents democracy. Okay, I wouldn't go that far. All right, calm down. I mean, okay, let's relax a bit. Okay, let's dial it back. Anyway, having said that, If you want to know if you want to know what I think, what my assumption is here, like I think he loves Vladimir Putin. He like unironically thinks Vladimir Putin is a cool guy. And I think this is Putin's doing for the most part. I think Putin is like basically telling him like Ukraine can't be a part of the talks, because Ukraine coming into the talks is symbolic. Okay? Like Ukraine doesn't really have a say in what happens in Ukraine, ironically enough, but optically, you're not supposed to completely cut them out of the equation. Okay? That's ridiculous. You're not supposed to cut the European counterparts out of the equation optically either, you know, even though they also don't necessarily have a real say in this process. But the fact that Trump did that is, I think, a W for Vladimir Putin. And I think he's doing that for Putin specifically. Okay? Now, the other side of it is that Trump is a petty bitch, and I think maybe he just hates Ukraine for not giving him blackmail against Joe Biden, which caused him to lose the election. Like in his mind, he probably thinks like if Ukraine gave me blackmail and you know, fake nonsense about like Hunter Biden and his involvement with Burisma and how it actually was directly connected to Joe Biden, then that would have caused him to win the election. It would have been a bombshell. And that is something that they didn't do for him. And then it led to him getting impeached, the perfect phone call, if you remember. And I think that also plays a role. Would he care, though? He won anyway? Yes, he absolutely would care. He's a fucking petty-ass bitch. What are you talking about? He got impeached. Like, he's embarrassed by that, for sure. So, I think that also plays a role in him, like, going heavy-handed against Ukraine. Because none of this makes sense. It's both ahistorical in its approach to what has taken place, from Trump saying that, you know, Ukraine is responsible for being invaded. That's a ridiculous statement, okay? If we are going to talk about like outside influences or like what also might have played somewhat of a role in Russia engaging in this insane act of invading Ukraine, America would be more responsible than Ukraine, okay? It's ridiculous. You're a dumbass for saying this, and you're a horrible monster, but everybody knows that. So yeah. Like, Ukraine is not responsible for being invaded. All right. I can't believe I keep saying this very obvious thing that seemingly is not so obvious. No, saying Euromaidan or anything like that, that's ridiculous, okay? You are ridiculous if you think that Ukraine itself is responsible for Russia invading Ukraine. You're ridiculous. At most, you should recognize that it is American and Western influence that gave Ukraine the bandwidth to be able to operate in a more militant capacity, if you want to say that. Anyway, bro, I'm losing IQ watching these stream. Question mark, Arab money. All right. Let's continue with this insane rambling. Why didn't Sleepy Joe Biden demand equalization? In that this war is far more important to Europe than it is to us. We have a big, beautiful ocean of separation. On top of this, Zelensky admits that half of the money we sent him is missing. He refuses to have elections, is very low in Ukrainian polls, and the only thing he was good at was playing Biden like a fiddle. A dictator without elections, Zelensky better move fast or he is not going to have a country left. In the meantime, we are successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia, something all admit only Trump and the Trump administration can do. Biden never tried, Europe has failed to bring peace, and Zelensky probably wants to keep the gravy train going. I love Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered and millions have unnecessarily died. And so it continues. Zelensky isn't a good person, point blank. Yeah, I don't care. Like, what do you mean? Okay, sure. But what are we talking about here in terms of Donald Trump saying Zelensky is running a gravy train? Like, no, I don't think Zelensky wanted Russia to invade Ukraine, okay? I don't think Zelensky is all that responsible for Russia invading Ukraine. I think that's ridiculous to state. I think this is an abdication of a lot of American responsibility from the equation. We did it, okay? Russia did it, number one, first and foremost, okay? And then we took advantage of the situation. We goaded them, and then we took advantage of the situation, and we made out like fucking bandits. And Donald Trump is now turning around and being like, yeah, it was your fault all along. It's bullshit, okay? And the faster people understand that reality, the better things will be. I think if you're Zelensky, it's infinitely better for you not to be fucking invaded by Russia as you pick apart, make some contracts, offer some of these state sectors to foreign capital without being invaded by Russia. People are not dying. You get to make a pretty penny on the side, offshore a bunch of the ill-gotten gains. And, you're fine. You're good. You're in a much better position overall than constantly in fear that you might be assassinated by a far-right nationalist inside of the country, or assassinated by Vladimir Putin, or a drone strike. You know what I mean? Zelensky very famously, the day before the invasion, said that he didn't believe Russia would invade Ukraine. I feel like if he wanted the invasion, he would have been way more hawkish. But hey, what do I know? I know. But make no mistake, okay? That would allow you to forget that I'm responsible for Russia invading Ukraine in the minds of many people online who've been brain broken by understanding the world from the perspective of online commentary, the online commentariat. J.D. Vance warns Zelensky he will regret bad-mouthing Trump and condemns his atrocious response to the peace talks. Yeah. After I urged Russia to invade Ukraine, and Vladimir Putin, being a big Hasanabi, had listened to what I had to say, I also urged every one of my followers to vote for Donald Trump instead of Kamala Harris. And of course, I'm the kingmaker here. Yeah. Here's the White House posting, congestion pricing is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king. God, we're so fucking corny. We are such a corny country. God, we suck. The only thing I don't get in your point is, what was the alternative? Not take the U.S. military aid, let Russia take Ukraine region by region like they did in 2014. In terms of what Ukraine could have done, I don't think that there is anything Ukraine could have done. Ukraine is just stuck between two powers. Ukraine is stuck between a regional power that wants either complete control, complete annexation, or at least like a very significant amount of control over its internal affairs, Russia, okay? And stuck between Western interests as well that wants the very same. So there's not really much Ukraine could have done to fix that situation. I don't think that there is like any sort of brave and bold thing you can do. At that point, you're just making a decision between like who is going to fuck you over and steal your natural resources in a way that is like not as bad, I guess. They were always cooked. They were perma-cooked from the jump. Shut up, subtard. Why are Elon? No, don't ban that person. Don't ban that person. Unban that person. I want to understand the mindset of the new Elon Musk supporters that say subtard now. Like, I want to know what that even means. I don't fully get it. What is this? Place. Yeah. Look, it doesn't really matter all too much, but you know, this is a very obvious "I told you so" moment, and I hope that liberals were confused about what's going on right now because they thought that like Ukraine was really winning the war, and you know, doing their very best or whatever the fuck. Will recognize that this was slated to happen inevitably, whether it was going to happen later down the line, you know. Where there would be a negotiated extraction of natural resources that made everybody feel like Ukraine was also a part of the bargain in a more hush-hush style way, in a more covert way, or whether it would happen in this bouldering, bumbling buffoon style way that Donald Trump likes to delegate, likes to control the situation. It ultimately doesn't change the reality for Ukraine. Here's OSINT Defender. This might be the most brain-dead statement I've ever seen be made by a sitting U.S. president. Well, don't worry. Donald Trump will shock you. He will come out with even more brain-dead statements, probably even today or maybe tomorrow. Who's to say? Calling Zelensky a dictator while someone like Putin has been in power for now 25 years, some next-level stupidity. This is the president of the United States on one of his official accounts spouting Russian propaganda and straight up lying about the situation in Ukraine. Yeah, wow, it's shocking. American presidents never actively lie about foreign policy. That's why Biden was so honest whenever he talked about, you know, things like the beheaded babies. When he was talking about the Hamas beheaded babies and then lit them on fire, he was being so honest about American foreign policy. Anyway. Let's get back to Trump calls Zelensky a dictator as he hits back at disinformation criticism.
In the last few moments has slammed Ukraine's President Zelensky as a dictator without elections. In the past few minutes, he has posted this on his Truth Social platform. Let me just take you through some of the detail. Quite a lengthy post, as you can see there. He says that President
Don't act like this is comparable to previous American hegemony. This is basically America saying, fuck you all, we're conquering the world. No. America has always had a fuck you all, we're conquering the world approach. The only difference is they at least had the decency to lie about it. They had the decency to make it seemingly more covert. What do you mean? What point in time has America not conquered the world? Yeah, they're saying the quiet part out loud, which I do think will have repercussions, mind you. Like, I definitely think that this will have negative repercussions. Saying the quiet part out loud basically makes it impossible for the rest of the globe to look at the situation and go, okay, maybe they're still the world police and it's good, okay? No, they're saying it's in your face, we're doing it. And it's interesting that they're saying we're doing it and it's in your face. No more diplomacy, no more soft power initiatives, no more covertly stealing resources, no more debt trappings. We're just going to come in and we're just going to take it. It's basically one step removed from old school colonial shit, okay? Western superpowers used to just come in and be like, you're going to do trade whether you like it or not. And the people would be like, we don't want to do it. And they'd be like, we're going to kill you, okay? And then through that process, they would dominate the colonies and inevitably, slowly but surely, by way of like the religious apparatus and whatnot, overtake these other countries, whether they were a regional power on their own or whether they were not as developed as the Western world was at the time. We did that in perpetuity. And in that process, we would kill a bunch of people. We would enslave a bunch of people. Okay. It was really bad. And then the world became more advanced. The world powers decided, oh, let's do the same thing, but also make it seem a little bit better, make it seem a little bit more modernized and more decent and more moral. So what do? They engaged in imperialism. Instead of directly going, and they still did direct boots on the ground military warfare and things like that, but they decided to do things in a more covert fashion through espionage, through soft power initiatives, through diplomacy, through security contracts. They also engaged in destabilization and complete control over lendership agreements, over loans, over institutions like the World Bank and the IMF, where they would implement austerity regimes upon nations in the global south. Donald Trump recognizes that America's position as the top cop and the superpower, the hegemonic superpower, is waning. Donald Trump recognizes that reality and has decided that instead of holding on to the old hat ways of doing things, instead of holding on to like this notion that America is actually ultimately a force for good, okay, has decided to say the quiet part out loud, possibly because he's not very intelligent, I don't know, or possibly because he recognizes that there's not really a lot of counters that there's not really anything you can do against America if it chooses to do something. So, in that process, he's going back to an older way of doing things. Maybe not directly invading countries and dominating them and genociding them, still utilizing proxies for the most part, but openly stating what our desires are. An extraction of natural resources, a complete dismantling of the federal apparatus, and taking advantage of the economic instability in the country that we are using as a proxy to, force them to sell all of their state enterprise for pennies on the dollar to Western capital. Okay? This rhetoric has already damaged things noticeably. EU and US relations are worse than ever, and it's only going to get worse when Russia-aligned right-wing parties start to get in power. Yeah. I don't see how burning bridges with NATO and Western allies would benefit America, though. I don't think they're going to necessarily burn bridges with NATO, because NATO is our extortion racket, okay? It's a protection racket. We utilize NATO in a way that benefits the military-industrial complex. NATO is America, and America is NATO. That is why I've stated time and time again that I would be shocked if Donald Trump actively and actually dismantled NATO. If Donald Trump actually dismantled NATO, I think he would really be JD Pondon. I don't think he would know. I would no longer say that sarcastically or in a joking manner. I think I would truly believe that he is the Manchurian candidate. I think he'd also be, I was going to say, I think he'd get assassinated before he does that, but I feel like the CIA has no motion any longer. So you can say Trump is not saying the quiet part. You can't say Trump is not saying the quiet part out loud and still wanting American hegemony. He's just favoring Putin for his private profit, presumably. The softer approach was only possible because of the previous horrific hard approach. Since they already had the colonial apparatus, all they had to do was throw crumbs in the open while stealing the bread under the table. The facade seems to be waning in the moment. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Zelensky refuses to have elections, is very low in Ukrainian polls. He's claiming that President Zelensky has about a 4% rating. Polls suggest it's 57%. He goes on, the only thing he was good at was...
New Trump administration orders Pentagon a plan for sweeping budget cuts, slashing 8% from the defense budget in each of the next 5 years, per memo obtained by Washington Post. Unlike USA, DOD has a massive budget, $850 billion a year, and is backed by powerful lobbyists and lawmakers. Yeah, I think that if they were to demand that the DOD cut 8% of the military budget, do you know where I think the proposed cuts would actually come from? VA, housing, and all of the other things that are supposed to take care of the veterans once they're already, bruised and broken. I don't think that they would actually be like, oh yeah, we got to cut 8% of the budget from, procurement strategies and acquisition, weapons acquisition. That's not happening. There's always room for budget cuts when it comes to healthcare. Okay, never forget.
Was playing Biden like a fiddle. He then calls President Zelensky a dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he is not going to have a country left. He goes on, in the meantime, we're successfully negotiating an end.
U.S.-Russia talks include discussions on withdrawing U.S. troops from NATO countries that joined after 1990, security sources say. Bro, I that would be insane. I don't think that that's happening, okay? Holy shit. I also don't understand how Donald Trump gets to do that. Like, why does Donald Trump get to do that? Why does he get to do that? And his fucking fans still think he is like the GOAT and loves America. But when I say NATO should withdraw, I get treated like a hostile enemy combatant. That is one thing I'm very jealous about. Like, Republicans can literally advocate for fucking universal health care if they wanted to, and people will be like, yeah, that's great. Bro's making predictions again? Oh no. He views it from an economical sense. Why are we protecting them? I don't understand. Does he just not have a conversation with like any lobbyist that's just like, hey, dumbass, it's that permanent military presence is good for us, you know? Each individual troop has to get trained, and each individual troop has to get American weapons. And also their military is purchasing American weapons. Like, does he not understand that from an economical sense, this is what it is? Like, this is what the reason for NATO is in general. Maybe Donald Trump did listen to the Tucker Carlson interview with Putin and was like, no, we should make Russia our next Israel. They're much nicer to me. You know? That's crazy.
End to the war with Russia, something all admit only Trump and the Trump administration can do. Biden never tried, he claims. Europe has failed to bring peace, and Zelensky probably wants to keep the gravy train going. President Trump goes on, I love Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered and millions have unnecessarily died. And so it continues. He also calls Volodymyr Zelensky a moderately successful comedian, talking America into spending billions of dollars to go into a war that couldn't be won. He says the US has spent $200 billion more than Europe, and Europe's money is guaranteed, while the US will get nothing back. Well, all of this happening now as a number of discussions continue about the future of Ukraine, some of them without Ukraine involved. In Russia, President Vladimir Putin has delivered a pretty positive verdict on Tuesday's talks between the US and Russia. Those are the talks that took place in Saudi Arabia, saying he rates them highly. Speaking to reporters earlier, Mr. Putin said the purpose of that meeting was to increase trust. He said he is happy to meet President Trump, and there has been some indication in Moscow today it could even be as early as this month. He says he expects Ukraine will take part in talks at some point.
Yes, I have been informed. I rate them highly. There are results. The first thing I would like to say is that we have agreed to resume the normal work of diplomatic agencies. The constant expulsion of diplomats from Washington and Moscow does not lead to anything good. If this goes on, only cleaners will work in these buildings, whose work should be also appreciated. But this is not what diplomatic missions are created for.
Well, Ukraine's leader, President Volodymyr Zelensky, had earlier said President Trump was living in a bubble of Russian disinformation. Ukraine was excluded from those talks in Saudi Arabia between America and Russian officials.
5-foot Putin law? How do people respect him in his country? What do you mean, bro? He's, you know, he is a bad motherfucker. Let's be real. Also, I think Zelensky's short too, isn't he?
And here is President Zelensky speaking earlier.
Since we're talking about 4%, we have seen this disinformation. We understand that it is coming from Russia. We understand and we have evidence that these numbers are being discussed between America and Russia. It is unfortunate that President Trump, and with great respect for him as the leader of the American people who constantly support us, unfortunately lives in this disinformation space.
Joining me now, our correspondent Nomia Iqbal, who's in Washington, and also to Vitaly Shevchenko from BBC Monitoring, who's been following Putin's remarks. But first to Nomia. Nomia, one of my guests earlier was saying that we have to pay.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. 17 categories were exempted in Hexet by Hexet in his request, including border security operations, one-way attack drones, and missile defense. Bro, there's no way. There's no way we're actually demanding DOD cuts from cuts from avenues where there is a lot of money to be made, okay, for the military industrial complex.
Pay attention to what President Trump does rather than what he says, but there does seem to be a war of words at the moment, and certainly looking at those latest comments on his Truth Social platform. What's your analysis of what he said?
Well, yeah, I think that that's not, entirely incorrect. It's what he does, not what he says. But what he says is hugely significant. Do remember he's in his last term.
Don't you think that anything that could end the killing could be done? Hundreds of thousands of deaths is insane and not worth losing land. Wait, what? No, I don't disagree with talking to Vladimir Putin on principle. I don't disagree with implementing a ceasefire at all. I have no issues with this. This is what I said the Biden administration should have done time and time again. They chose not to do so, knowing full well that they could potentially lose power and then get Donald Trump to be the responsible party for what the terms and conditions look like. Okay? I also am admitting that Donald Trump is simply optically doing something that is messed up. But technically what he is doing in terms of directly going to Russia and cutting Ukraine out of the conversation is not even remotely surprising. That was always the reality, right? The idea that Ukrainian autonomy in this process plays a significant role is a lie told by American media every step of the way. That's all that it was. That's all that it ever was. Does that make sense? Italy is considering a withdrawal, apparently with a recommendation for NATO to return to its 1997 borders. Am I wrong at this take? This is also the fault of the EU leaders only just waking up now and just being reactive. EU also dragged its feet in letting Ukraine into EU. Not that it would have stopped Putin from invading. How do you know this and still blame Russia? Because at the end of the day, Russia still invaded Ukraine and gave America an endless amount of opportunity. Okay? Even from the perspective, even if you were thinking oh, I'm pro-Russia or whatever, it's still a fucking major mistake. What are you talking about? Look at the pipelines. They're blown up. Your entry point into the EU marketplace for energy is gone. America literally shut that shit down and is now forcibly selling its own natural gas to the EU, being like, hey, you can't trust these guys. You have to trust us instead. What are you talking about? 2 countries join NATO. Ultimately, it's not that significant. They're not exactly massive militaries or whatever, but still, they had a neutrality, like a handshake neutrality agreement, and now they're a part of NATO. The neutrality is cast aside. Virtually everyone that is under the umbrella of the American, virtually every nation, all around the world that is under the American security blanket now is terrified, truly terrified, okay, They're truly terrified of like global instability because they see Vladimir Putin as a spoiler, as someone who is basically ruining the bounty and the peace, seeming peace in the first world that American hegemony has brought forward. All of that is great for the United States of America. We're so far removed from the consequences, and we get to reap the rewards. OMG, you sound so brain dead. And who did that? The US blew them up. OMG, you sound so brain dead. This is just straightforward what has happened thus far. I'm not giving you speculation. I'm just explaining to you who gets to win the most in this process. Like, it might come across like a victory to many of you that are in the camp of like fuck America unconditionally, right? That you might look at this and be like, well, Vladimir Putin actually set out to undermine American hegemony and succeeded. Okay, but at what cost? That's it. And in that process, he's brought about a wave. He's accelerated the wave of right-wing reactionaries and nationalists that have been able to take advantage of the inflation, the inflationary crisis, and the instability caused in this moment to gain more momentum, gain more popularity. If you think that this is good for the planet, if you think that all of this stuff is going to be good for the future of this planet, you're wrong. That's it.
In office. But look, I don't think anyone was under the illusion that things were going to be under President Trump as they were under President Biden when it comes to Ukraine. His comments are still pretty extraordinary. They're very long, but the fact that it's important to sort of first of all stress that Kyiv last held an election in 2019.
Wait, so you're not pro-Russia, Sag? Yeah, shocked to find out that I am not pro. I'm not pro Vladimir Putin.
Has been unable to stage another one since Russia's invasion in early 2022. But saying he's a dictator without elections is quite extraordinary, because I don't think that those are words he'd necessarily use about the Russian President Vladimir Putin. In fact, I think that's something that has stood out with Donald Trump again. It was similar to his first term. He seems to criticize everyone but Putin. I mean, last week, Mr. Trump had accused President Joe Biden of starting the war in Ukraine. He wants to have this closer alignment to Russia. I think there was always an expectation that he was going to say something. He's in Miami at the moment on a business meeting, but it's.
I'm a longtime follower of yours, but I hate this take about retreating NATO troops from Eastern Europe. You do realize many of us live here, right? You Americans made us so dependent on your troops being here in the face of an imperialist Russia. You can't just fuck off now and throw us to the wolves without a plan to guarantee our safety. That should have been done a long time ago. Not now with the Russian threat looming. No, I understand that. I just don't think it's going to happen. I still don't think it's going to happen. And if it did, I would be shocked. Like, you know how we talk about, at the end of the day, you know how we talk about like, Russia will never, move past the positions, or won't be able to physically move past the positions that they've already acquired in Ukrainian territory and like go into Poland or whatever. You fucking retreat troops. I don't know. That's a very different dynamic. And I match up my expectations of world powers or regional powers with what their track record looks like. If you were to say this about China, I would have a different opinion. Russia is not China, okay? Russia has shown time and time again that it does have, just like Turkey, but Turkey does it under the auspices of NATO, so no one really fucking makes a big stink about it in the Western world. But Russia, as a foreign adversary, behaves in a similar fashion to how Turkey behaves in terms of like its own regional politics. As in, they are not shy about using hostile military incursions. okay, or as a regional power, they're not shy about destabilization, using, the ethnic Russian groups that already exist within these countries to say, like, oh, we have a real liberatory reason for being here. We have an emancipatory reason for being here. That is certainly something that Russia is not shy about doing. So who knows? Literally, if they invaded a NATO country, it's World War III with nukes. No, I know. I'm saying, no, I know. I'm saying that, let's say they remove NATO presence. Let's say they disband NATO and remove NATO presence from Poland. Like, does Russia go in? I don't know. I don't know if they have the capabilities, but that's a very different dynamic at that point. I just don't think that, especially post the invasion of Ukraine, I don't think that it's appropriate for me to say, no, Russia would just handle things with economic influence. What do you mean? I don't know. Obviously not as NATO. No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Russia is not fighting NATO. No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that they disband NATO. If they hypothetically disbanded NATO, you're mishearing the point I'm making. Obviously not currently. Why do people not hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Oh my God. Oh my God. NATO isn't disbanding. Might be. I just tuned in. No, I was talking about the hypothetical that is being presented right now by Donald Trump. I don't think that NATO is being disbanded either. I'm simply stating, what the fuck? NATO is disbanding? I just tuned in. Fuck you, Hasan.
It's not particularly helpful considering he's got his special envoy to Ukraine, Mr. Kellogg, in the country right now, holding talks.
Because you're talking roundabout, overcomplicated ways? No, I'm not. What are you talking about? It's not a roundabout or overcomplicated way. What are you talking about roundabout ways? It's fucking simple. Russia is killing, invading, and lying about killing and invading and destabilizing the whole fucking world. They literally POTUS and effectively the U.S. Yes, dude, they're invading and destabilizing and lying about it in the entire world. What are you talking about? All right, let's continue.
With Mr. Zelensky.
Yes, Keith Kellogg, who says his mission there is to listen to Ukraine's concerns. So a bit of a mismatch between that and what President Trump is saying. What sort of reaction are you getting there in the US? Probably not to these latest comments. They've only just happened. But what kind of reaction are you seeing there in the US, especially among Republican politicians, to the way President Trump is handling this?
Well, the aid that has been sent to Ukraine so far was passed by Congress, so there is bipartisan support for helping Ukraine. There will certainly be Republicans who are uneasy with what Donald Trump is saying, but in terms of them actually saying anything publicly is probably going to be a bit of a stretch. The party is incredibly loyal to Donald Trump, even more so now. Democrats, on the other hand, of course, they very different. They have been alarmed by what Mr. Trump said in regards to blaming Mr. Zelensky for the war. Senator Chris Murphy for Connecticut, he serves on the Foreign Relations Committee. He said, I'm going to quote what he said, he accused the president of lying to the American people, of essentially rewriting history. As I mentioned, Mr. Trump last week even accused President Biden of starting the war. But I think something that is probably important to add here is that, foreign policy aside, and if you add the domestic angle in, Donald Trump campaigned on the promise to end the war in Ukraine. Just recently, I spent a bit of time in Pennsylvania. It's a swing state that Donald Trump won last year. And, for a lot of the voters that I spoke to, those who were for Trump, those who were against, there was some overlap in terms of Ukraine, most of them saying that they didn't think that the US should continue being involved in Ukraine. So Donald Trump, as far as he's concerned, he's delivering on a campaign promise. But of course, this reset of relations with Moscow, the concern for Ukraine and Europe is that it might come at a huge cost for Ukraine.
Why do our EU allies turn on us so quickly when we have been giving them so much money? The second we decide to stop giving our money away, dude, are you crazy? What are you talking about? What are you? Do you believe Trump? Like, what do you mean? What do you think we've done to the EU? Dude, if I were to rank who's getting fucked over, like who's getting fucked over the most, okay? At the tippy top of this list is Ukraine. Following closely is every country in Europe, the European marketplace in general. Okay? Then it's Russia. Then it's America making out like a bandit. And the only country that actually benefits the most from both Trump's actions and also everything else that's going on is China. Okay? America doesn't simply give money to other countries with no expectations. We don't give money to countries because we want to help them. Okay, the Marshall Plan wasn't simply to rebuild our allies, okay? We do that because we wanted to create this massive web of control and security cooperations with 800 military bases around the planet. And we very clearly utilized that during the Cold War. Okay? What do you think happened? Post-World War II, immediately, we just redirected all of our efforts against the real enemy, okay? And we used Nazis in the process to attack our real enemy, the USSR. The influence of communism and socialism. And after the past 3 decades of complete dominance and neoliberalism, it's basically becoming a self-inflicted wound at this point as contradictions worsen, as our parasitic owners of capital demand more and more profit year over year. It's getting to a point where it's becoming unsustainable due to the successes that America had. It's getting to the point where it's unsustainable due to the success of capitalism. Because capitalism, if left to its own devices, is inevitably going to collapse. No matter what. It was great in terms of moving America and the rest of the planet into the industrial world, okay? It was certainly an advancement in comparison to feudalism, okay? For sure. Make no mistake. Liberalism brought a lot more social prosperity if you are inside of the countries that were able to benefit from it, okay? Countries outside of the periphery, of course, were consistently dominated. And they rarely got to see the bounties of liberalism and whatnot. But without any sort of ideological opposition, capitalism is destined to fail. And we're here. We're there right now. And when capitalism is in crisis, as it was in the 20s and 30s as well, fascism is seen by capital owners as a way to restore order and to make sure that we continue maintaining the pre-existing hierarchical constructs. Rich people at the top, the rest at the bottom, toiling away endlessly. A whole nothing burger will come out of this. Chill out. Yeah, look, the nothing ever happens, guys. Still hold on to this idea that it's a more annoying way of doing the Fukuyama like history, the end of history memes. Okay, it's just like a modernized version of that. things are always happening. It's just not happening to you directly, okay? Because the entire system is designed in a way that is supposed to make you feel like nothing bad ever happens to you. And in many respects, in comparison to, like, I don't know, someone living in Iraq, yeah, things are not happening to you directly. But the reality of the matter is, even Fukuyama recognizes that things are happening. And that history, he was wrong for saying history is over. Why are American leftists like this? I don't think this person is a leftist. There are plenty of people that come into this community, plenty of liberals that come into this community as well. 100% of nothing ever happens, guys, are comfy Dordashian mommy boys whose lives are too good. Okay, that's kind of me too, to be fair. But also, at the same time, I am not a nothing ever happens guy. At least I do recognize that things are happening all the time at a rapid clip. But I am also a Dordashian mama's boy.
Okay, Nomiya, thank you very much. Let's bring in Vitaly Shevchenko from BBC Monitoring. Vitaly, looking at what President Trump has just said, what he's been saying in recent days, and what President Putin has been saying, are you seeing any kind of mirroring in the language of the two men?
Well, Anita, it's so tempting to speak about what's going on, what they're saying in superlatives and epithets. It's truly extraordinary. The Russian and American positions on Ukraine specifically, they're almost perfectly aligned. First, we heard from Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, say that NATO membership for Ukraine ruled out, getting territories back ruled out. And now Donald Trump is saying that Vladimir Zelensky is a dictator. He lost his mandate and Ukraine started the war. Well, my job is to monitor the Russian media, and that's what they've been saying for years. And it's truly extraordinary to hear that come from Donald Trump. Now, there are opinions and there are also facts. Of course, we can argue about how successful or otherwise Volodymyr Zelensky was as a comedian, but in terms of his popularity, the opinion polls that I've seen, credible opinion polls from Ukraine, they suggest that his approval ratings, Volodymyr Zelensky, he enjoys a slightly bigger approval rating than Donald Trump in America. And in terms of elections, Ukrainian law specifically forbids holding presidential, parliamentary, local elections at a time of war. So these remarks, they will come as a shock to many Ukrainians who also, well, they'll have a huge issue with Donald Trump saying, well, it's Ukraine that started the war. In terms of how you row back from these remarks, it's really difficult to imagine an easy way of doing that. And it's beginning to look like Ukraine is losing or has lost America as an ally. And what Donald Trump has been saying for days suggests that, well, he's much friendlier towards Vladimir Putin than he is towards Volodymyr Zelensky.
Briefly, Vitaly, what is the Russian media saying in response to all of this? Give us a sense of that.
Oh, they're overjoyed. They are saying that this is very good news for us. They haven't really embraced Donald Trump as a friend. They're saying that he still has America's interests at his heart, but he's clearly driving a wedge right into the heart of the Western alliance. And one commentator on Russia's Channel 1 says, it works for us.
Vitaly, thank you very much. Vitaly Shevchenko and
John Mishema believes that the great powers of the world dominate the international system and they constantly engage in security competition with each other, which sometimes leads to war. Well, joining me now from Chicago is John. And we have Lavrov praising Donald Trump for pointing a finger at NATO. We've had Donald Trump blaming you.
It's kind of interesting that Trump isn't calling Bibi a dictator for also delaying elections in Israel. Excuse me. Benjamin Netanyahu is the most moral politician on the planet. Okay. I got $100 million from Miriam Adelson, and I will do Israel's bidding. I'll do more for Israel than they even demand of me. Okay. That's my special boy. Damn. Mersheimer on CNN. Mersheimer on CNN. Why do they have, wait a minute. What's going on? Why are they asking a guy who's very clearly a Putlerite what his analysis looks like? That's weird. What? What? Oh, man, that's crazy. I'm shocked to see this. I'm shocked to see Mersheimer on CNN. I'm also shocked that America would betray Ukraine. I thought that America had honest intentions in defending Ukraine and always cared about Ukrainian autonomy. I thought that that was what was going on this entire time. I thought America had good ambitions, emancipatory ambitions in Ukraine. I'm so confused. I'm so confused about all of the things that are happening, except I'm not. I said that this was going to fucking happen, and it's happening.
Ukraine for the war in its country. What's your perspective on where we are at and this newfound US-Russia relationship, burgeoning relationship, or rapprochement, if you will?
Well, there's been a fundamental change in American policy going from the Biden administration to the Trump administration. It's truly remarkable the extent to which the Trump administration has abandoned what has been the Biden administration's policy towards both Russia and Ukraine and adopted a radically new approach. And now what you have is a situation where it sounds like the Europeans who talk like the Biden administration are operating on a different planet than the one that the Trump administration is operating on. And we're all
okay, me and Mersheimer have the same glasses, by the way, not the ones I'm wearing today, which is pretty crazy.
All this leads doesn't appear to be good.
Well, you could argue that the Biden approach wasn't working, that the conflict continues nearly 3 years in, and we were well aware that Donald Trump was anxious to see an end to this war. In fact, he said he could finish it in the first 24 hours of his presidency. Well, that clearly hasn't happened. But his US envoy to Ukraine and Russia, Keith Kellogg, is in Kyiv today. This is what he said when he arrived in Kyiv. Have a listen.
Same hair. We're both the same age. Yes, and we both also love Vladimir Putin together.
Understand the need for security guarantees. It's very clear to us the importance of sovereignty of this nation and the independence of this nation as well. And and part of my mission is to sit and listen and say, okay, what are your concerns? Where are we at? So we can go back to the United States, talk to President Trump, and with Secretary Rubio and the rest of the team, and just ensure that we get this one right.
That is a very much less bombastic sort of attitude or atmosphere that Keith Kellogg brings to Kyiv from President Trump than that which we've heard from the president himself. Do you think the US can get the Ukrainians on board with these talks, given what we...
Are CNN manufacturing consent for Trump? No. What CNN is doing here is not manufacturing consent for Donald Trump. What CNN is doing here is basically finally going to a person who is a little bit more realistic and certainly It's no different than when CNN approached me after the election, okay? It's not to manufacture consent for Donald Trump. It's to basically be like, okay, well, we did a lot of manufacturing consent in the opposite direction, and now, you know, here, we'll give you your flowers. That's basically the same thing that's happening here with Mersheimer. It's an opportunity for someone it's an opportunity for them to basically try to describe to their audience like what has been happening as opposed to what they've been saying all along.
Understand to be, at least in principle, Donald Trump's position at this point?
Just to be very clear, Keith Kellogg is not an important player. He's not reflecting what is the policy. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, laid out what is NATO policy in Brussels on February.
I don't even think Pete Hegseth is a player. He's a mouthpiece, for the record. I don't think that Pete Hegseth is like an individual, like a Pete Hegseth is not autonomously deciding any of this shit, okay?
February 12th, that's last week. And he made it very clear there's not going to be an American security guarantee. And if there's a security guarantee, it's going to come from the Europeans. And Zelensky himself has said that a security guarantee without the United States is not a meaningful security guarantee. All of this is to say there's going to be no security guarantee for Ukraine. What the Russians want is they want a truly neutral Ukraine. And the only way you get a truly neutral Ukraine is where there is no NATO security guarantee, whether it's with or without the United States. So that's the basic fact of life that the Ukrainians have to face up to. Are they going to be happy about that? Absolutely not. The question is, can the Trump administration get the Ukrainians to accept the deal that they're now in the process of cutting with the Russians?
And that is the question. Do you believe at this point that that is likely?
Well, let me just tell you what I think the deal looks like. I think there are three key ingredients in the deal. There are a number of other ingredients, but the three key ones are, first of all, the West and Ukraine has to accept the fact that Russia has annexed 4 Ukrainian oblasts plus Crimea. The West and Ukraine have to accept that. That's number one. Number two, Ukraine has to be a genuinely neutral country. There can be no security ties with the West. And number three, Ukraine has to be substantially demilitarized so that it does not have much military capability, because the Russians don't want Ukraine to be a threat to Russia. Those are the three key ingredients, in my opinion, of the deal. And it appears from the body language and the language.
I don't know if I don't think that will. I don't know if America will be down to do that. Even like that's you know, you might as well just give Ukraine to Russia at that point. Like that is, yeah, you might as well be like, all right, it's Ukraine actually means the Ukraine, which actually means the border, as in the border of the Russian Empire at that point, which I think. How can the aggressors feel threatened? No, what he's talking about in that regard is Western influence over Ukrainian industry, Ukrainian politics, and specifically a dangling of a NATO membership. Dangling a Ukrainian NATO membership is a genuine threat to Russian sovereignty in the region. That much is true. This does not mean that Russia is correct in invading Ukraine. They still, I think, made a major misstep. To be fair, however, I will admit, maybe you can call me a liberal all day, every day, but if they were to do all of these things, if they were to force Ukraine to demilitarize and all this shit, okay, They were never going to be in NATO. That's one thing. But if there's no like security assurances or security cooperation and they like actively demilitarize Ukraine, first of all, it's never going to happen. They're always going to do they're always going to do insurgency. Okay. That I think would be that is probably the worst outcome for Ukraine. Like genuinely the worst outcome for Ukraine. It's even worse than if you were to somehow give Ukraine in its entirety to actually no, that would be the same outcome. I was going to say this is the worst outcome for Ukraine because you're basically giving Ukraine to Russia, and there's permanent military annexation and an endless amount of insurgency against Russian military. It would just be chaos. It would be complete chaos. Russia would never be able to maintain the entirety of Ukraine with its already crippled military force. Like, it's just fucking ridiculous. If a Twitch streamer can determine that Ukraine would have never gotten membership, then why the fuck can't the Russian government? Oh, a great question. Therein lies the problem. That's why I also think that invading Ukraine because they were worried about NATO expansion is a falsehood. It's a great question. The notion that Ukraine was going to join NATO was known by all parties to be completely ridiculous. Everybody involved knew that Ukraine was not joining NATO, with the exception of the Ukrainians. I think the Russian government knew that it was not happening either. What if NATO agreed to allow Russia in exchange for throwing out Turkey? Yeah, that's never going to happen either. You're out of your mind if you think that NATO is going to kick out its second largest military that has the most combat experience outside of the United States of America, that maintains multiple nukes in its American military bases. They're magically going to be like, yeah, we're no longer doing that. You know who asks that question all the time? Why is Turkey a part of NATO? Dumbass OSINT people, okay? Because they just don't understand how this stuff works. I see it all the time on Twitter. People are like, why is Turkey still a NATO ally again? Or like dumbass Israel supporters. Well, which, you know, is a Venn diagram, is a circle there. But dumbass Israel supporters, every time Erdogan comes out and is like, oh, Netanyahu is Satan, actually, which is just empty threats against Israel. And Turkey is still a willing servant of Western interests, of course. Every time he says some shit like that, all the stupid OSINT accounts and all the pro-Israel accounts will be like, why is Turkey in NATO? You should take Turkey out of NATO. They just completely are oblivious to how things work. You know? America is NATO. Number 2, you know who's NATO? Turkey. Okay. And I'm not saying that because I'm secretly a major advocate. I don't want Turkey to be a part of NATO. I don't want NATO to exist. I wish that historically it never did. Okay. Having said that, however, as things stand currently, the notion that like NATO, the notion that like America should drop Turkey from NATO because you're like a former Israeli government mouthpiece or whatever is silly. It just demonstrates that you don't understand how anything fucking works. That's all this is.
Language you hear coming out of Russia and coming out of the Trump administration that we, the United States, have basically agreed on those 3 parameters. If that's true, then the question is, will the Ukrainians swallow this deal? It's hard for me to believe that it's going to be easy for them to swallow the deal. But the United States has a remarkable amount of coercive leverage, and it may just put the Ukrainians in a situation where they have no choice. But if it does happen that the Ukrainians accept the deal, that's how it will happen.
Liberals are so funny. Why are you ignoring Trump declaring himself king? I see you looking at those messages. Yeah, I'm secretly hiding the truth. Yeah, dude, I know. Trump is the king now. He declared it with a White House post with the shittiest AI. He's already doing king shit anyway. Who gives a fuck? God damn it, liberals. Liberalism and its endless interest in hyper focusing on the aesthetics is going to lead to my demise, okay? I'm just going to perish one day when trying to respond to a liberal who's like, but did you see? He's secretly saying he's gonna be king. Meanwhile, he's doing king shit every fucking day of the week.
Yeah, leaving the European leaders, of course, scrambling to deal with what are perceived to be, if not are, frankly, Donald Trump's major foreign policy pivots.
Что мы сейчас видели в ходе этой предвыборной кампании?
Putin claims EU interfered in U.S. election. That's amazing. That's amazing. Dude, I feel like even he's gotten worse at doing propaganda, okay? Like, the shitification has hit the Russian government as well, okay? This is like when he said he actually wants Kamala Harris to win, or he wants Biden to win.
Европейские лидеры, все без исключения.
All of the European leaders, all of them without exception, directly interfered in the U.S. electoral process. It even came down to direct insults on one of the candidates. For our part, of course, it was clear who we sympathized with. But we did not allow ourselves to interfere, and certainly did not allow any harsh statements and attacks against any of the candidates. We simply did not do it, but the Europeans did. To be honest, I'm surprised at the restraint of the newly elected President Trump. In his dealings with his allies who have behaved in such a frankly caddish manner, he's still being quite modest in their relations. They're not shutting themselves off. If we're talking about a Ukrainian settlement, the U.S. is working with its European allies. Mr. Keith Kellogg, as far as I know, is in Kyiv right now. He has also met with the Europeans before. A meeting should be prepared. It will be a pleasure to meet Donald Trump. We haven't seen each other for a long time. It's like I miss him. We don't have a close relationship, but during the 4 years when he was president, we met each other and had very frank discussions regarding our bilateral relations. I will be glad to meet him again. Same for him, I think. All right, we're gonna get to Donald Trump's other favorite bestie here in a second, but god damn, dude, that is God. Things are getting wild out here. No, I will not be doing the wall-o-mat for the German election, okay? I don't care about the German election voting compass, okay? Sorry. We are officially not even in a month in, by the way. We are not even a month in. We're not even a month in. It still hasn't been a month of the Burger Reich, and things are already going in crazy directions. Yes, I know Trump referred to himself as king. Okay, I know. Oh my God, I hate this shit. Stop answering them, dog. Look, I want liberals to focus their attention on the actual, things that matter. Not that the administration is constantly posting social media shit, social media AI slop. Okay? I know that they're doing that. It's very stupid. Who cares? Yes. Oh my Lord. Ay, ay, ay. If Trump ends the Ukraine war, do you think he deserves a peace prize? He's gonna get one regardless. Doesn't matter how he does it. He's getting it, dude. It's over. We are now officially, we are now in the liberals are giving way to fascism stage of world history, I think. Aesthetics only matter when everyone operates within an agreed upon political decorum. Newsflash, libs, there hasn't been agreement in 8+ years. Yeah. Liberals are still, like, Donald Trump is literally doing king shit, okay? Focusing on focusing on expanding federal powers, mass firing people that work in the regulatory agencies and stuff. And liberals are like, did you see the White House account posted a photo, an AI photo declaring Trump king? What does this mean? It's like, dude, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Lock in, guys. Lock in. Okay. He's already doing king stuff. Okay. Oh. Anyway, where was I? What was I going to show you? All right. Okay. What are your thoughts on Curtis Yarvin? I don't like to think about the existence of that man at all.
Start with this. So he's working for free with Doge. He's kind of put a lot of his life on hold. And you sued Twitter a number of years ago. You just made him pay you $10 million?
That's right.
That's right.
Well, I sued from long before he had it.
Yeah.
And I mean, they really did a number on me, and I sued, and they had to pay. They paid $10 million settlement.
You're okay with that?
I mean, I left it up to the lawyers and the team running Twitter. So I said, you guys do what you think is it makes sense.
I think it's fine.
I think it's a very low. I was looking to get much more money than that.
So you gave him a discount when the lawsuit.
He got a big discount. I don't think he even knows about it.
He's become one of your, if you read and believe the media, he's become one of your best friends. He's working for free for you.
Well, I love the president. I just want to be clear about that.
You don't care about that.
I know. I love the president.
You love the president.
I think President Trump is a good man, and he's,
It's nice the way he said that. There's something nice about it.
It really is. Because I mean, the president's been so unfairly attacked in the media. It's really outrageous.
By me, when I also was a supporter of Ron DeSantis. Sometimes I attacked him unjustifiably in the media. Remember when I was a supporter of Ron DeSantis? I said over and over again that he was going to be the president. I said that. The sugar man. Remember? I love the sugar. I love the sugar. I gotta pee.
And I've at this point spent a lot of time with the president, and Not once have I seen him do something that was mean or cruel or wrong. Not once.
You know, I've known him for 30 years.
Yeah.
And I've never seen anybody take as much as he's taken.
Yeah.
And we've discussed this, and I'm like, how do you deal with it?
Did I have a choice?
Well, you would say that to me. I'm like, what am I going to do? Worry about it? And, you know, and then culminating in 2 assassination attempts, which resulted in your endorsement.
Well, I was going to do it anyway, but that was
it.
Precipitating event, yeah.
That speeded it up a little bit?
Yeah.
The day of the assassination.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It sped it up, but I was going to do it anyway.
Mr. President, with your indulgence, I'm convinced that people only know a little bit about Elon. I don't think they know everything about Elon, because as I studied and prepared for this interview, I learned a lot about you that I didn't know. I think people will think about Tesla. Democrats are demonizing you and trying to make the country hate you. I just want people to understand you a little bit better, and the person that you've gotten to know and have now put a lot of trust in.
Yeah.
And, you know, just let's go over a little bit of your bio, starting with PayPal and how you became involved in Tesla and SpaceX and Neuralink and all these.
A while. I mean, you know, I think the way you think of me is like I'm a technologist, and I try to make technologies that improve the world and make life better.
Your shirt.
Yeah, and that's why I like my T-shirt says tech support, because I'm here to provide the president with technology support. And now that may seem like, well, is that a silly thing? But actually, it's a very important thing, because the president will make these executive orders, which are very sensible and good for the country, but then they don't get implemented. You know, so. If you take, for example, all the funding for the migrant hotels, the president issued an executive order. Hey, we need to stop taking taxpayer money and paying for luxury hotels for illegal immigrants, which makes no sense. Like, so obviously, people do not want their tax dollars going to fund high-end.
I can't believe that they still do the hotel thing. That's so annoying to me. Especially considering that Donald Trump owns hotels and literally used those hotels and upcharged 3x and still continues to do so for Secret Service and any other, like, Hannity masterclass of making zero news. You have to admire Sean Hannity's ability to get Trump and Musk for an exclusive hour-long interview and make absolutely no news from it. For like 5 minutes, Hannity was just going on about the things Elon has done in his career and how great he was, and his question was like, you'd think liberals would love you. Hard stuff. I am noticing there have been a few edits and cuts in the footage, including that quick cut before the last commercial break. Editing these interviews, we were told, is a grave offense. Did we get the full transcript? Trump says Elon can't be getting a leg up with Doge because he's going after the electric vehicle subsidies, which of course Elon will want because he runs Tesla. And Hannity just sits there nodding, not bothering to point out that Musk has long railed against those subsidies. Yeah, I mean, it is by design to obviously do that interview and make it so non-contentious, so uncontentious that like it doesn't give you anything at all.
And hotels for illegals, and yet they were still doing that even as late as last week. And so, you know, we went in there and we're like, this is in violation of the presidential executive order. It needs to stop. So what we're doing here is one of the biggest functions of the Doge team is just making sure that the presidential executive orders are actually carried out. And this is, I just want to point out, this is a very important thing, because the president is the elected representative of the people. So he's representing the will of the people. And if the bureaucracy is fighting the will of the people and preventing the president from implementing what the people want, then what we live in is a bureaucracy and not a democracy.
No. You're both aware, you have to be keenly aware, that the media and the punditry class, not that, you know, I think you've proven they have no power anymore, because they threw everything they had at you and they didn't win. And that was, you know, the New York Times, Washington Post, 3 networks, every late night comedy show, 2 cable channels. They threw everything, lawfare, weaponization.
Sure.
And now I see they want you two to start, they want a divorce. They want you two to start hating each other and they try, oh, President Elon Musk, for example. You do know that they're doing that to you.
Oh, I see it all the time. They tried it, then they stopped. That wasn't. They have many different things of hatred. Actually, Elon called me. He said, you know, they're trying to drive us apart. I said, absolutely. You know, they said, we have breaking news. Donald Trump has ceded control of the presidency to Elon Musk. President Musk will be attending a cabinet meeting tonight at 8 o'clock. And I say, it's just so obvious. They're so bad at it. I used to think they were good at it. They're actually bad at it, because if they were good at it, I'd never be president. Because I think nobody in history has ever gotten more bad publicity than me. I could do the greatest things. I get 98% bad publicity. I could do, outside of you and a few of your very good friends, it's like the craziest thing. But you know what I have learned, Elon? The people are smart. They get it.
Yeah, they do, actually.
They get it. They really see what's happening.
Yes. And at the end of this interview, what I would like is I want people to know the relationship and know more about you. What is the relationship, Mr. President?
Well, I respect him. I've always respected.
Sean is just asking if you guys are open for a third. When he's like, so what's the relationship looking like right now? He's just saying, like, are you guys looking for like a third? I could bottom. I'm hungry. You know, I could do a lot. I could do a lot in this position for both of you. Mr. Musk, Mr. President Musk, sir, it says here that you recently impregnated one of your reply guys. I'm noticing that now that insemination process is over, could you please also give me your seed as well? I would like to be the first mpreg. Like, are you guys polyflexible? That's the question that Sean Hannity's actually asking here. Oh. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy what is considered journalism. It's almost as crazy as what do you call it? It's almost as crazy as like Sean Hannity of Fox News saying, "Yeah, I hate mainstream media." It's like, bro, you are the only thing in mainstream media. Like, that's it. Fox News is the only thing that remains in mainstream media. And they still rail against mainstream media. Okay, man. That's awesome. I feel dirty watching this. Me too. Me too.
Him. I never knew that he was right on certain things, and I'm usually pretty good at this stuff. He did Starlink. He did things that were so advanced and nobody knew what the hell they were. I can tell you in North Carolina, they had no communication. They were wiped out. Those people were, you know, they had rivers in between. Land that never saw water, all of a sudden it was a river and a vicious, like rapids. People were dying all over. They had no communication. They said, you know Elon Musk? They didn't really know I knew him. I said, yeah. He said, could you get Starlink? It's like the first time I ever heard of it. I said, what's Starlink? A communication system. That's unbelievable.
I have it.
Yeah. And he said, I called him and I said, listen, they really need it. And he got like thousands of units of this communication, and it saved a lot of lives. He got it immediately, and you can't get it. I mean, you have to wait a long time to get it. But he got it to him immediately, and I said, that's pretty amazing, and I didn't even know he had it. We watched the rocket ships, and we watch Tesla. I think, you know, something that had an effect on me was when I saw the rocket ship come back and get grabbed, like you grab a beautiful little baby. You grab your baby. It just
hug the rocket.
I've never seen
everyone. Everything needs a hug, including rockets.
No, but and he said, you know, you can't really have a rocket program if you're going to dump $1 billion into the ocean every time you fly. You have to save it. Right. And he saved it. First time that I've ever seen that done. And nobody else can do it. If you look at the U.S., Russia, or China, they can't do it, and they won't be able to do it for a long time. He has the technology. So you learn. I wanted somebody really smart to work with me in terms of the country, a very important aspect. Because, I mean, he doesn't talk about it. He's actually a very good businessman. And when he talks about the executive orders, and this is probably true for all presidents, you write an executive order and you think it's done. You send it out. It doesn't get done. It doesn't get implemented. They don't implement it. Maybe they're from the last administration, and they are in some cases. You try and get them out as fast as you can. But as soon as he said that, I said, you know, that's interesting. You write a beautiful executive, and you sign it, and you assume it's going to be done, but it's not. What he does is he takes it, and with his 100 geniuses, he's got some very brilliant young people working for him that dress much worse than him, actually.
Yeah,
they dress in just T-shirts. You wouldn't know they have 180 IQ.
Wait a minute. So he's your tech support.
No, he is.
I actually
but
literally
he's
am
much
tech
more
support.
than that.
I actually am tech support, though.
But he gets it done. He's a leader.
Yeah.
He really is. He gets it done. You get a lot of tech people, and you have people that are good with tech, but he gets it done. You know, I said in real estate, you had guys that would draw beautiful renderings of a building, and they'd draw the rendering. It would be great. And you say, great, when are you starting?
I think what really pisses me off the most, I really, really think what was extra frustrating about like this current government is how fucking openly stupid they are. I can't stand it. Maybe I got that smug, elitist, entitled liberal in me, but like, it's just so, I don't even have the words to describe it. I feel like it's just not for me. This branding is for a different kind of person. You know what I mean? A different kind of person that I can just imagine in my mind. I gave a quote the other day, which is just like the type of person who is most likely to be pulled into a cryptocurrency rug pull. And I hate it because there are more people like that than there are people who even demand like some semblance of intelligence in the branding of this administration. It's really a sign of the change in attitude. It's a sign of the times when you got, oh, fuck, almost got it. I hit it, but I don't know where it went. Okay, there was a gnat. The dumber they are, the dumber American people get. Yes. That's what's so frustrating about it. It's just like, it's not that these guys are stupid. It's that it also is a somber reminder that everyone else is getting dumber and dumber because they eat this. They eat this garbage and go, this is brilliant. It is a consistent, resilient reminder that we are actively getting dumber. I hate it. Just bought a new PC laptop and it won't let me use it unless I create a Microsoft account, which also means giving their AI access to my computer. This is messed up. There used to be an option to skip signing into creating a Microsoft account. Are you seeing this too? Yeah, he's Mr. Linux, dude. This is the nation's tech support, by the way. Yeah. Exclusive. FDA staff reviewing Musk's Neuralink were included in Doge employee firing, sources say. Wow. Color me surprised. I can't believe Elon Musk would take advantage of the awesome power that he has over the regulatory agencies that are tasked with understandably regulating his ridiculous, unethical businesses. I agree with him on this. I hate how invasive Microsoft is. Yeah. It is true. They are annoying. But this is more so a testament that he doesn't understand that there's a workaround. As Mr. Tech Support. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway. Let's tune into what's going on in China. Zhang Hongli, former vice president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, was on Wednesday sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve for accepting bribes worth over 177 million yuan, which is about 24.3 million, according to a court in the city of Hangzhou, East China's Zhejiang. I'm not an advocate for capital punishment, of course. I'm just showing that. I'm just showing what? Oh, Zhujiang. I'm not an advocate for capital punishment. However, the fact that, people like this do get punished is interesting. But what is it? With a 2-year reprieve, does that mean that there is a rehabilitation? Zhejiang. 2-year reprieve means if he doesn't mess up again.
Gone to China.
If we had understood the way Chinese banking system worked, we would have never gone there. Former CEO of Silicon Valley Bank, the Chinese Communist Party can control anything it wants in China.
Never have gone to China in the first place. If we had understand the way that the China banking system works and the Chinese economy works, we never would have taken our business model to China. The Chinese Communist Party can control anything it wants to in China. And I would go so far as to say if they're not controlling aspects of what you're doing in China, you're probably doing something that's fairly unimportant. Or you're being controlled and you don't know it because you're lacking self-awareness.
I don't even know if it was short-term benefit seeking or if it was short-term benefit seeking and also white supremacist attitudes. I think it was, I don't know which one was more important here. I think they genuinely were like, yeah, these barbaric Chinese peasants will never be able to actually fully implement the things that they claim that they want to do. How the hell are they going to do any of that? I think that's part of the reason why they so voluntarily released their IP in an effort to make China the manufacturing hub. It's pretty funny that he does look like those like old school anti-capitalist cartoons, like propaganda cartoons that would depict like a parasitic land baron. You know what I mean? He literally just looks with the glasses and everything. He just straight up looks like the piggish parasitic landlord or whatever. Oh, if only we would have known how the Chinese economy works. Okay, well, then I guess you're a dumbass. You know what I mean? Then and you're basically admitting that meritocracy is a lie in a different way. You're taking the long way to say, hey, we're just like the stupidest people on the planet. We are the dumbest people you've ever encountered. We just had no idea that China was, quote unquote, stealing our IP. We had no idea that China was actually engaging in even development rather than allowing the corporations to dominate and generate untold amounts of wealth and prosperity, keeping it to themselves. Wow. That's really messed up that they actually have real commitments to long-term planning and that they abide by said commitments. That is totally unacceptable. I already watched the Chinese Centuries here. It's a great video. What is this? He's really like, if we couldn't exploit the Chinese people like we do Americans, we wouldn't have gone there. But they did. They did exploit the Chinese citizens. The point is, in all of the, by sending in all of this foreign capital while exploiting the Chinese citizens, they thought that the Chinese government had no additional ambition other than behaving like the American government historically has, you know? That's the problem. The problem here isn't that. The problem here is that they thought that China would not actually follow through. I do think it's interesting how much the overall attitude is shifting as well. I think the overall attitude shift towards China in the past like 2 years is also something to take note of. Back in the day when I said anything even remotely positive about China, people would be up my ass. Like they would be going crazy. They'd be like, no, China's going to collapse in a year, dumbass. China is going to destroy itself in like literally 3.5 minutes. Even a year ago, people were more aggressive about that sort of thing. And nowadays, I see a lot more like active glazing of China. It's interesting. It's just something that I've noticed. That was like 3 people. That's 100% not true. The entirety of the liberal media consumers and enjoyers across the board still, to a certain degree, try to maintain this position, but they were way more aggro with that statement. There are a lot more normies who just go, I don't think Chinese people are my enemy now than ever before.
But they were never able to get it built. They couldn't get the financing. They couldn't get the approvals. It would never get done. And then you have other guys that are able to get it done. You know, they could just get it done. I was in real estate. Same thing in this. He gets it done. So when he said that, he said, you know, when you sign these executive orders, a lot of them don't get done, and maybe the most important ones. And he would take that executive order that I'd sign, and he would have those people go to whatever agency it was. When are you doing it? Get it done, get it done. And some guy that maybe didn't want to do it, all of a sudden, he's signing. He just doesn't want to be bothered.
Do a lot of those executive orders have to be codified into law? You need the Republican Congress
and
to
they
follow
will be.
up?
A lot of them will be, yeah.
They will.
But look, in the meantime, we have 4 years. The beauty is we have 4 years. That's why I like doing it right at the beginning. Because an executive order is great. I mean, the one problem, it's both good and bad, Because when they did all these executive orders, I've canceled most of them. They were terrible. I mean, we're going to go radical left communist. Okay, it was crazy. Their executive orders were so bad. If they ever got them codified, you'd never be able to break them. So the damage that Biden has done to this country, and it's not even Biden, it's the people that circled him in the Oval Office, okay? But the damage they did to this country, in terms of, let's say, open borders, you know, there's so many things, but open borders, where millions of people poured into our country, and hundreds of thousands of those people are criminals. They're murderers, they're drug dealers, they're gang members, they're people from prisons from all over the world. And we have a great guy, Tom Homan, and he is doing so incredibly. You saw the numbers, they're now like 96%.
95%.
He is a phenomenal guy. And Kristi Noem is doing an unbelievable job. And he wanted her, he said, she's so tough. And I said, I don't think of her as that way. You know, she's very nice. He said, no, she's so tough. And she is. I see with the horses, she's riding the horse. Let's go. She's great. But the team we have is really unbelievable. But those executive orders, I sign them, and now they get passed on to him and his group and other people, and they're all getting done. We're getting them done.
Let me go back a little bit to your background, because it's beyond impressive. You were the chief engineer, for example. You were an early believer in Tesla. You became the CEO, and then the chief engineer, which was phenomenal. SpaceX, same thing, which is unbelievable. I mean, you were the first company, private company, to send astronauts successfully into space. First private company to send astronauts into orbit.
Yeah.
That's pretty deep.
He's going to go into orbit soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, he's going to go to Mars. He's
Starlink
at some point. Yeah.
Is in over.
I mean, they say they always ask me, like, do you want to die on Mars? And I say, well, yes, but not on impact.
Starlink is in 100 countries. This is going to be
one
hard.
can only
I feel
dream.
like I'm interviewing two brothers here.
You go ahead.
Star Shield, which could be used for national defense.
Yeah, it is already being used for national defense.
Then you have what is it called? Optimus, a part of Tesla.
The robot, yeah.
A robotic arm. Then you have an AI arm. And then you have something that really fascinated me, and it's called Neuralink.
Yes.
You might help the blind to see, and people with spinal cord injuries, that they can recover, where in the past, how close is that to becoming a success?
Neuralink will...
Yeah, dude, here is Sean Hannity talking to a billionaire about how dope it is that he wants to brain chip everyone. Okay? Like, Republicans are obviously cooked, but I never really thought how cooked they would be in terms of, like, how susceptible. Like, I didn't think that they'd be this susceptible to propaganda. Okay? Because I feel like this is, I mean, it's like, it's directly what they claim Bill Gates wanted to do. And here is Sean Hannity saying, like, you're trying to do this thing that we've attributed to Bill Gates for years, and it's an overwhelmingly positive thing. I love it. Please, how can I sign up for my brain chip? Like, these guys went from 5G coronavirus vaccines are giving you, they're putting a brain chip in your mind, to, like, Elon Musk is actually going to do that, and it's going to be awesome when he does.
We've implanted Neuralink in 3 patients so far who are quadriplegics, and it allows them to directly control their phone and computer just using their mind, just by thinking. It's like, so we call this product telepathy. So you control your computer and phone just by thinking, and it's possible to actually control the computer and phone faster than someone who has working hands. Then the next step would be to add a second Neuralink implant past the point where the neuron's damaged, so that somebody can walk again, and so they can have full body functionality restored. And
you like Bobby, right?
I like Bobby, actually. Yeah, I think I supported Bobby Kennedy. I think he's unfairly maligned as someone who is anti-science, but I think he isn't. He just wants to question the science, which is the essence of the science, the scientific method fundamentally is about always questioning the science.
Well, they didn't tell us the truth about COVID.
Correct.
That's for sure.
Yes.
And we learned a lot with the Twitter files. And that just then raises a question. You're the richest man in the world. You may not like that part. You're pretty competitive.
It's neither here nor there.
I've known you a long time.
Matters.
But
that's why.
But he's on your team.
President.
Well, that's true. He can't top that.
He's good. You know, I wanted to find somebody smarter than him. I searched all over. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
You really tried hard.
I couldn't find anyone smarter, right? So we had it for the country.
But this is the thing.
We settled on this.
Well,
guy.
thanks for having me.
So,
I'm just trying to be useful.
But this is the interesting. This is where we are as a society, and I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to do it anyway. You're doing all of these things. Nobody at Doge gets paid a penny, correct?
Well, actually, some people are federal employees.
Some are, okay.
Yeah,
they're helping.
But it's fair to say that the software engineers at Doge could be earning millions of dollars a year, and instead of earning a small fraction of that as federal employees.
Okay, so
and they're very committed people.
So
yes.
you're committed to helping the blind see, people with spinal cord injuries recover.
Yes.
You're committed to getting to Mars. You're committed to rescue. You're going to help rescue next month 2 astronauts that I think were abandoned. They dispute that in an interview.
At the president's request or instruction, we are accelerating the return of the astronauts, which was postponed kind of to a ridiculous degree.
This is a direct shot at Boeing, by the way. They're like, yeah, we'll get SpaceX to return them instead of Boeing. Straight up, that's what that is. He's giving a W.
They got left in space.
They've been there. They were supposed to be there 8 days. They're there almost 300.
Biden.
They were yes, they were left up there for political reasons, which is not good.
Okay, it's not good. Now, if I had the weight.
What political reasons would they be left up there for? Like Biden just wanted to abandon the astronauts in space? Is that what you're saying? Because of woke? The astronauts were not woke. That's why Biden left them there.
Of the pressure of doing that successfully on my shoulders, I think I'd be, but when we spoke before we did this interview, you are very confident. You think this will be a successful mission.
Well, we don't want to be complacent.
My suspicion for Boeing, my suspicion for why Boeing didn't do their scheduled flight return was unironically because they were already getting pummeled in the media at the time, and they were worried that these missions are risky and there's a chance for failure. It would have been the final draw for Boeing, and that's literally the reason why they were like, nah, let's just keep them up there for now. This is my speculation. I'm just assuming that they did it for bottom line purposes.
But we have brought astronauts back from the space station many times before, and always with success. Mm-hmm. So as long as we're not complacent.
When are you going to launch?
I think it's about 4 weeks to bring them back.
About 4 weeks?
Yeah.
And
we're being extremely cautious. Yeah.
You now have the go-ahead.
Yes. Well, thanks to you.
They didn't have the go-ahead with Biden.
What's that?
He was going to leave him in space.
It's not political. It's profit related. I suspect that they considered it to be too big a risk, which is still ridiculous to keep him up there for that reason, just so you know.
I think he was going to leave him in space.
Well, it's like we were growing up, lost in space.
Yeah, he didn't want the publicity.
Yeah, Biden has nothing to do with this. Like, if you think that Biden himself made this decision, you're out of your fucking mind.
Can you believe it?
Unbelievable. And so
yeah.
I want to echo something that the president said and then ask an overarching question. So people get hit with Hurricane Helene. They have no communication with the outside world. You come to the rescue. You donated that, I believe?
Yes.
Okay. You donated to the people.
He saved a lot of lives in North Carolina. He saved a lot of lives.
And California after the wildfires?
California, but I mean in North Carolina where they were really in trouble, they had no communication. People were dying. They were dying of starvation. He saved a lot of lives in North Carolina.
Okay, now you're going to rescue astronauts. And now, and again.
Oh my God. The glaze is crazy.
The
astronauts themselves a few days ago said this was a lie. The astronauts were scheduled to return in February, but that has been delayed to late March due to testing of SpaceX Crew 10. The Crew 9 missions were reduced to 2 astronauts. No, this is not correct. Another delay, as evidenced by the fact that even the article title says another delay. They were supposed to return a long time ago. It's a Boeing mission. Yeah. After a series of technical hiccups prevented Boeing's Starliner capsule from bringing NASA astronauts Sunita Sonny Williams and Barry Butch Wilmore back to Earth in August 2024, it appears that yet another delay will keep the two in space an extra few months. Like, it's not because of politics. It has nothing to do with Biden. It has more to do with Boeing itself. Yeah, they were not abandoned necessarily. That is also ridiculous. But understand that this was not about Biden at all. It was a risk assessment made by Boeing and NASA, but primarily Boeing. And I think the risk assessment was also the safety risk of the return flight, but more so the risk assessment of what might happen if there is a failure to Boeing stock. Do they have enough oxygen? Yes, dude. What? No, they're going to kill them. What do you mean? Do they have enough oxygen? Yeah. Oops. I guess they forgot. Do they have enough food? Yes, they have enough everything. What are you guys talking about? Yeah, they get supplies up there. They get resupplied in the process. That's been the rhetoric. That's been the narrative from day one. Stranded, abandoned, stuck, Butch Wilmore said while speaking to CNN's Anderson Cooper from the ISS. But that is, again, not what our human spaceflight program is about. Although Wilmore admitted that he understood why others may think that, he said that they came to space prepared for any and all contingencies that we can conceive of. We don't feel abandoned. We don't feel stuck. We don't feel stranded. The astronaut continued. If you'll help us change the rhetoric, help us change the narrative, let us Change it to prepared and committed. That's what we prefer. Oh. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's technically a blessing you get to spend more time in space looking down at Earth. I mean, the more they going and spending time in the ISS is kind of like how I feel coming back to LA after spending time in Japan. You know, the more time you spend up there away from America, the better, I think.
You do all of this. I would think.
Bro, did this person just get murdered? Why is every single fucking person hitting me up with the story right now? All of a sudden, out of no, is it in the Discord? Did someone like drop the link in the Discord or something? A fire chief in San Francisco was murdered by right-wingers or something. And now literally everyone in the chat is like, please stop everything and drop it and cover it now. Oh, see, right as I said it, this person. Did it just happen? Is that why? I'm going to cover it in a second. Okay, calm down.
Liberals would love the fact that you have the biggest electric vehicle company in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be adored by the left, you know.
Yeah, not anymore.
Less so these days.
He killed that, huh?
I mean, less so.
I really didn't.
Well, I mean, this whole sort of like, you know, they call it like Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah. And I don't, you know, you don't realize how real this is until like you can't reason with people. So like I was at a friend's birthday party in LA, just a birthday dinner, and it was like a nice, quiet dinner, and everyone was behaving normally, and I happened to.
Elon's about to get real autistic in here in a moment. I'm just giving you a trigger warning.
I mentioned, this is before the election, like a month or two before. I happened to mention the president's name. And it was like they got shot with a dart in the jugular that contained like methamphetamine and rabies, okay? And they're like, wow! And I'm like, what is wrong? Guys, like...
He did not like that. He did not like Elon doing that. Sitting so close to him.
You just can't have like a normal conversation. Yeah. And it's like it's like they become completely irrational.
He has no idea, but if you're friends with him, yeah, you pay a price. You know, it's like I walk into a restaurant in New York and it's like half the room it's daggers and they want to.
No, the eye daggers level is insane. Yeah. I mean, there was like I had like some invitation because so I got invited to like basically a big sort of damn event like that was, but it received the invitation like the beginning of last year, and I still attended even after I had endorsed President Trump, and I didn't realize how profoundly that would affect how I was received. I mean, I walk into the room and I'm getting just the dirty looks from everyone. Like, if looks could kill, I would have been dead several times over.
But that was not before Trump. BT,
ashes on the floor.
Before Trump, that never happened, right?
No.
I don't even know if Trump likes this. Like, yeah, victimhood stuff is good. Like, it plays well to the base. But I think as a narcissist, he likes being liked as well. And I'm pretty sure the constant reminders that everybody fucking hates him probably does not make him happy. Probably hurts his ego too. The political aspect of the whole Boeing thing is not like Congress politics, it's internal. NASA, SpaceX, Boeing politics. NASA is the ultimate authority with respect to whether the astronauts are brought back. Boeing wanted to bring them back since not doing that is a major L for them. In classic Musk fashion, he's twisting the truth to benefit himself. Yeah, but the reason why they delayed it is because of the failures exhibited, or the likelihood that I think Boeing corporate probably pushed back a little bit more on the return flights, like the returning the astronauts back to Earth. Because they were worried if they fail,
Welcome back to Hannity.
The insider info? No, this is not insider info. When I talk about Boeing, understand that nothing I'm telling you is something that Murat has ever told me. Murat doesn't tell me shit, okay? And he would never. Are you kidding me? Don't be ridiculous. That's why I said it's my own speculation. Wink, gotcha? No, dude, there's no fucking winking. I'm not winking at all. Don't be a fucking dumbass. You guys are so stupid.
We are back at the White House, and here's part 2 of my exclusive interview with President Trump and Elon Musk. Take a look. This is the $1 million or $1 billion, I'm among billionaires, question. So you have all of this going on, and you stop, in a way. You're still doing it.
It's wild that this is an interview. Oh my God, if one more person says the White House Twitter posted pictures Trump long live the king, no joke, I'm just going to end the broadcast today. I can't deal with this, man. Why are liberals like this, bro? What is happening? Oh my God. Oh my God. Anyway, getting back to what we were talking about. I think it's got to bother Trump a little bit that Sean Hannity, the #1 glazer, is this aggressively sucking off Elon Musk in front of Donald Trump. This entire interview is just him sucking off Elon, being like, you're the wealthiest person on the planet. You're the greatest person that we've ever seen. You are God's gift to mankind. Why are you so gracious enough to drop everything and just associate yourself with this historically unpopular guy sitting next to you? Why did you cast aside all of the liberal media, all of the like liberal polite society glazing that you got for free for years just to work alongside our incredibly unpopular president? It's like getting in a threesome. It's like being in a three-way and feeling like you're left out. Because the other two people are just way more invested in each other. Like Sean Hannity's the throat goat. You don't want to see your throat goat throating someone else harder in front of you.
And you partner with him. And this is what you get from the Democrats. You get, nobody voted for Elon. Well, nobody voted for any of your cabinet nominees. Okay. People are dying because of Doge cuts. I'll give you a chance to respond to all that. What Doge is doing is illegal. Elon Musk is more street vernacular for a male body part. It's a constitutional crisis.
Okay. Why are they reacting like this?
Well, first of all, do you give it flying rip, number one? And
well, I guess we must be over the target or doing something right. You know, if like they wouldn't be complaining so much if we weren't doing something useful, I think. What all we're really trying to do here is restore the will of the people through the president. And what we're finding is that there's an unelected bureaucracy. Speaking of unelected, there's a vast federal bureaucracy that is implacably opposed to the president and the cabinet. And you look at, say, DC voting, it's 92% Kamala. Okay, so we're 92% Kamala. That's a lot.
They don't like me here either.
I think about that number a lot. I'm like 92%. That's basically almost everyone.
Yeah.
And so, but how can you, if
what is this state? Do you think everyone working at the federal agencies is living in DC? Do you think that all civil servants like live in DC and wanted Kamala Harris to? What kind of statement is this?
If the will of the president is not implemented, and the president is representative of the people, that means the will of the people is not being implemented. And that means we don't live in a democracy, we live in a bureaucracy. And so I think what we're seeing here is the thrashing of the bureaucracy as we try to restore democracy and the will of the people.
Also, do you think that if a Democrat came out and said, if a civil servant under my administration voted for the Republicans, I'm firing you, Sean Hannity would go on television every night and repeat that over and over again and basically call for a civil war. Okay? But here is Elon literally saying that in broad daylight to Sean Hannity. And Sean's like, yeah, that's incredible, Mr. President. That's an incredible statement that you just said, Mr. President. No one could have said it like you, Mr. President.
Is this making sense? I mean,
no, of course it does. I mean, to me,
like the notion that civil servants have to be political partisans is also insane.
Our founders, and you really become a student of history, Mr. President, and we've had conversations both on air and off air.
Yeah, he's referring to Elon here, not Trump.
And if we talk about constitutional order or transformational change, nobody can argue that what's happening here is it's going at the speed of light. But however, what were the...
Forgot about FEMA clearly? Yeah. Oh, you mean the FEMA person that immediately got fired for saying that they were not going to offer aid to houses with Trump signs or whatever? What are you talking about? You think that's how the federal government works? Are you stupid? Do you think the federal government is only entirely comprised of Democrats? One, are you that stupid? Because that's not the case. Also, that person ironically wasn't in DC, for the record. Once again.
The principles of our framers and our founders. They wanted limited government, greater freedom for the people, and we'll get
slaves
to the specific cutting of waste, fraud, and abuse. That is your goal, is it not?
Yeah,
and women to not be able to vote, or really, no one who people who don't have any property shouldn't be able to have a say.
My goal was to get great people, and when you look at what this man has done, I mean, it was something. I knew him a little bit through the White House. Originally, I'd see him around a little bit. I didn't know him before that. And I respected what he did. And he fought hard. You know, he was maybe questioned for a while. He was having some difficulties. It was not easy doing what he did. I mean, how many people have started a car company and made it really successful and made a better car where it's, beating these big companies that's all they do is cars? I mean, it's really amazing the things that he's done. But I didn't know it as much then as now. I mean, the fruits have sort of taken hold. But I wanted great people. And he's a great person. He's an amazing person. He's also a caring person. He uses the word care So they sign a contract in a government agency, and it has 3 months, and the guy leaves that signed the contract, and nobody else is there, and they pay the contract for 10 years.
Yeah.
So the guy is getting checks for years and years and years, and he's telling his family, obviously, maybe it was crooked, maybe he paid to get the contract, or maybe he paid that they didn't terminate it. But, you know, we have contracts that go forever, and they've been going for years. And they're supposed to end in 3 months or 5 months or 2 years or something, and they go forever. So the guy is either crooked, you know, where he knew this was going to happen, or he's crooked because he's getting payments that he knows he shouldn't be getting. But they're finding things like that. They're finding things far worse than that. And they're finding billions, and it will be hundreds of billions of dollars worth of fraud. I say waste and abuse, but fraud, waste, and abuse. And he's doing an amazing job. And he attracts a young, very smart type of person. I call them high IQ individuals, and they are. They're very high IQ and high IQ. And when they go in to see the people and talk to these people, you know, the people think they're going to pull it over. They don't. These guys are smart, and they love the country. You know, there's a certain something. But he uses
so high IQ that they literally looked at budget cuts and basically ran a script, and then once again falsely interpreted the data to say that they did $8 billion in savings when the truth was $8 million in savings. God, I love how high IQ they are.
uses the word care. So people have to care. Like when I bought Air Force One, I negotiated the price. It was $5.7 billion, and I got them down to $1.7 billion. Now they're not building the plane fast enough. I mean, they're actually in default. Boeing, they're supposed to have been building this thing forever. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
We don't build the way we used to build. You know, we used to build like a ship a day, and now to build a ship is like a big deal. And we're going to get this country back on track. We can do it, but so many things. It takes so long to get things built and get things done. And a lot of it could be something we've been discussing. The regulators go in and they make it impossible to build. They make it very difficult to build anything, whether it's a ship, a plane, or a building, or anything. And some of them do it because they want to show how important they are. Some of them do it maybe because they think they're right. They use the environment to stop progress and to stop things. It's always the environment. It's an environmental problem. It's not an environmental problem at all. But they do a lot of things. And by the way, speaking of that, Lee Zeldin is going to be fantastic in the position. It's so important. He could take 10 years to approve or disapprove something, or he could do it in a month. You know, just as good.
Sure.
And I think you're going to see a fantastic job done by him. He's a tremendous guy.
Newt, you echoed something when I just met you, and it was very similar to what Newt has been saying.
Yeah, deregulate Air Force One.
Where he brought this country to the dance. This is the opportunity to be transformational and to have, I would argue, the most consequential presidency if we really dig down.
I'd be so happy. Yeah. Boeing is the only deregulation I'm in favor of is deregulating Air Force One. Like the builds. Fuck it. YOLO. Fire all the staff that actually is engaging in safety inspections.
And do something that had never been done before. And that is get rid of this bureaucracy. And I'm going to get to the specifics. You say the same thing. It's not done yet. And what do you mean by that?
I mean, winning the election is really the opportunity to fix the system. It is not fixing the system itself. So it's an opportunity to fix the system and to restore the power of democracy. And, you know, people, like, it's funny how often when these attacks occur, the thing that they're accusing the administration of is what they are guilty of. They're saying that things are being done unconstitutional, but what they are doing is unconstitutional. They are guilty of the crime of which they accuse us.
That's always the first thing they do. He's in violation of the Constitution. They don't even know what they're talking. Well,
It's
they
absurd.
know. It's just a con job. It's a big con job. And they're so bad for the country, so dangerous
Well-
and so bad. And the
Well, they do know because I am violating it. But what are they going to do about it?
media is so bad. When I watch MSNBC, which I don't watch much, but you have to watch the enemy on
He
occasion.
was going to say MSDNC and he fucked it. MSNBC. He said it correct.
The level of arrogance and cheating, and they're just horrible people. These
They
are
lie.
horrible people.
They tell
They're
conspiracy
liars,
theories.
and they start up with the Constitution. They couldn't care less about the Constitution.
Oh my God. I can't believe Fox News is like, yeah, other channels are serial liars. Other networks are actively lying. I say at Fox News, who has first of all, who's been successfully sued for defamation and slander, and also has successfully defended itself in times of the past by claiming that they are not an actual news network.
Constitution. CNN, likewise. I mean, I watch them asking questions with, the hatred with the. I said, "Why are you asking the question with such anger? You're asking me a normal question, but you see the bias. The bias is so incredible. Those two are bad. PBS is bad. AP is bad. CBS is terrible. I mean, CBS now, they changed an answer. In Kamala, they asked her some questions. She answered them like, a low IQ person, the opposite of him, the absolute opposite. But she gave a horrible answer. They took the entire answer out and they put another answer that she gave 20 minutes later into as the
Part of her
answer.
word
I've
salad.
never even heard of that. I thought I heard of it all.
I'm going to, just for the sake of saving time, because I could spend, and I've done this on radio and TV, I can spend an hour finding the outrageous amounts of money being spent abroad like USAID. And I just want to mention a couple, but I'm going to scroll it.
Well, I guess at a high level, I think it's what the president mentioned earlier, which is that in order to save taxpayer money, it comes down to two things: competence and caring. And when the president was shown the outrageous bill for the new Air Force One, and then negotiated it down, if the president had not applied competence and caring, the price would have been 50% higher, literally 50% higher. The president cared, the president was competent, the price was not 50% higher as a result. And so when you add more competence and caring, you get a better deal for the American people.
But we were talking about this yesterday. I could give me thousands of bills. I could pick any one of them.
Exactly.
But I could take all 1,000. And let's say it's a bill for $5,000, just $5,000, and it's done by some bureaucrat. And if he would say, "I'll give you 3, I don't want to pay you 5, it's too high, I'll give you 3." But they don't do that. If a guy sends in a bill for $5,000, they pay $5,000. They expect to be cut. Everybody expects to be cut. When you send in a bill, you expect to be cut. They send in the bill higher for the most part. This is true with lawyers, legal fees. When they send in legal fees, I can cut. I wish I had the time. I would save so, but I could cut these bills in half, much better than half. But you offer people a much lower number because they actually put fat. I'm not even saying it's like a way of business. They put more on because they expect to be negotiated. When you send in a bill to the government, there's nobody to negotiate.
Yes.
You send in a bill for $10,000 and they send you a check back for $10,000. If you would call them and said, "We'll give you 5. No, I need more than 5. We'll give you 5. I'm not going to pay any more than 5. Make it 6. No, I'm not going to make it 6. And you'll settle for $5,500. You've just cut the bill almost in half, and it took like 2 minutes. But none of that's
Don't we call that the art of the
But
deal?
that's caring. No, it's not even the art of the deal. It's caring. He uses the word. It's caring.
Yeah.
It's a certain competence, but I think it's more caring than competence.
If you add either ingredient, either competence or caring, you'll get a better outcome. But it stands to reason that if you don't have competence, you don't have caring, you're going to get a terrible deal. And the problem is that the American taxpayers have been getting a terrible deal because look at the last administration.
The part that hurts the most is that what they're saying is technically not incorrect, especially in terms of like how the federal government is utilized. Like, yes, government contracts are mint. Okay, look at the Department of Defense. This is perhaps one of the greatest areas where you can immediately see rampant corruption. Okay. Government has basically unlimited money, and private companies love getting government contracts. So there is truth to all of the things that they're saying as far as like how much they bill and overcharge the government. Ironically enough, none of that actually returns back to the workers either, mind you. It's literally just the executives that are getting paid for all of their negotiations. And it's not even really a negotiation. It's basically lobbying on the front end and then just getting these fat contracts on the receiving end. Having said that, maybe in defense, but as a federal contractor, that is not the case. They keep costs down everywhere and cut funding down on almost all proposals, especially in HHS, EPA, etc. Everything, even when you're going for the lowest bidder, everything on that side of the industry is upcharged. Like the costs are absolutely upcharged. Having said that, because everyone else that's competing with you is also marking up. Having said that, the reason why I get very frustrated about this is that this asshole right here also does that. He is perhaps the greatest beneficiary of the public-private partnership. There is not a single company that he operates that does not rely entirely on either government subsidies or government contracts. That's why it's so frustrating to watch this guy be like, yeah, they're just, they're stealing money. It's crazy. Yeah. It's so annoying.
Can any reasonable person say that the last administration was either competent or caring?
But they lied to us and said that Joe didn't have a cognitive decline.
They fully lied.
They said the borders were closed. They said that the borders were secure. They said that, they said Obamacare would save.
They flat out lied.
They flat out lied.
Insane.
Yeah. I've covered this before, but also this asshole, Donald Trump, personally overcharged Secret Service 3 times the price and still does to this day. So everything that these guys are saying, they have done personally. That's what's so goddamn annoying about this. It's like a bunch of bank robbers who are now in charge of the bank and are saying, you know what the problem is? All these other people are robbing banks, dude. I, on the other hand, will never rob this bank now that I'm in charge of this bank. While I'm also, basically putting my hand in the vault and just grabbing as much as I can.
Welcome back to Hannity, and we are in the Washington swamp where for years far-left bureaucrats burned through your hard-earned tax dollars on woke political causes, Green New Dealism, transgenderism, and, even anti-American propaganda. Those days are now over. More of my interview with President Trump and Elon Musk.
The days of American propaganda are over. Yeah, the day that American propaganda or pro-government or the outlet behaving like a state apparatus, the day that is done means you've killed yourself, Sean Hannity. This is where American propaganda occurs.
As I scroll this information, and I'll scroll a lot more than I'll mention to both of you, and this is the cost savings. I want people at home to understand this part. Average American makes $66,000 a year.
Yeah.
Okay? We have $37 trillion in national debt.
Yes.
Now, all the money I'm about to mention and what we're going to scroll on our screen, and all of this is going to foreign countries. It is not being spent here in America for better schools, law and order.
I think the average tax-paying American should be mad as hell because their tax money is being poorly spent.
All right, let me go to the second question first. I want to know, because people like Joni Ernst and
Joni Ernst has tried for a long time, and she's actually got a lot of good data. Senator Ernst has been really helpful, actually.
Okay, but they actually hide what the real purpose of the spending is.
Sure.
In other words, this is a question. How did you decipher? It will say humanitarian blah, blah, blah in Serbia or Afghanistan. We even give money to China, for crying out loud, which I think is nuts.
We'll give money to the Taliban.
What money to the Taliban?
Like a lot.
All right, so
I'm like, for what? But I want to see the pictures of what they did.
But they try to obscure it, but then you got to the bottom line, which is what I'm now scrolling on the screen, and that is $20 million on a Sesame Street show in Iraq, $56 million to boost tourism in Tunisia and Egypt, $40 million to build schools in Jordan, $11 million to tell the Vietnamese to stop burning trash, $45 million for DEI scholarships in Burma, $520 million for consultant-driven ESG investments in Africa, DEI programs in Serbia. The president's favorite. I'm sure you love that taxpayer money was spent on a DEI musical in Ireland, or a transgender opera in Colombia, or a transgender comic book.
It sounds like how can these things be real? But this is actually what was done. It sounds like a comedy sketch. Or
I have 20 pages of this.
Right. It's not. It's a list a mile long.
If you had to put a number on it, how much do you think you've identified waste, fraud, abuse, corruption at this point? And again, we're going to be scrolling this throughout the program.
Well, the overall goal is to try to get $1 trillion out of the deficit. And if the deficit is not brought under control, America will go bankrupt. This is a very important thing for people to understand. A country is no different from an individual in that if an individual overspends, an individual can go bankrupt, and so can a country. And the massive waste, fraud, and abuse that has been going on, which is leading to a $2 trillion a year deficit. That's what the president was handed on Jan 20th, a $2 trillion deficit. It's insane.
For this fiscal year.
God, the deficit hawking is so stupid, dude. Oh my God. Oh, I hate it. You are literally a recipient, okay? You are... Oh my God, you are a government subsidy eater, okay? You're a real eater too, not like a fake eater, okay? You're in the fucking clean plate club of eating, okay? And also, this guy's a douchebag that offered ginormous tax cuts to corporations and the wealthiest people in America's society. Neither of you care. What is happening?
Yeah, we inherited.
Yeah.
And inflation is back. I'm only here for 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, inflation is back. I'm only here for 2.5 weeks. It's grown. It's even gotten worse. I said I would fix it day one. It got worse.
Inflation is back. Now think of it. Inflation's back, and they said, "Oh, Trump inflation." I had nothing to do with it. These people
really need to understand that tax cuts to corporations are government spending. I know. They don't. They think tax cuts to corporations are good somehow. I don't know why. They think tax cuts to the wealthy are good. They don't Anyway, the Mickey Man. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
have run the country.
My brother's a deficit hog. Oh my Lord. Deficit hogs.
They spent money like nobody's ever spent. They were given $9 trillion to throw out the window. $9 trillion. And they spent it on the Green New Scam, I call it. It's the greatest scam in the history of the country. One of them. We have a lot of them, I guess, but one of them. Dollar-wise, probably.
DEI and wokeism and transgenderism.
Well, that's all part of it, yeah.
And LGBTQ+.
Yes.
By the way, not in America. Other countries, not here.
You know, the amazing thing is when you see, like, the teaching of DEI.
The worst part about it is that the actual deficit hawks are in the Democratic Party, which is diametrically opposed to their ideals, or at least the ideals that they present, which is larger government and government spending initiatives. President Trump participates in the what is this? The FII Institute, Future Investment Initiative Institution, Priority Summit. Holy moly, let's see what this dingus has to say now. Need to shine and see.
We just cleared for 1 or 2 million
Here.
of old. It's you, sir. And then I come to you in the white shirt there.
Okay, I think politicians spend so much time arguing amongst themselves about the problem. Economics is really simple. I've got £10 in my pocket. If I go out and buy free...
Yeah, I'm just like a government, yeah? But also, the government runs like a family, yeah? But also businesses. How do businesses operate without turning profit, yeah? A government is like a family, yeah? Not a business. It's even not like a business either, but even from that perspective, you should understand that you can make investments upon yourself and run a fucking deficit, especially when you're the United fucking States of America, yeah? A deficit in it? Excuse me? I got 10 quid in my pocket. Simple as. What's credit then? I don't know. I've never heard of it. Usury is a sin. Fucking idiot. This is the dumbest argument of all time, okay? Dumbest argument of all time. Well, here's why deficits are bad, okay? I'm a family. I have a family, and I make 10 pounds a day. I shouldn't be spending 11 pounds a day, because then I run the risk of getting into too much debt. Are you the government? Anyway.
Pints of beer in Cambridge, I'm probably borrowing money. If I carry on doing that, then I'm going to run out of money and I'm going to go bust. It's not difficult, guys. Just sit down, work out what the...
I love that he is literally directing this at a fucking economist, this question, who was the finance minister of Greece.
Country needs to do and work collectively
because the
together.
Country does not operate as your budget does.
We have a budget. But why not? Why not? Why not?
Why not? I don't know. Even a company doesn't operate in the same way that your budget does, dumbass, because there's a limit to how much debt you can incur as an individual citizen. You also don't have the same assets as a company does, for example. This is before we even talk about a government, okay?
Country, total expenditure equals total income. In your life, you have a wonderful independence between your expenses and your income. So when you cut down on your expenses, your income doesn't cut. It's not cut. But for the country as a whole, if the country as a whole goes into a major savings spree, then its total income is going to come down. So your personal life is not a good model on which to base that.
There you go. Well, he did it better than I did because he has a cooler accent. But it would have been better if he said, the government doesn't operate like your budget. You absolute donkey. Damn, everyone's clapping. You got absolutely destroyed. Get wrecked, bozo. Oh. It's awesome. It's the classic dumb guy trope to be like, well, my family budget works this way. Okay. That's not even how businesses work, dumbass. And even businesses are not the same as the government.
Very popular. Wow. That's very nice. Sitting next to Elon. Wow, you couldn't do better than that, huh? As well as my own special envoy to the Middle East, who's really done a fantastic job.
Can you explain the difference? Okay, very quickly, I'm going to explain the difference, even though Giannis quite literally did. If the government goes in a spending spree, then people make less money. The government becomes less wealthy overall, okay? But in terms of corporations, which is something that you can understand as well, corporations run a deficit all the time. They take on more and more debt. Why? Because they reinvest it into developing, in the past, into developing, new technologies and stuff. Now they don't really do that. But back in the day, they used to do that. You have to, in the simplest terms, you got to spend money to make money. Okay? That's it. Saving spree. Sorry. What did I say? I misspoke. I fucked it up.
Guy. We did a little show last night. I heard they got very good ratings too, by the way. We did. Hannity. Sean Hannity was fantastic, a fantastic man, a fantastic guy, and he did a show, and it was great being on the show with you last night. I come today with a simple message for business leaders from all across the nation and all around the world. If you want to build the future, push boundaries, unleash breakthroughs, transform industries, and make a fortune, because you want to make a fortune. Most of you have already made a fortune. I don't want to say that. There's no better place on earth than the current and future United States of America under a certain president named Donald J. Trump. I think that...
Also, another part of the government household analogy that is so idiotic is that when the government actually engages in a savings spree, right? Not a spending spree, but a saving spree, who do you think suffers the most? Do you think it's the wealthy? If they were to suffer the most, why are they constantly agitating to do that? It is actually the poor that suffer the most, because a lot of those expenditures go directly to cost-cutting subsidies, okay? If you like, or in the past, if you enjoyed egg prices maintaining relative stability, understand that there is a big chunk of government spending that makes it the case, okay? That makes it so that egg prices remain stable and relatively low. What do you think happens when the government stops spending money?
Happening. Since my election, America's economic engines have come roaring back to life in just a very short period of time. Think of it, from November 5th, the progress that's been made has been amazing. The NASDAQ is up nearly 10% in just a few months, and that's a lot. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 2,200 points, and Bitcoin has set multiple all-time record highs, because everyone knows that I'm committed to making America the crypto capital. We want to stay at the forefront of everything, and one of them is crypto, and Miami seems to be the center of the action, come to think of it, and maybe it'll stay there. Business optimism skyrocketed 42 points. Think of that in a single month, the most in history by far. That's the biggest increase in history by not even close. The ISM index of manufacturing activity surged into positive territory for the first time in many years. Amazing. And it was just announced, this is an interesting one, I didn't realize it was that bad for so long, but it was just announced by one of the nation's most historically accurate and respected pollsters, Rasmussen, that the number of Americans who believe our country is on the right track now exceeds those who think it's heading in the wrong direction. For the first time in 20 years. Can you believe that? 20 years. And this is really a seismic 27-point swing from just before the election. Nobody's ever seen anything like that one, yes, sir. I want to tell you, that's a big one. The best and most successful business leaders on earth are now racing to invest in the United States. Since November, DeMac has announced plans to invest $40 billion in the U.S., creating at least 10,000 jobs. SoftBank has announced investments of between $100 and $200 billion, creating at least 100,000 American jobs. Oracle and OpenAI and SoftBank are now collectively committing $500 billion to keep the United States on the cutting edge of artificial intelligence, and so many more. I mean, so many companies that want to come to the White House and have a little news conference all the time. I said, why don't you just announce it? But they want to come, and I'll do that. I don't mind doing that. I say anytime they want to go 10 billion or more, I'm there. 10 billion or more. But on his recent visit to the White House, the Prime Minister of Japan announced he anticipates Japanese investment in the United States of well over $1 trillion, and we're working on an Alaska pipeline already, which is the closest point to Asia. And as you know, the ANWR, which we've started, Ronald Reagan couldn't get it approved. Nobody could get it approved for so many years. Couldn't get it approved. I got it approved. Actually, I got it approved twice. I got it approved, and Biden ended it. That was a shocker. But we just got it approved again. And we're going to be, it's probably the largest deposit maybe anywhere in the world, just by itself. It's, they say, of similar size to Saudi Arabia, so we hope that's correct. But all of this is only happening because of the world-changing results of the 2024 election. We won the House, we won the Senate, the White House, and the Electoral College, and the popular vote in a landslide. We also won all 7 swing states, and all 50 states shifted in the Republican direction for the first time ever. So every state, every single state of the 50 states shifted Republican. It's never happened before. Either way, it's never happened. And 85% of counties voted for Trump. Think of that. So you have 2,600 counties versus 525. 2,600. Think of that. That's why when you look at the election map after it was all done, the certified map, the whole thing was red. 2,600 versus 500. It's a big difference. Nobody's seen anything like it, actually. So as a result of this very historic victory, investors from all over the planet once again have confidence in America's future and respect for America's leaders. And it's about time we get a little respect. The last administration was the worst and most incompetent in the history of our country, but we are moving quickly to fix every single disaster Joe Biden created and make America stronger and more prosperous than ever before. Our first and most urgent mission is to remove the criminals that Biden allowed into our country with the ridiculous and very dangerous open borders policy. They came from all over the world. They came from prisons and jails. They came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They were gang members. They were drug lords. They came from all over, and they were allowed to come into our country. And we're getting them out in record levels, just like they came in record levels. I want to thank Tom Homan and Christine, who was...
Oh my God, it's so fucking boring. He never shuts the fuck up about the same shit. Never anything new here. Holy moly. I guess it's my idiotic expectation that he's going to talk about something different, but...
is taking them back. They're sending their criminals to us, and they're all taking them back. We had a little problem with a couple of them that ended very quickly. And because some said, we don't really want MS-13 back in our country. But I said, congratulations, you're taking them back. And they take them back. And by the way, Europe and other places ought to start also doing that. They better start looking at immigration, because it's really hurting Europe very, very badly. And they better get smart, and they better get tough before it's too late. We're also working to end the highest inflation in our country's history, all caused because they played with our energy policy and wasted money on the Green New Scam and other things such as that. And they wasted monies at never seen before levels. If Joe Biden had simply held federal spending at the pre-pandemic levels we had in 2019, we would.
You should watch the latest video game donkey video. He pretty much leaves a scathing comment on you without naming you directly. Says Hasan's view count bot. I doubt it.
Tariff income, which is really, it's already turned out to be amazing, actually. It's really meant more for bringing countries and companies into
It's the best language.
Our
it's the
country,
best word in the world.
The numbers are
in the English language.
Staggering. Because we're the big piggy bank that everybody wants to be. And they can play games and they can say, well, there'll be retribution and, equal this and that. But they can't be equal. But we want to keep it so that we're the big piggy bank. And if we had years like we did the last 4 years, that wouldn't have lasted too long. So we're not promising it. But, all of these things could happen. We hope to balance our budget. So I don't want to promise it, because if I do and we come about $10 short, the fake news media back there would say, we have breaking news. He did not make it. He did not make it. But we'll get it done very soon. It might not be this year, but it could be this year. Actually, we have a chance at getting it even this year, which people would be shocked at, because they were talking about 10 years, 15 years, 20 years from now. When I took office last month, we inherited the consequences of inflation. That was more than 4 times what it was when I left 4 years ago. Think of that. I left, it was at 1.4%. And the annual government spending over $1.5 trillion more than projected in 2020 alone. $1.5 trillion. But under the Trump administration, all of that is changing faster and more dramatically than anyone ever thought possible. They didn't think it was possible to do what we've done in just a very short period of time. We've accomplished more in 4 weeks than most administrations accomplish in 4 years. On my first day in office, I imposed an immediate federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, and a foreign aid freeze. I signed an order creating the Department of Government Efficiency and put a man named Elon Musk in charge. Thank you, Elon, for doing it. Thank you very much. And he's doing a great job. I wish you could have seen him last night. It's really, he's a very committed person. He's a very serious person. And he's a very high IQ people. I like high IQ people. Not all have to be, but, it'd be nice to have some people up there that he's a seriously high IQ individual. Now, he's got his faults also, I will tell you that. But not too many of them, which is now really waging war on government waste, fraud, and abuse. And they're curbing inflation and saving taxpayers billions and billions of dollars every single day. And there's even under consideration a new concept where we give 20% of the Doge savings to American citizens and 20% goes to paying down debt, because the numbers are incredible, Elon. So many billions of dollars, billions, hundreds of billions. And we're thinking about giving 20% back to the American citizens and 20% down to pay back debt and pay down debt, which is, if you look at value, if it were a real estate balance sheet, the debt is tiny, but we still want to pay it down. Doesn't matter. We don't look at it as a piece of real estate. It's America. We're going to get it down through intelligence, hard work, and, as Elon said, a word called caring. You have to care. By doing this, Americans will tell us where there's waste. They'll be reporting it themselves. They participate in the process of saving money. So many of the men and women in this room, as an example, they pay tremendous amounts of taxes. And here are just a few examples of where your money was going before I came along. These are just some of just taken at random. Oh, there are much worse examples than this. I was just looking at them before the speech, and I can tell you they were much worse. And there are some that are horrible, but I don't want to really say them because they're very, very embarrassing.
Do you reckon he survives this term? Evil never dies. Evil never dies. Dick Cheney is still alive. Evil never dies. Trump is talking about this. Will never happen, of course. President Trump and Elon Musk proposed 5,000 Doge dividend checks to all Americans with a possible $1 trillion in savings. Oh my God, this is literally like a TikTok meme. We're operating on TikTok memes. President Donald Trump is going to give every American $5,000 after they cut $1 trillion in spending is if you believe this, if you believe that this is going to happen, you have to be the dumbest person on the fucking planet. Okay? Like straight up. Especially like every part of this is ridiculous. The part where they're going to cut $1 trillion in spending, ridiculous. Okay? What will happen in that process will make the $5,000 Doge dividend that you get look like $3. Okay? That's the other side of this. The other side of this equation that makes this such a fucking insanely stupid thing is that cutting $1 trillion would probably make prices explode. We'd look like Argentina. Okay? And if you think that, let's say, they did the unthinkable, they did the unimaginable, they successfully chopped $1 trillion from the government budgets. If you think you are going to see a penny of that money, you are also the dumbest person on the planet. Read the second reply. From Grok, I would rather kill myself than watch, listen to a Grok summary of
Medical
Doge cuts. Okay?
Circumcision. What does that mean? $2.3 million for strengthening independent voices in Cambodia.
$1 trillion is larger.
$14 million for improving public.
$1 trillion is larger than the yearly budget for the Department of Defense. Like everything, okay? DOD is like $850 million, okay? $1 trillion would mean that we've cut spending in the United States of America an larger amount. 850 billion, sorry. Did I say million? 850 billion. That'd be really funny if the US military only cost $1 billion a year. 850 billion. $1 trillion in US spending is more than the fucking DOD's yearly costs, okay?
$29 million to strengthen the political landscape in Bangladesh. $20 million for fiscal federalism and $19 million in addition to the $21 million for biodiversity conversion in Nepal. $1.5
if everyone
million
got 5,000, that's more than 1 trillion, if not 1.5 trillion. Yeah, it's so stupid.
$14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $2.5 million for inclusive democracies in South Africa. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well. We don't need to give them money. And in another program, $50 million plus another $50 million for condoms for Hamas. Do you know about that? $100 million for condoms. Condoms. Does everybody know what a condom is? For Hamas.
Wait, why is he still? They admitted that this was wrong. Why are they still saying
just some. I could read this list all day long. I just don't want to bore you. But these are just some, and not nearly as bad as others. And some are just, I just don't want to say them because they're too.
They just keep doubling. They keep giving more condoms to Hamas.
We're also finding tremendous abuse, waste, and fraud in Social Security. Social Security is what's happening.
They've doubled the number of condoms going to Hamas. How is this possible? After they openly admitted that it was a lie. Elon Musk literally said, sometimes we get things wrong. It's not a big deal. And he's still like, no, they're giving $1 trillion of condoms to Hamas.
109. Think of that. Now, over 100, there aren't a lot of people that make it. Hopefully, most of the people in this room will make it. But historically, you don't have thousands and thousands of people. But listen to this. 3.6 million people are on Social Security rolls from the age of 110 years old to 119. Do you think there are really that many? Those people are seriously old. But it gets worse. 3.47 million people are on Social Security from the age of 120 years old to 129 years old. 3.9 million people are on the age of Social Security, from 130 years old to 139 years old. Now, the all-time record, I heard, is a woman who was 127 years old. That's the record. A woman from a certain country where they have actually people that live pretty long, actually. And she was 127 years old. That's pretty old. But we're topping her by millions of people. 3.5 million people from the age 140 to 149 years old. 1.3 million people are on Social Security from the age 150 to 159. And over 130,000 people are on Social Security over the age of 160 years old, okay? Including 1,039 people, think of it, over 1,000 people between the ages of 220 to 229. And one person between the age of 240 years old to 249. And the record topper, there is one person on Social Security who's 360 years old, which is approximately 110 years older than our country.
Like, dude, you guys rely on Social Security. Half of this fucking room is old as shit. Even at the Investment Institute, you have parents, you have grandparents. The fuck? They're clapping.
What's going on? So we'll find that out pretty easily because we have a lot of computer geniuses. I said to Elon, who are these people that are doing this, the Doge people? I said, who are they? Where do they come from? He said, well, number one, they love our country. Number two, they're really genius at computers. So nobody's going to fool them. When they go in, they see some bureaucrat.
This could be from survivor benefits? Yes. Yes, it is. You want to know who also took Social Security survivor benefits and then spent the rest of his life shitting on that concept and trying to claw it back from everybody else? Famous Republican Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan's dad died due to, I believe, alcoholism. And Social Security actually made sure that Paul Ryan survived the process. Okay? And then, of course, he survived the process long enough so that he could fucking turn it. Well, Ayn Rand, too, obviously, that's a famous case. But, like, that doesn't... I'm talking about Social Security that extends beyond the person dying. Okay? Not just Social Security for people who are alive at that point.
Will be is, does the money come back to them? Because nobody can be stupid like that.
It's not only just survivor benefits. It's literally one check or one payment that went out before someone was proven dead with a death certificate.
So we'll figure that out pretty easily, I think, and quickly. But I've ended all of the so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion programs across the entire federal government and private sector, and notified every single government DEI officer that their jobs have been deleted. They're all deleted. And it's interesting, even these countries...
You just told me Social Security saved Paul Ryan's life, and you want me to be on board for keeping it around? Tough sell. Yes. I'm still on board with keeping it around.
I can't believe it. They just announced that they're stopping. And, you know, these companies are writing off like $220 million. How can you spend that much money no matter what you're doing? If you're teaching something, you're going to have an instructor. You're going to talk. You're going to give them a book. Please read the book. You know, then you find
what should I do about being such a centrist? Why? Why are you a centrist?
And we were going in the wrong way. And our military was really, although I tell you, you know, we defeated ISIS with our military in 3 weeks. General Raisin Kane he's some general. He's a real general, not a television general. And 3 weeks, ISIS. And I asked him.
Hey man, give Snappy a shout out for their contribution of gifted subs to the community.
We have the greatest
Snappy Apples
military in the world, but we don't have the greatest.
Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
That's why Afghanistan was such a horrible situation and so embarrassing and so many other things. But when we want to, with proper leadership, there's nobody even close to us. We have the best equipment in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. But we have the best military. But, you know, we never fight to win. We fight to just keep it going forever. And when we fight to win, there's nobody that can even come close to us. But I was talking to General Dan Kane, we call him Raisin Kane, And I was told it would take about 4 years to defeat ISIS, and he did it in 3 weeks. I said to him, what do you think, General? How long will it take? Sir, I think we should do it in less than 4 weeks. You're going to have time left over, and he did that. And we were told by the television generals it would take 4 years, so we did it. That's when I went to Iraq. I flew to Iraq, and late at night, the dark of night, all the windows
Oh, he loves
closed,
this story.
all the lights off in the plane. And
I feel
Air
like
Force
Batman or Halo. Thank you for the 7 gifted
One.
subs.
We flew in, and it was
I
pretty
feel like
amazing
Batman
up
or
there.
Halo.
We were landing, and there were no
That's
lights,
awesome.
no lights in the plane.
Awesome
Sir, we have to
username.
turn off all lights. I said, you mean we
Gone
spend
but not
$9
forgotten.
trillion, or we have to fly in and
Legendary
Air Force
Green
One with the
Beret
lights
who
off?
exploded himself
And I went
outside
up
of the
to
Trump
pilot,
Tower.
said hello. And by the way, these guys are like central casting. These are the best looking human beings. Everybody is like perfect. The most handsome people, the best looking people you've ever seen with the flat tops and the whole thing. And I was a little concerned because the lights are off and everything's off. And even the lights in where he was were down, very dim, very, very dim, with all of the lights on the fancy dashboards of the plane, of Air Force One. We're getting a new Air Force One if they can ever finish the damn thing. We're getting 2 of them, actually. But we may have to go a different route because it's taken them a long time. We're going to get military that's going to start building. We're going to get people to start building properly again in our country because they don't build properly. This was Boeing. But we're up there and...
Cheeseburger Eddie.
Looking at these people.
Thank you for the 10
and again,
gifted.
I say, they look like Tom Cruise, but better. Stronger, tougher. And I like...
It's really incredible how anyone believes anything he says at this point ever. Yes. A July 2024 report from Social Security's Inspector General states that from 2015 through 2022, the agency paid out almost $8.6 trillion in benefits, including $71.8 billion, or less than 1%, in improper payments. Most of the erroneous payments were overpayments to living people. Also, from what I understand, doesn't Social Security, like there's obviously auditing occurring in this process all the time. And when they figure out that they've overpaid, they just take the money out of your bank account just as easily as they put it in to your bank account. Same with payments being made to people who die while they're on Social Security.
I said, Captain, Captain, we don't see any lights. Is everything? Yes, sir, everything's fine, sir. We'll be landing in 3 minutes. And then it goes like 600, 500. Captain, are we okay? And then he goes 400, 300, 200. And I'm saying, man, there's nothing out there. And then he goes, boom, perfect landing right on this thing. There are no lights on the runway.
You want to know the irony? I think like gutting the IRS or gutting federal agencies is unironically going to cause more faulty payments and probably cause Social Security to go out to people who have died more frequently because you fired employees that are most likely auditing that process. So that's the other side of this bargain, which is that, a big part of government spending also goes to ensuring that there isn't additional payments being made, for example. There's all of this accounting that is necessary. But of course, it doesn't matter because clearly they don't care if there's a lot of faulty payments happening because they want to completely gut it anyway. They want to destroy it. Anyway, the numbers that Elon Musk presented weren't faulty payments anyway. It was actually just, it was a faulty interpretation of the data that exists. Social Security, they said they reclaimed over 200 million incorrect payments in the last few years. It's an incredibly low error rate, under 1%, because getting Social Security takes a massively high bar, and faking someone staying alive past their death for more than a month or two is really, really hard, and most people think it's easy because stupid. Yeah. Can we just debunk his claims then move on? His voice is infuriating. Well, I can't even debunk his claims in real time, considering that he brought forth that faulty Social Security notion probably 35 minutes ago. And in that process, he just kept lying and droning on and on about how He wanted to suck the dicks of the helicopter pilots or whatever, or the plane pilots that landed him in Iraq in the dead of the night with no lights on. And also added 8 other lies on top of the initial lie. It is virtually impossible to, in real time, fact check Donald Trump. It has always been impossible. There will never be there, because every sentence is established on a faulty premise, and then the additional sentences that accompany the first sentence also expand on that initial lie with new lies. Like the condoms for Gaza story is fantastic. It's a great example of this, okay? Donald Trump's administration, Caroline Leavitt, comes out and says, we're giving Hamas $50 million worth of condoms. Turns out it's not condoms, and turns out it's not Hamas. It's Mozambique, a part of the U.S. aid initiative to send contraceptives and like medical sanitary products like to Mozambique, okay? Gaza in Mozambique, not Gaza, the Gaza Strip. And it's not $50 million, but it doesn't matter. What did Donald Trump say today? Earlier today, Donald Trump doubled the number, said it's not 50 million. Now he's saying it's 100 million, and also and still is claiming that it's going to Hamas. We are now giving $100 million of condoms to Hamas. Why do we do that, though? Seems like a waste. Good thing you don't work in the responsible agency that, decides what kind of anti-HIV spreading initiatives that we're engaged in Africa for social welfare and for the healthcare of the entire fucking planet. Yeah, I know, dude. If you're the guy making these decisions, you're going to make a lot of stupid fucking decisions. I think personally, with a metric ton of evil shit that the American empire does, I feel like any sort of initiative that combats HIV spreading in Africa, in African nations, is a good thing. Okay, we are broke though. No, we're not. This is the richest country on the fucking planet, you dumbass. What do you mean we're broke? Shut the fuck up. What are you saying? We're broke. Oh my God, if America's broke, what are you? You're dead. You're a peasant.
They're playing golf, or they have other jobs. But they're not working, or they're certainly not working hard. You could never build a company or a country with that. So we have a very strong policy, and if they don't show up to work, they get fired. And we're trying to make our government smaller but much stronger. And we have tremendous bureaucracy, but it's happening. A lot of people are leaving, and in some cases leaving with pretty good offers. You're paid 7 or 8 months and go out, find a job. But some of these people had jobs. They were actually working for us, but they also had other jobs. And those people, in theory, they have problems. I don't know if we're going to do anything about that. So we have other things to do, but they were working other jobs instead of working for us. So they were staying home working, but they were working other jobs, getting paid a lot of money, perhaps. We offered deferred resignation buyouts.
I shouldn't have yelled at that chatter and called him a dumbass. He probably thinks we're broke because his infrastructure is crumbling, and he doesn't see a single dollar that of that GDP returned back to him in meaningful social benefits. So he probably thinks, understandably, like many Americans, oh, we must be really broke. It's probably because of, what are these guys at the top saying? The deficit. That must mean that is probably the reason why we're broke, because the potholes ain't getting fixed. My infrastructure is dog shit. Internet sometimes cuts out for no fucking reason. So that's the reason why you probably think you're broke. You're not. I mean, you individually are probably broke, but the American government certainly is not broke. Okay? And it's also kind of funny to assume that the American government is broke because of USAID sending condoms to Mozambique. Not just condoms, but like contraceptives in general, to combat HIV in one African nation. Like, that is really breaking the bank. Okay?
Great. In other words, we will rapidly grow our economy by dramatically shrinking the federal government, and we have to do it. I'm also taking fast action to end the radical left's nation-wrecking crusade against oil and natural gas. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration cut the number of new oil leases and gas leases by 95%, They slowed new pipeline. I mean, look at the Dakota Access, they wanted that one knocked out. The Keystone Pipeline, they wanted that one knocked out. They ended the Keystone. We got the Dakota Access done, but it wasn't easy after they tried to stop it. They slowed new oil and gas pipeline construction to virtually a halt. They shut down 38%
Yep, exactly.
of
Thanks for
active
correcting
oil
yourself.
and
The
gas
deficit
rigs
is why
in
I
the
think we're
United
broke.
States, but
Okay.
they love the
You know, I wasn't correcting myself. I was correcting myself on why you are wrong. Okay? I was apologizing not because you were right. I was apologizing because you're wrong, but you're probably wrong because people lie to you all the time. And that's crazy. That didn't imply, I didn't at any point imply that you were correct and I was wrong in my initial assessment. I was just wrong in how I handled it.
Meant for emergencies. It was meant for emergencies. It wasn't meant for getting a price of gasoline down so that you can win an election. It didn't work for winning the election. Actually, there's so many people that are driving that it's a very small number, just had a very small effect. But in the meantime, it takes it down. We'll fill it up fast, but it's at the lowest level. When we made the transition, it was at the lowest level in history ever recorded. It's the lowest level. Nobody's ever seen it that way. They put it all out because they thought they could keep gasoline prices down a little bit, just go past the election, and after that, they didn't care. And it didn't work because they didn't get elected. I got elected. But the price of gasoline still rose over 35%, and in some cases, at some periods, it was 100% and 125% during certain periods of time. Under the Trump administration, we have implemented a very different plan. You probably heard of it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. And we're doing it. The world runs on low-cost energy, and energy-producing nations like us have nothing to apologize for. We have more energy than any other nation in the world, and we're going to use it. And we're going to use it on AI plants. I was telling some of the people that came in that, they're very interested. Everybody's talking about AI. I hope you're right. I don't know. Who knows? But Elon, are they right? Are they right in going all? They are all in for AI. But the problem is, to do it, just in our country, you need twice the electricity just to open up and be the top of AI. You need twice the electricity that we have right now in the entire country. If you take all of the electricity, you need more than twice. You need double what we have right now just to fuel this new industry that's growing. I was amazed when I heard that number. And they all said, how can we do this? Because, in China and various other places, you can probably get it with the shake of a hand. But in our country, you can't. But now you can, because I'm declaring a national emergency in order to get fast approvals. And we're going to have, if you build a plant, you're able to build an electric generating facility right next to your plant. So you'll be making your own. You won't have to count on utilities. You won't have to count on an old grid that could fail, could get hit by something, bad things or good things. But you're not going to have to. You're not going to have to worry about grids. You'll build your plant, and you'll build essentially you'll become a utility in a way. You'll build your own electricity. If you want to build extra and put it out and get paid for that, you're going to be able to do that. You could put it back into the grid, but you're going to be able to build with your plant a generating facility, and we're going to get you Lee Zeldin, head of the environmental the environmental group, various groups.
What?
And we've got them unified now, but we're going to get you very fast approval.
He wants factories to build their own energy grids. Is that what he's saying? Like we're going to let you do your own energy. We're going to if you're a private corporation, you can just build your own energy grid. Is that what he's saying? Entirely on fossil fuels for the AI data centers. Oh, great. Love that.
Wasteful deficit spending. And I withdrew the United States from the unfair one-sided Paris Climate Accord, and I ended Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate because it was just insane. I repealed the last, and by the way, if you want to buy an electric car, it's great. If you want to buy a gasoline-driven car or a hybrid, it's great. Whatever the thing happens to be. I heard hydrogen's hot. The problem is when it's not, you're in deep trouble, because when that sucker blows up, they don't find the body. So that's one that I said, you know what, let's take a pass on that one. They said it's good, but when it's bad, it's really bad. You find the bodies on trees, on the side of a tree. I said, I think we'll pass on that one, right? We're not going to want that one. But you never know. Maybe someday it'll be good, but it doesn't sound like it's off to a good start. I repealed the last administration's very destructive natural gas export ban. And last week we approved our first new liquefied natural gas export license. And we have literally hundreds of people that want to export. I recently met with the Japanese Prime Minister, Shiba, to discuss large increases in American oil and gas exports. They want it so badly. They said we went to the Biden administration.
He's going to be dead soon. He don't care about our fucking planet. Bro, rich people, no matter what age they are, don't care about the planet. Okay? It's just like, it doesn't matter. They think that they can, with their wealth, they think they can avoid some of the worst impacts.
Very few people, like very few countries have, like really actually no country has. I also met with Prime Minister Modi of India, who wants to greatly expand India's purchase of American energy. And my administration has also launched the most aggressive deregulation program of any nation in history. Under my executive order, for every one new regulation added, 10 old regulations have to be eliminated. And you know, in our first term, which was actually an incredible success, we had the greatest economy in history until COVID, and even after that, we did great. The stock market was higher. If you think of it, it was higher after the fact. After we went through that whole thing, it was higher than it was just prior to COVID coming in, which is a pretty amazing thing. But we did a great job on that, but it was a terrible thing for the world. The whole world suffered. It suffered terribly, including China, including other countries. It was a terrible period of time. But despite that, we did well. But we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And I think this time we're going to do even better. We were artificially hurt by COVID. We had to focus on that instead of focusing on, but just prior to COVID coming in, there's never been anything like what we did, what we achieved. And even after, we did very well, and especially considering what all of us had to do with COVID. Some nations were hit so badly, it's just unbelievable what happened to them. As part of our effort, I've signed executive orders to keep the United States at the forefront of artificial intelligence and to end Joe Biden's war on Bitcoin and crypto. We ended that war totally. That war is over. They were very hostile toward them until the very end, just because there's so many people on Bitcoin and crypto that just before the end, the SEC came out and they were being very nice. I was so nice to people because so many people were being indicted for no reason whatsoever. Very political group of people. That's all they did was they liked indicting people, but they were being indicted, and many of those indictments were dropped just before the election because they said, wait a minute, there's 100 million, 125 million people using this, and they didn't want to have, you know, all these people being voted against. But by the time they did that, it was too late. We had that vote entirely, I think. I think anybody smart that believed in that, and there were a lot of people believing it, anybody that was smart voted for Trump. And they pulled the indictments, and I see people that were indicted. I said, I saved your life. I saved your life. Because if they thought that, they actually thought that I was doing it, they said, why is Trump doing it? Is he doing it for political reasons? I don't do anything for political reasons. I do what's right. I want to be in the forefront of every industry. So I'll be working with the Republican Congress to pass the largest tax cuts in American history. And that includes, obviously, that includes we have to extend the Trump tax cuts, which were, until now, the largest. We're going to dramatically cut taxes for families and for workers and for companies, including no tax on tips and hopefully no tax on Social Security and no tax on overtime. And that overtime one is a sleeper because I think a lot of people are going to be spurred on to do a lot of extra work. When they hear that, it's a lot of companies really like it, and a lot of people really like it. The new Trump tax cuts will also include 100% expensing for new factory construction in the United States and anything
Now he's
else that
finally
you're
getting to
gonna
what he's
buy
doing.
with capital. If you buy something that is going to be good for our country, we're going to let you expense it, 1 year expense. And I did that the first time, and everybody was saying, can you go back to that? Now you still get, I guess, 40% or whatever, but it pares down. But we're going to bring that right up to the top level. I think that had a lot to do with the success that I had during my first term. And we'll substantially cut taxes for all domestic producers of oil and gas and just about everything else that they produce. In my first term, I brought the business tax down from around 40% to 21%,
Let's go.
which
More
everybody
tax
said was an
cuts.
impossible thing to do. I cut it from 40. It actually was state and city was much higher than 40, but I got it down 21%, and now I'm bringing it down to a goal of 15%, but only if you make your product in America. In other words, you're going to be at 21%, but if you make your product in America, you're going to go from 21 to 15. If you don't, you're going to pay 21%, which is still lower than anything. So
Wait, why are you cutting taxes for people that are producing overseas then? If your entire purpose, if you want to tax companies less and incentivize them positively, then you can do that in the opposite direction. Tax companies more, bring it back to the pre-existing corporate tax rate or even go higher than that if they're producing overseas, and then keep the current tax rate. Or obviously, in the perfect world, we would increase the current tax rate as well for the corporations because he decreased it initially. Why wouldn't he do that? Why is he offering a tax cut to corporations and also an additional tax to corporations that are manufacturing in the U.S.? It almost is like Trump's not smart. No, dude, it's because he doesn't give a shit about anything. He just simply wants to cut taxes for his buddies, okay?
If they don't charge us, we don't charge them. It's pretty simple. The Republican Party is...
Honest question, if everyone gets a tax cut, why should you be sad about it? Great question, okay? I'm not going to dunk on you. I'm not going to make fun of you. Because taxes, if you are, not a part of the capital owning class, especially at the tippy top of the capital owning class, okay, taxes end up funding a lot of the things that you take advantage of, right? Taxes obviously fund the roads, the electricity grid, infrastructure improvements that are definitely necessary, okay? Public education, things like that. And the poorer you are, the more distance you have towards being a, 10 millionaire, 100 millionaire, the more you rely on those things. Okay? So when we do broad tax cuts for every single person, those initiatives that you rely on a lot more than the wealthy rely on become worse and worse in a state of dire disrepair. And then, when it's in a state of dire disrepair, then private corporations come in and say, oh, we'll fix it. Just give it to us. This is broken. And then you say, okay, well, anything is better than the current situation. It's clear that the government hasn't really funded these initiatives. It's clear that the government is incapable of fixing basic things. And then private enterprise comes in and they paywall these things that you were taking advantage of with your taxes. So on the one hand, while you're maybe getting $5 back on your monthly taxable income, the benefits for that extra $5 was returning to your pocket in a competent government tenfold, 20-fold, 30-fold. It's clear you're a New Jersey brain cuck. Shut up, let the big dog speak. Nah, my electricity bill pays for that, Jackie. Taxes get sent abroad and spent on bullshit. Who you capping, you fuck? And no, I didn't vote for him, so go ahead. What? Why are you pre-firing arguments? Taxes get sent abroad and spent on bullshit. Who you capping, you fuck? Although there are a lot of our taxes do get spent on ridiculous initiatives or death and destruction overseas, ultimately there's still a big chunk of it that goes back to, or in theory is supposed to go back to fixing your fucking potholes. Okay? I don't think this country is going to survive the second Trump term.
The satellite pictures
We'll see.
of the field, it's a level field. And it looks like a modern day version of Gettysburg. And you know what that means. It is just carnage. It's horrible. And, you know, it's not American soldiers. It's not even soldiers from the Middle East in the case of Ukraine, Russia, but it's...
Yeah, it's also really funny because, like, in terms of foreign investment or money going overseas, okay, the Trump administration has already talked about increasing military spending by $100 billion. Okay? So they're not cutting the DOD expenses.
One case. But think of it, a modestly successful comedian, President Zelensky, talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that basically couldn't be won, that never had to start and never would have started if I was president, not even a chance. And it didn't start for 4 years.
Oh, here we go.
Never would have started. But
Here
a war
we go.
that he, without the U.S. and Trump, will never be able to settle. They'll never settle that war without our involvement. That's why they did such a great job this weekend. That's why Saudi Arabia did such a great job this weekend in hosting. The United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe, and Europe's money is guaranteed. They get their money back. It's a form of a loan. Nobody knows that. I know that. I said, why isn't somebody saying, you know, we do it the same way? And we spent much more money. We have to equalize. But while the United States gets nothing back, so they get their money back. It's a loan. We just give our money. And we had a deal based on rare earth and things, but they broke that deal. But they broke it 2 days ago. We had a deal because I said, we're spending $350 billion, and Europe gets their money back in the form of a loan, and we don't. We're just giving the money hand over fist. That's the Biden administration for you. But they're no longer dealing with the same United States as they were dealing with a few months ago. Why didn't crooked Joe Biden demand equalization, and that this war is far more important to Europe than it is to us, and that there's a very big, beautiful ocean, a separation? This is, you know, we're helping Europe. We're trying to help Europe. On top of this, Zelensky admits that half of the money that we sent them is missing. They don't know where the money is. He said, well, we don't know where half of it is. That's great, wonderful. He refuses to have elections. It's low in the real Ukrainian polls. I mean, how can you be high with every city is being demolished? It's hard to be high. Somebody said, oh, no, his polls are good. Give me a break. Every city is being demolished. They look like a demolition site, every single one of them. And the only thing he was really good at was playing Joe Biden like a fiddle. He played him like a fiddle. That's an expression we use, Yasser, to say that he's pretty easy, pretty easy. A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left. Got to move fast, because that war is going in the wrong direction. In the meantime, we're successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia, something all admit that only Trump is going to be able to do in the Trump administration. We're going to be able to do it. I think Putin even admitted that. Biden never tried. Europe has failed to bring peace, and Zelensky probably maybe he wants to keep the gravy train.
Listen, cutting a deal or getting to the ceasefire negotiations table, ceasefire negogestions under the Biden leadership was an opportunity that the Biden leadership did not actually take. Okay, they didn't do it with Israel. They left it up to Donald Trump. They didn't do it with Russia, and they left it up to Donald Trump. So just remember that anytime people talk about like where we're at in terms of American foreign policy.
I love Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered, and millions of people have unnecessarily died. And you can't bring a war to an end if you don't talk to both sides. You got to talk. They haven't been talking for 3 years. So we hope to see a ceasefire soon and to reestablish stability in Europe and the Middle East. Whatever. Thank you very much.
Does
And
Chad have anything
as
else
I've
to
said
say besides
before, it's
calling
my
him
hope
names? Why are conservatives like this? After so much death and destruction, after literally saying like Kamala Harris is a prostitute and whatever, they turn around and are like, "Oh, you're calling my big beautiful boy names. I'm so sad." Like, don't do that. If you're a Trump supporter, don't do that. Like, have some decency, please. Okay.
Of peace,
don't behave like a little fucking snowflake.
creation
You little
and
bitch.
expansion the world has ever seen. We're on our way. I mean, everyone's talking about us. 3 weeks. We're in there for a couple of days more than.
You're not even like, he doesn't even know who you are, and he's not going to do anything that's good for you in any way, shape, or form. So why the fuck are you sad? Which video Don Jr. quote tweeted? Zelensky should really just go win the war without our endless dollars. Let's see how that works out. What? This isn't even him. This is like a very clearly an AI video. What? Even if it was him, what difference does that make? But it's not even. Oh
First,
God.
but in
We're
the
getting
end, we
progress-
want America first.
We're
and
getting progressively dumber and dumber.
beautiful,
Oh my
which It's
God.
going to be pretty soon. We want to help other countries, and you want to help other countries. But, you know, I tell your leaders, and some of the leaders are in this room right now, you got to put your country first. Whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether it's something else, you got to put your country first. But we're going to have plenty left over to help others also. As long as you invest in America, build in America, and hire in America, that means that I'm fighting for you. I am fighting very hard for you. Together, we're going to make the United States of America bigger, better, bolder, richer, and greater than ever before. It's going to be stronger than ever before. We're going to be a peacemaker and a peacekeeper. We're going to stop people from these stupid, never-ending wars. We're not going to partake in them ourselves, but we'll be stronger and more powerful than anybody by far. And if it ever came to war, there is nobody that will be able to come close to us. But we don't think that's going to ever happen. So I want to thank you all very much. It's a great honor to be here. And I think somebody said they're going to ask questions. And I didn't say, gee, what are the questions like Biden does? I say, just ask. It doesn't matter. You ask a question and I give an answer. So I think, Richard, you're going to come up and you're going to give me some questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Please, a round of applause for the President of the United States of America. Thank you. Mr. President, thank you for accepting to take a few questions. 20 years ago, I don't know if you will remember, we were under the same roof in Orlando and you were delivering an amazing speech in front of 3,000 sales reps, giving them the best advice to be successful.
To be fair, American money must be spent on America's competent army and its veterans, according to Asman Thought. Do you believe that Trump's move towards redirecting neoliberal directives / market creating revenue outflows is a sign of America's shift towards a post-capitalist Asmanist order? Yes. Considering that Asman Gold just simply is, you know, agreeing with the overwhelming majority of things that Donald Trump says, Asmanist thought is just Trumpist thought. Okay? The coping goes hard in this chat, Lamau. I will reiterate the same position. No, don't ban that guy. I will reiterate the same position that I have maintained over and over again. Okay? This chat cares more about your material conditions and your well-being than you do about your own damn self. Okay? Understand this. When people complain about Donald Trump, I know that you think it's from a partisan perspective, especially in a chat like this one, right? You're like conditioned to thinking this is like a pro-Kamala-crat, pro-Democrat, like unconditionally love Democratic Party style chat. It's not. I rip into the Democratic Party when they were in power far more than I did to the Republicans because they were conceding to the Republicans. So it almost felt like I was shitting on the Republicans anyway. Okay? Make no mistake. The reasons as to why members of this community, and myself included, shit on Donald Trump is because the initiatives that he's taking is going to make your lives worse. Maybe one day you will understand that reality, or maybe you will keep getting angrier and angrier, not recognizing why your conditions are worsening, even though your great white savior is now in charge and he, you know, banned transgenderism or whatever you think is pog and based. Okay? That's it. No matter how much people make it seem as though the anger and resentment towards Donald Trump is just simply on partisan boundaries or simply because they just don't like it. They hate America. Liberals hate America. Leftists hate America. And they hate that, like, liberals hate America and they hate that Donald Trump is making America great. The real reasons as to why I am angry at Donald Trump is because he is stealing your money, okay? You already don't make enough of it. He's allowing all of these dipshits in this room to steal more of your money. That's it, okay? Things are just going to get progressively worse and worse. Things that you rely on that the federal government actually gives you, they are going to take away slowly but surely. You are a streamer, brother. That's okay. Yes, I am a streamer.
Even be president, and I got the Olympics, because if I didn't, when I spoke with the people, the organizing committee and the people in different parts of the world, they asked me to do it because the president wouldn't do it. I was president-elect, and I gave them a talk. I couldn't get them off the phone. They were starving for love. And the bottom line, they gave us the Olympics. And I said, you know, isn't it sad I won't be president? Then we had the election result, and now I'm president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So I'm very happy about that, Johnny. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll be there. I promise I'll be there.
And by the way, Mr. President, backstage you have a gift from Johnny. He gave us the first ball with your name, which will be played for the World Cup in America.
It's going to be great. Thank you, Johnny, very much.
I doubt that any day you will take a sabbatical year, but if you could take a sabbatical year, Mr. President, what unconventional thing would you do?
What was the word?
Sabbatical. You don't work for 1 year.
I thought you said Sabbath. It's a big difference. It's almost the opposite when you think about it, right?
What?
I think what I do is, look, what I'm doing now.
Why would that be the opposite?
It's the most exciting job in the world. It's a hard job, not an easy job. It's a nasty job. It could be a lot easier with, you know, I think that the news media has to straighten themselves out because people are getting it. You know, they're losing tremendous popularity and they've lost their prestige and they've lost their credibility. And I think it's a very important thing, the news media, but I think they have to straighten themselves out because the people are going around them now. They have so many different things with, like Elon with X, which was a big thing, and we have Truth, which has been fantastic, and we have so many other things that you don't really need traditional. But I will tell you that there is just nothing I could do to enjoy my life, whether it's that or anything else that you'd ask, because this is the ultimate. I mean, I had to make a big decision, and it was a very risky decision, because if I would have lost, my life would have been a much different life. It would have been a very nasty life. They were going after me at levels that nobody's ever seen before.
This is
not
him
Andrew
being honest.
Jackson, not Abraham Lincoln. You know, the historians say that the president that was treated the worst by far by the media and overall.
This is him being actually honest, where he's talking about like why he actually ran again.
They were treated really rough, and Abraham Lincoln was second, but he had a civil war. You know, you can understand that. But nobody was treated like me. Nobody.
Abraham Lincoln was shot.
I will tell you.
The fuck are you talking
learn a lot
about?
about yourself, but there's nothing
And
I'd
not
rather
like
do. I had to make
in
a
the
decision.
ear. You know what I mean? He wasn't grazed in the ear. He was just like shot to the back of the dome.
It was dangerous, actually, very dangerous in so many different ways. And I decided to do it. And I said, I have to win, because if I don't, when I spoke to a friend of mine the other night, he said, you know, if you lost, it would have been it was actually Sean Hannity just before we did the interview last night. He said, boy, if you would have lost, you would have had a tough life. You would have had a very tough life. So there was a certain amount of courage involved in this decision to run. And it's a great honor to win by this much, to win all 7 swing states, the popular vote. Popular vote doesn't get won that much by Republicans for whatever reason. I think that's changing because, again, we're the party of common sense, and they're the party of some real bad things. And I think they'll change. I think they have to change. It would be wonderful. I'm going to be having lunch with some of the Democrats next week, and it would be wonderful if we could work together. I think working together would be great. But they have to change. You can't get elected on the programs that they want, and that's really what America wants to see. So there's nothing I'd rather do than what I'm doing right now.
When we started this conference, Mr. President, Yasser and I, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince told us, I want that to be the place where people will come to understand where to invest in terms of geographies and sector. So what is the best investment you have made in your personal growth, Mr. President?
Well, I was involved in real estate from, most of my life, and was, guys like Witkoff will tell you I was really good at it, and I was successful at it, very successful at it. I've been involved in things prior to being president, but during the last 4 years, I followed sort of the trends, and I've made a lot of money with following some of these trends. And, it's, again, it's something that you do. I really believe that some people...
Luckily, they're calling it meme coin.
I make money.
They're calling it a rug pull. I did it. I love pulling the rug.
On television, I wrote books, and they were all bestsellers. Virtually every book was a big bestseller, some really big bestsellers. And so I don't know. It's whatever I do, I just want to make it successful. It's very important to me. There are many ways to make money. You can be in many different fields. And a lot of them is being in the right country. If you're in a certain country, our country is actually getting very bad, a very dangerous place, actually. Bad things were happening. But if you're in a certain country, you have a chance to do well. And no matter how good you are, if you were born into the wrong country, you're not going to make money. Now, you can do other things. You can attain power, I guess. Maybe it's the wrong kind of power, but it's power. But being in the right country, where you have the right incentives and, entrepreneurship, et cetera, and America has always been sort of at the top, or one of the top, but always pretty much at the top. But it was losing that position, and I think losing it rapidly. This last administration, look, I don't want to be, I wish I could say, I wouldn't have run. If I thought Biden was doing a good job, if I thought they were, I wouldn't have run.
You literally earlier said you ran because if you didn't run and you didn't win, you would have been in jail.
My ear.
That was 35 seconds ago.
Every once in a while, but it was dangerous in a lot of different ways. But he was so bad that I had no choice but to do it. If I thought he was doing a great job, I wouldn't have run, and I would be very happy. I actually wanted him to do a good job. I was saying, do this, do that. I'm telling them, do things. They should have done what I said. And but I would have been very happy not to have run, and frankly, to have seen somebody do a good job. But our country was going to hell, and I really sort of had to run.
If you were a historical ruler, would you prefer to rule during war or peace?
Well, I want to be, again, a peacemaker, and I want to keep us out of war. But sometimes to do that, you have to have a very strong country. You have to have a very strong military. And as I said, we have a much stronger military than anyone would know. We have the best equipment. And I bought a lot of it. I rebuilt our military in the first 4 years. I rebuilt it. We gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan, to the Taliban. Stupidly, but that's a very small amount relative. It was billions and billions, but it's still a very small amount relatively to what we built. But I largely rebuilt our military. Now I'm going to have to do it again because so much has been given away, so much has been treated so badly. But to keep peace, you really have to. I have a thing: strength through, and I mean it. You really have it. You have strength, and you need the strength, but it's really peace through strength because. Without the strength, it's going to be very hard to have peace because you're going to be taken over, bad things are going to happen. So you really want to have peace through strength. And that's where I've done it. Having strength, having power in that sense to protect yourself and your people is a very important thing. Hopefully you don't have to use that power. I would tell you, I was dealing with President Putin very successfully on denuclearization. We were talking about it very seriously. And then COVID came and lots of things came, and we had also talked to China about it. Now, Russia and us have the biggest nuclear by far. China is not close, but they will be close. In 3 or 4 years or 5 years, they'll be
What does he
equal.
know?
But we were going to talk to China, and I spoke to President Xi about it very successfully. I think we were going to denuclearize it. We would have had to get the smaller nuclear powers, of which there are 4, 3 maybe, but 4 probably. to do something, we would have been able to do that. But I was having very strong talks with President Putin about denuclearization. And, you know, if you're president, you get presentations about what we're building, what we're having, the power of weapons, the power of many things besides weapons per se. What I saw, the power of nuclear weapons, and we can never let that happen. If that happens, the ball game will be, the world will be destroyed. The power is so enormous. You look at Hiroshima, you look at Nagasaki.
It would be pretty sick if they denuclearized, right? Is the question from the chat. Yeah, it would also be pretty sick if there was nationalized healthcare in this country. Just because something is pretty sick or that Trump is saying that he's going to do something doesn't mean that he's actually capable of doing said thing or is even remotely interested in following through on that.
Let that happen. The power of weaponry today is so enormous that the world would disintegrate. So we can't let it happen.
Mr. President, if you had to describe United States of America in just 3 words, what would they be?
In 3 words?
3 words.
Love, respect, and strength. That's a tough question. That might be my best answer, Yasser. That reminds me of high school, that one, but that may have been the toughest question, actually. Do you think Joe Biden could have done that? I don't think.
Bro, these questions are so insane. They're asking him like baby questions, like what historical figure do you mostly resemble?
Cultural habit in the US business that the rest of the world could learn from. What is the best practice that
Well, I think we love our families, but I think a lot of the world loves their families. You know, I was speaking to the head of Mexico because I complain constantly about people pouring in. Now
Americans famously love their families, dude, in comparison to other countries, especially.
But I was speaking to the president of Mexico, a very wonderful woman, actually. And
ooh, she likes
I
Claudia.
said, we were talking about drugs. You can't let people come through your country and come into the country. You know, I was not that nice, but they understood what I was saying. And she said something that really got me. She said, I said, you're not a big drug taking nation? And she said, no, we are not a consumer. And I said, a consumer, what an interesting word. We're not a consumer nation. We're not a consumer of drugs. I said, what an interesting, and why is that? She said, well, we have very strong family values. I said, but we do too. We do too. We have very strong, our families are devastated by what's happening with fentanyl, and China will not be doing, we're going to make a deal with China. They were not letting that happen anymore. And I had a deal, by the way, before I left. I had a deal with President Xi where they were going to give the maximum penalty to anybody making fentanyl and sending it into the United States. And their maximum penalty is the death penalty, and it would have stopped. But when the election turned out to be a rigged election, but that's okay. When an election turned out to be, it was an election that shouldn't have happened. All the things that happened. I'll give you an example. We wouldn't have had October 7th, Israel attack. We wouldn't have had Ukraine and Russia fighting. We wouldn't have had inflation. We wouldn't have had all of these things that, happened. But in speaking with her, she said about family values, I said, well, you're not really saying anything there because we have great families too. We have great family values. She said, plus we advertise a lot. I said, ooh, you mean you advertise about how bad drugs are? Yes, we do. We spend a lot of money on advertising. And I said, unbelievable. That was such a great conversation because we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars advertising how bad drugs are so that kids don't use them, that they chew up your brain, they destroy your teeth, your skin, your everything.
Yeah, that really worked with the DARE program. Historically successful.
Calls and I never learn anything from anybody. I know everything, and
remember
I never
how
learn
historically
anything from anybody.
successful DARE
I spoke to
was.
this woman. As soon as she said it, she didn't have to say exactly what. I said exactly. What a great idea. And I think we're going to have. And I saw pieces of it. We're going to go in with $100 million and then another $100 million initially. But I saw some of the ads, and they are really violent. I said, you have to make them strong. Your skin practically comes off after a period of time. You lose your hearing. You lose your teeth. It is terrible. And we show this happening to people. And I think we're going to, we did very well with, we had blue ribbon committees headed up by the First Lady of the United States and a lot of other people that, they have no idea the viciousness of these cartels and these people. And they're smarts. I mean, they're very smart, tough people, making a fortune, by the way, an absolute fortune. But we got it down 18%, which was a record. But 18% is not great when you think about it. I think we could get it down 50 or 55 or maybe even 60% with advertising. So she really gave me something. I was going to call her and tell her that she did, but now I don't have to call her because she's going to be seeing this right now. So to the President of Mexico, thank you very much. I appreciate it. But we're going to do a great advertising campaign saying how bad it is, how drugs are so bad for you.
Wow.
My last question, Mr. President.
Brilliant,
you
sir.
have mentioned briefly in your speech about the legacy.
The question was, what can other businessmen learn from American business?
That I came into a country that was great, but is in trouble. And I made America great
What would your
again,
legacy? What would you like
and
your
I got
legacy
it
to
out
be?
of trouble.
Is the question.
People respect America now. And we were a country of peace. And we brought peace to the rest of the world.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, he'd be like, Mr. President, what is your favorite snack? And then it's like a 35-minute ramble sesh about how, he's going to stop the flow of drugs into the United States of America by telling the youth that drugs are bad. DHS is budgeting $200 million for its 2-year national and international border ad campaign. Unveiled yesterday, documents reviewed by Semaphore shows. America is truly the pinnacle when they need other countries to tell you that drugs are bad. Yeah. U.S. has been flying Reaper drones over Mexico, just declared 8 cartels as terror groups, are withdrawing support from other areas and consolidating it on the border, as well as exempting budget cuts on the southern border. Feels like they may be ramping up for something. Yes, it's war with Mexico. Or at least like blowing up Mexican territory. CIA has been covertly flying MQ-9 Reaper drones over Mexico to spy on drug cartels. Current and former officials familiar with the matter told CNN part of Trump's shift to treat cartels like terror orgs. Also, it is pretty funny that the CIA has to fly Reaper drones to figure out what the cartel is doing instead of just asking their guys, who are either currently working with the cartel or in the past worked with the cartel. Just call up the guy. Just yell at the guy sitting on the opposite side of the room to be like, hey, what's the deal? What's the deal with the cartel file? Can you pull it over here? I just want to take a look. AP said Claudia approved it. What's up with that? Maybe. Yo, Hasan, did you go over the 14 flag tweet yet on Twitter? What? Because Elon Musk posted 14 flags, 14 American flags, indicating the 14 words or something? Yes, Elon Musk is a racist. Next question. Defense Secretary orders military to prepare for major budget cuts. Yeah. It was issued the day before President Donald Trump endorsed the House's budget plan, which includes a $100 billion increase in defense spending, suggesting a major disconnect within the administration. So, while Trump is claiming that he wants 8% budget cuts on the Department of Defense, on the other hand, he already signed off on $100 billion of increase in defense spending. Current defense spending is nearing $1 trillion. It's like around almost 900 billion. So an additional 100 billion would make it basically $1 trillion. How does that work? Also, they've already talked about what parts not to cut. Pete Hegseth made some demands about what won't get cut. And of course, he did not say VA should not be cut, or I don't know, additional things that are helpful. The exemptions exist for 17 categories. Where is it? Yeah, this. I asked the military departments and DoD components to resource the capabilities and readiness necessary for wartime tempo and offset those requirements with low impact items such as wasteful DEI and climate change programs. They're going to cut VA. They're going to cut any benefits and any like additional social safety nets you get when you are a veteran. And it still will not amount to a 8% cut. There's no other place that they will genuinely cut from. It's crazy. Hold on. Yeah, military family housing, things like that will get cut, which is ironic because when you cut the benefits package in times of a recruitment crisis, how the hell Oracle Hassan is out here making a prediction that's dangerous? I mean, come on. How the hell are you going to beef up recruitment numbers? Like, that's what's so funny about this entire process. Trump is saying we have to, one, fire a bunch of transgender operators and non-combatant staff, okay? That's number one. At a time when the military is experiencing historically low recruitment numbers. They're also simultaneously most likely going to cut benefits for veterans. So how are you going to improve the recruitment numbers? Is good for the Chinese century. Chill. By lowering living standards by a lot. Okay, but you're not making it so that joining the military makes things better if you're cutting the benefits. If you are eliminating the one part of the poverty draft that means that you will get upward social mobility if you join the military and fuck your life up, then why would you ever join the military? It's all good. Don't worry. Asmin's chat's going to join. Yeah, that's right. I have it on good authority that Asmin's neckbeard army was talking about how, now that they said they're banning transgenders from the military, I really thought about joining the Marine Corps, brother. Yeah. Also, speaking of which, the CIA, as far as the CIA surveillance, the drones are not armed, and the CIA has flown surveillance drones to hunt cartels since inside Mexico before, according to a former and current U.S. official, under at least one small program that partnered with Mexican authorities. But the more recent flights were communicated to Congress using a particular notification reserved for new or updated covert programs that the CIA intends either to conceal or deny, a source familiar with the matter said, suggesting that the flights represent a distinct escalation. CIA declined to comment specifically about the drones. A spokesperson said broadly that countering drug cartels in Mexico regionally is a priority for the CIA. They're like, we built it, now we break it. That's crazy. I can't believe the CIA. I thought Donald Trump was ending wasteful government spending, and here you have the CIA surveilling more of the CIA, but in another country. This is weird. This is weird to me. It doesn't exactly show that you're cutting wasteful government spending if you're making the CIA surveil itself. Weird. A Transition Doc 2025 Agency Action Plan reviewed by CNN said that the admin should do a treat counter drug cartel work as a form of counterterrorism, and to use those authorities and unique resources appropriately, including by moving resources from other regions if necessary. Trump plans to sign an executive order to eliminate or dramatically diminish a handful of federal advisory committees like the United States Institute of Peace, according to administration officials. Okay, this one's fair. To be fair, like, I mean, what kind of success have these guys gotten so far? They have had a horrid track record, okay? Like, where were these guys during the endless bombing campaign that amounts to a genocide in Gaza? I don't know. The executive order, which the president plans to sign on Air Force One, will target organizations like the United States Institute of Peace and the Inter-American Foundation. The order is similar to his assertion Tuesday night that he has direct authority over boards and commissions like the FDIC, SEC, and CFTC. Okay, dude. Jesus Christ. The move will mark Trump's latest assault on federal bureaucracy that he's convinced is hostile to his agenda. Like he has with Elon Musk's Doge effort, Trump will also cite his concerns about the millions of dollars some of the committees cost taxpayers, officials said. Trump will also require his cabinet to scrub their departments and submit a list of additional committees and boards with termination in the next 30 days. Among the groups that Trump will single out for termination or reduction, the Presidio Trust, a federal agency that manages large parts of the Presidio in Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco district. The U.S. African Development Foundation, which invests in African grassroots enterprises. The Presidential Management Fellows Program, which is designed to train academics and other qualified applicants on how to serve in the executive branch. Yeah, we don't want academics in the executive branch. Why would we want that? They're woke losers that learn not to be loyal to Donald Trump, which is the most important part of this. This is the most important qualification. The Advisory Committee on Voluntary Aid, which was founded to advise the U.S. Agency for International Development and other U.S. government agencies on development issues regarding foreign assistance. The Health Equity Advisory Committee. Federal executive boards, which were created by President Kennedy to help coordinate government activities in different regions across the country. Between the lines, the Institute for Peace is being targeted in part because of its officials believe it's a highly partisan organization with its employees contributing to the Democratic Party. And they consider the Inter-American Foundation, which was designed to invest in development projects across Latin America and the Caribbean, as a vehicle to justify democratic theories about the root causes of migration. Oh my God. Okay. Yes, I saw the ASMR video from the White House. It's disgusting, okay? I didn't watch it. I'm not trying to watch it. It's just like incredibly fucking gross. We are a gross piece of shit Nazi country, okay? That's it. And also on top of that, I'm sure the Nazis were very fucking lame too. I don't know enough about the time period and the lame initiatives that they engaged in, okay? I don't know deep enough about like all of the lame propaganda that they engaged in. But we're, yes, not only Nazis and gross and inhumane and pieces of shit, but we're also very lame on top of that. Like, we are literally engaging in this weird process where, I mean, this is like positively liberal, if that makes sense. Like, the White House account putting forward an ASMR video is like a very Joe Biden thing, okay? But because it's the Trump White House, it's actually doing a very like liberal thing, but for, you know, gross Nazi shit. Yeah, it's like shit posting about the Holocaust. Exactly. It's being like, that actually happened. It's brat. Yeah, this is the conservative version of brat. Deportations are brat. Like, that's a human that you have put in chains, you know what I mean? Oh, how cute. Oh, we're so evil, but also so unimaginably gross. Okay, here, I'm just going to show you that a better future is possible. A different way is possible. Once again, I am not in favor of capital punishment, but oh, look at that. What is this? Zhang Hongli, former vice president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, a vice president of a massive bank in China, was on Wednesday sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. Apparently, 2-year reprieve means that you can get life imprisonment. If you are not offending in the 2 years that you are on their reprieve, for accepting bribes over 177 million yen, about $24.3 million, according to a court in the city of Hangzhou, East China's Zhenjiang. Did I say it right? Yuan. I don't know how to say Chinese words. Shut up. That's not the main point. Xi needs to just end private enterprise already. No more private corporations in the People's Republic. I mean, you know, don't worry about it. I think he's doing whatever he's doing, okay? How about we worry about ourselves, okay? It's actually incredibly pathetic that you do that shit. Save us? No, is coming like your movie film superhero style to save you American from yourselves. It's actually incredibly pathetic that you do that shit. Save us? What? Why are you mad that Americans are joking? Anyway. Speaking of which, let's talk about the Democratic Party. We already covered the Pentagon budget cuts potentially, but it's not going to happen. Okay. New Quinnipiac poll. Congressional Republicans approval rate 40%, disapproval rate 52%. Congressional Democrats approval rate 21%, disapproval rate 68%. Americans right now disapprove of congressional Democrats more than they disapprove of Elon Musk, and they certainly are not a fan. The only thing that comes close to Americans' disapproval is Donald Trump's plan to ethnically cleanse and own Gaza. Americans also are in favor of DEI policies. This is yet another thing that I keep repeating over and over again. If you remember, if you get your brain warped by whatever the fuck you hear in the news, everybody always talks about DEI equals die, whatever. Or woke is bad, woke is wrong, go woke, go broke. And then you ask like a normal person, and they're like, what, woke, like social justice? Okay, that seems like a good idea to me. That's it. Okay? That's it. Anyway, great stuff. Great stuff overall. The fact that there's 40% approval for the congressional Republicans is insane, by the way. Holy moly. 53% is barely a majority, though. Barely. It's still a majority. What the fuck? What do you want? 70%? Not that any of that matters, by the way. And that's just on DEI policies after years and years of endless attacks against such things. Okay? If you look at the term woke, this is something that has also been endlessly polled. Most people don't think woke is bad. Okay? Yeah, there's a 15-point swing that favors DEI over no DEI. Dems would hate having 70% approval ratings. Yeah, to be fair, they would hate it because that would imply that they have to actually fulfill the mandate, the popular mandate that they ran on. Did they poll Asmin's chat? Yeah, they should have just only polled Asmin's chat. 100% say DEI equals die. Y'all rely on X too much? Dude, that is a fucking Quinnipiac poll from a reputable journalist that I'm a friend that I know personally, okay? I think a lot of you just simply look at what is on the screen and just don't understand what I'm actually looking at. It's not just some fucking random account. Also, here's another small plane crashing at Marana Regional Airport in Arizona because they eliminated DEI. Also, I wanted to watch I Show Speed, watch this Turkish musician, but hold on. Yeah, it's a Quinnipiac poll. If you want, you can go figure it out on your own. There's also this funny thing in terms of polls. No consensus on who comes to mind when Americans are asked to name a news influencer. About 1 in 5 U.S. adults, 21%, say they regularly get their news influencers on social media. The study is part of the Pew Knight Initiative, a research program funded jointly by the Pew Charitable Trust and the John S. James L. Knight Foundation. But because the idea of news influencers is relatively new, we also wanted to know who Americans are thinking of when they hear them. So in an open-ended question, we asked U.S. adults who say they regularly get their news from news influencers, name the first one who comes to mind. In response, half named a person as opposed to an organization or entity or gave no response. The 425 people they named reflect a wide range of backgrounds from journalists to opinion commentators and politicians to content creators. The influencers our respondents most often named include Philip DeFranco, volunteered by 3%, Tucker Carlson, 2%, Ben Shapiro, 2%, V. Sefar from Under the Desk News, 2%, and Carlos Eduardo Espina, 2%. Several other influencers each were named by 1% of respondents. They included Dan Bongino, Joe Rogan, Brian Tyler Cohen, and Elon Musk. I was also named in this. Here it is. Also named alongside fucking Kai Cenat as a news influencer. And Mr. Beast. Donald Trump got 2%. Just so you understand, this reflects, once again, this proves that I am a small fish in a ginormous fucking pond. Okay? That's it. Some of our respondents mentioned politicians. For instance, 2% named Donald Trump as their first news influencer who comes to mind for them. Others name people who do not regularly talk about the news, such as YouTube personality Mr. Beast. Links between naming a news influencer and feeling connected to them. Among respondents who named a person, 72% report following or subscribing to a news influencer on social media. By comparison, among those who did not name a person or did not respond to the question, 45% say the same. Respondents who named a person are more likely than other respondents to report feeling a personal connection. 39% say this compared to 23% of those who did not name a person. This doesn't really explain anything other than Americans are stupid, I think. Here is a statement from Jeet that I also agree with. Van Jackson says, Ukraine is going to be rendered into a colony. It didn't have to be this way. We could have pushed for a resolution at the first sign of mutual hurting stalemate, which was like 6 months into a war. But since it would have required some territorial concession, Washington's brilliant minds decided it'd be better to pretend we were still in the unipolar moment. Now Ukraine's people are going to be forced to eat shit or fight without U.S. support, a predictable nightmare. Jeet here says, Trump is going to make a deal that will be very bad for Ukraine, but he's able to do so because the Biden administration didn't push hard for a settlement at the moment when Ukraine had maximum leverage. Spring 2022. Because, they aren't fucking tankies. Like myself. Thank God the Biden administration weren't tankies like myself. Yeah. USA and European establishment has to have an honest reckoning on this. Who could have thought that America would discard Ukrainians after their brave and bold defense that they put up for 3 fucking years? But hey, guess what, dude? Every single person with a Ukrainian flag in the bio that didn't go out and fight in Ukraine was right, and I was wrong, I think, right? Yeah. They didn't go and fight for Ukraine, but they certainly fought the information battle. If only more people put flags, Ukrainian flags in their bio, we would have been able to defeat the Russian orcs. Zelensky maintained publicly that he would cede no territory. You think he would have been convinced? There is no convincing. There's only telling. That's it. That's been the point since day one, which is precisely the reason why when Donald Trump says, I'm going to go to the table, Zelensky is not at the table, and there's not a fucking single thing he can say about it, people freak the fuck out. They freak out because optically, it's insane to say that, okay? It's insane to say that because you're basically giving the game away about how America operates, okay? You're giving the game away. That's not how it's supposed to work. But ultimately, it is still the truth that Ukraine, contrary to what liberal media consistently maintained, has no autonomy in this process. That is the unfortunate reality. There will be autonomy in terms of mounting a insurgency against Russian forces in whichever parts that Donald Trump gives away to Vladimir Putin. There will be autonomy in that, but even then there won't be full autonomy. It'll probably be a covert operation as well from the American State Department regardless. But ultimately, the truth of the matter is still, the truth of the matter is that America holds all the cards. America always had all of the cards. You just curse with knowledge, you do. I swear to God, everything that's happened since I watched was called by you way ahead of time. Yes, this is glaze. Thank you for the glaze. Stephen A. Smith went on Pod Save America. He may be serious about running. Oh, God. We're so fucking cooked. I disagree with your flag take. I think that doing something so useless as changing your social media bio with the hope to remind at least one person the sad reality of the world and maybe inspire them to inform themselves more should be seen as something noble, materially useless as it may seem. The reason why I don't have that same exact take as opposed to like the Palestinian flag, for example, is because there are severe repercussions for flying that banner. You get called a terrorist, you can lose your job, you get called an anti-Semite. Ukraine was getting support from the United States of America in this endeavor. So it wasn't anything but just purely, throwing up a black fist. That's all it was. In the same vein as like once it was permissible for corporations to be in favor of Black Lives Matter, people were putting up black fists on their Instagram. Whereas considering that any kind of awareness of the conditions of the Palestinians was seen as something that was truly unheard of, unthinkable in polite discourse in Western society. Yes, there is a difference between the two. Oh, another person is saying, yeah, sorry, no U.S. citizen gets to pose with this photo and get anywhere on the other side of a customs line on a return trip without a lengthy story about a backroom cavity search to show for it unless they have security clearance. Yeah. I kept explaining over and over and over and over again throughout the past 3 years that America's intentions with Ukraine were not honest, they were not emancipatory, and that they were going to discard the entirety of the Ukrainian nation after they picked it apart for profits. And that's precisely what has happened. Donald Trump, for all intents and purposes, is accelerating that demise, probably giving a much better deal to Vladimir Putin than even previous administrations would have done if they had the opportunity to do so, if they had the intentions to do so. But ultimately, Donald Trump is not lying about the dynamic, the power dynamic in this equation. That's just the cold hard truth of it all. And every single time I mentioned this cold hard truth, a lot of people got mad at me for some reason. Stephen A. cooks here, surprisingly. No, he doesn't. I mean, it's not surprising that he cooks here. By the nature of not being a DC stooge, Stephen A. Smith is still going to have a better take than any number of different Democratic Party politicians that you hear from. I agree with that, but that still doesn't mean we should have stopped supporting them. Not saying you're saying this, but people take it that way. We weren't helping Ukraine out, being nice. We were out of personal gain. It just happens we also helped them last a little bit longer. Yeah, but my argument always was the idea that you're never going to talk to Vladimir Putin is ridiculous, and that the first sign of a ceasefire should immediately be seized upon by bringing China and Russia and Ukraine, European allies, and America to the fucking table. Now, we're not even getting that. It's just Putin versus Trump. And Trump is very clearly pro-Putin. Like, I mean, he likes them, just like he likes Xi. He might not like China as a whole or whatever, but he personally likes them. He likes authoritarian strongmen. This much is clear. He finds them, he likes the power that they have. He likes their charisma. Doesn't this undermine Ukraine by making it seem like a less legitimate country, which can make it easier for Putin to justify further aggression in the future? It absolutely does. That's why I'm saying right now, optically, and this is important, optics in this regard is important. When Trump says, fuck you, Zelensky, you're a dictator, fuck yourself, you're the reason why Russia invaded Ukraine, and also you're not going to get a seat at the table. Who the fuck do you think you are? What do you think that spells for the Ukrainian population? Sure, some of them, understandably, are going to be resentful towards the United States of America. But I suspect that many Ukrainians will also think, oh, well, Zelensky is fucking weak. Okay? That causes more instability. That makes Ukraine an illegitimate state. Okay? In the eyes of everyone. And that process makes Ukraine easier to overtake, politically and militarily. So I do think that this was, I said this yesterday, I think that this is a Putin move to just basically tell Trump, like, oh yeah, this guy, remember, he did not give you a blackmail for Joe Biden. And then he turns around, he's like, yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, fuck this guy. Fuck him. He's not coming. He's not getting a seat at the table. Yeah. Ukrainians already think Zelensky's corrupt. The war helped them for a bit, but it slipped again. Most of the Ukrainians around me understand the government has always been corrupt and just kind of had to accept it. Yeah. That's the other part of the story, is that Ukraine was never this like blossoming democracy or anything like that. It was a very poor nation run by corrupt autocrats like Zelensky, and even before Zelensky. It's just that obviously the country unified behind the leadership when it was unjustifiably invaded by a much larger nation that the entirety of its national project revolves around avoiding. Of course, the 4% claim is ridiculous. That's not true at all. Donald Trump is just fucking lying. The point I'm making is there's not really anything Zelensky could have done. Like, it's not in his hands. Okay? Like, what could he have done? How could he have changed the dynamic of the battle? If you're going against a country that is like 10x your size, not 10x, but, you know, larger than you, and has a historic tendency to basically push people into the fucking meat grinder over and over and over again, even if they have decent weapons and decent arms, and maybe even a band of like foreign troops that are operating alongside your forces. It's just you're not going to be able to make up for the lack of manpower. And that's precisely what happened. This is why I say that if Ukraine had, if there was any chance that Ukraine could continue fighting, I'm fairly certain that the Trump administration would have kept it up. Anyway, I know a Ukrainian refugee who knows the government really was a blossoming democracy, and Zelensky was the first real person who understood. Paul Manafort and Yanukovych. Nice stereotype of Russia. What do you mean? Is Russia not fucking forcing troops into the meat grinder? Is true. Is that incorrect? It just has more people to push into the meat grinder, into trench warfare. That's it. That's it. Now, in the past, historically, Russia, or at least the USSR, has done that for very good purpose, fighting the Nazis. In any case, let's take a look at Stephen A. Smith on Pod Jones.
Where Wemby's cheating, while Trump is the USA-Canada hockey game where there's 3 fights in 10 seconds and you can't look away. And like, I don't know how to compete with that. We don't have a leader who can compete with that. We don't have a party that can compete with that. We don't have a message that can compete with that.
But tell why. You can't compete with that, and you don't have that. I'm not talking about you specifically, of course.
I know.
About the Democratic Party.
Yawn. USSR sided with the Nazis first. The Western powers sided with the Nazis before the USSR even did. It's like saying that the Democrats were the party of the Confederacy while actively defending the Confederacy. Okay? It does not matter. Please. It's one of the most... It's one of the most covered historic events of all time. Okay? Please. You can't close your eyes. You cannot close your eyes to the fucking reality of World War II, okay? Oh, Molotov-Ribbentrop. Okay, well, the West also did their own cooperative agreements with Nazi Germany, okay? Who was the number one enemy of the Nazis? Was it the fucking West? Or was it socialists, communists, Jewish Bolshevism, Judeo-Bolshevism, and the USSR? This is a ridiculous thing to state over and over and over again. Okay? I think it's so fucking... Once again, I'm going to keep repeating, saying that the Nazis, for example, hated the Western powers as much as they hated the Soviets is ridiculous, is ahistorical. Okay? Anyway.
You don't know that, and you can't compete with that for the biggest reason of all, because y'all are too busy trying to pick candidates for the American people instead of listening to the American people tell you who they want. The last Democrat that the American people told you they wanted was Barack Obama. Hillary Clinton, it's her turn. Bernie Sanders had momentum. It's Hillary's turn. Joe Biden captured momentum because Representative Clyburn got involved in South Carolina, saved his behind, but it's really, really his turn, okay? He has no business running for re-election but everybody went for it, knowing he was supposed to be transitional. He's going to be 81 years of age. Then you sit up there. He doesn't have a primary. Then he goes on the debate stage, embarrasses himself. Then y'all still let him take 3 damn weeks to walk away instead of getting the hell out there immediately so you can see if there's somebody other than Kamala Harris who could be the Democratic nominee. Then she gets the nomination, and everybody wants to act like she's the rock star all of y'all wanted all along. Oh, my God, let's throw up our hands and just to say, hey, she is the one, when you know good and damn well that wasn't the truth. Meanwhile, Trump has been around since 2015. They had Christie, they had Kasich, they had Fiorini, I believe her name is.
Yep. Carly
You
Fiorina.
had, later on, you had DeSantis, you had Nikki Haley, you had Ramaswamy, you had all of these people. It didn't matter. We went through lawfare and all this stuff. It didn't matter. They looked the public in the face and they said, we want him. We don't care what y'all want. And forced the Republican Party to capitulate to the demands of their constituency. That's what they did. The Democrats somehow, some way, have gotten away with ignoring the constituency and compelling the constituency to capitulate to what they want as a party. And that is the problem. And that's why I said it all needs to go. Some of those candidates need to go. The pundits, the strategists, they need to go. Whoever was involved with the latest election, from a strategy standpoint, every one of them should be fired. Every one of them.
Cook. He's right. Stephen A. Smith says the Dems suck right now and teases a run for president.
So in case you didn't hear the news yet, Henry has the option to be gay in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which is a dramatic departure from the based Christian First game.
Let's check in on my favorite gaming channel after Asmongold Gaming. And that is Andy Pants Gaming, my goat. What does he have to say about Kingdom Come Deliverance? For me, I don't care about whether or not a video game can run on my PC. I don't care if a video game has good, like a competent physics engine, if it's actually captivating, if it has like captivating plot lines, if it looks good. I don't care about any of those things. What I care about is the game woke or not? Okay. What is this? I'm really disappointed to be on a platform where this type of content is allowed. Dude doesn't like a video game, so he decides to push his agenda, use slurs to describe a video game he hasn't even played. I'm sure advertisers would love to see this as a top result when searching one of the biggest games of the year. Usually, I'm very proud to be a YouTuber, but today just made me extremely ashamed. Do better. Yeah.
There's a scene where you and your best friend Hans are hanging out, and you playing as Henry can choose to kiss him on the mouth and pursue a gay relationship.
It's fucking disgusting. I think it's pretty funny to get mad that dudes were doing gay shit in that era. Like, yeah, dude, you're right. That didn't happen. He's like, oh, it's disgusting because I really want to do it myself. I really want to kiss my homies in the mouth as well, but it's disgusting. Society won't allow me.
Now, yuck. But it actually gets much worse, and there is a full-on gay sex scene between Henry and Hans. I'm blurring it out. I'm not even going to show it here because it's freaking disgusting. So why is this?
Yuck, gay sex. Yuck. Dude, what is going on, man? Again, we have devolved as a society. I will repeat it. We have devolved as a society. I repeat. Okay, this is like a 50-year-old dude behaving like a goddamn toddler. Okay, gay sex, yuck. I'm gonna type something in here. Hold on, let's see. Noticeably absent from his "there's gay stuff happening in video games, so we must abolish them" is Baldur's Gate. Maybe I didn't do this. Nope, never mind. I mean, if you think one character, like one character romance arc that allows you to be gay in Kingdom Come Deliverance, made by a guy who's like fairly reactionary, if I'm not mistaken, is enough for you to talk about how gay and woke this game is. Why has he not made any mentions about Baldur's Gate? Perhaps it's because it's already a popular game and he knew that it was a popular game and didn't care. Let's look up Cyberpunk is another one. I'm sure there's got to be some stuff because Cyberpunk Unreleased was why open world games are broken. 6 more woke games coming in 2025. When did games become so soft? Anyway, let's continue.
It's a big deal. Characters have the option to be gay in RPGs all the time, right?
The guy changed his reactionary ways after literally doing research and now angry at Nazis in his replies, who he cultivated later. Oh, you're talking about the guy who made Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Starfield, Mass Effect, Dragon Age. Why is this one different? Well, it's different because Henry has always been explicitly stated to be both a Christian man and a heterosexual man.
Impossible to be gay and Christian. In parentheses, cope.
Not by the fans, but by the developer, Warhorse Studios. Warhorse Studios was asked this question directly in 2018. Will there be some kind of same-sex romance in KCD1? Warhorse responded, no. You will play as Henry, the son of a blacksmith, and he already does have a background story in which he is not bi or homosexual.
Okay, so what's the problem? He's experimenting with his sexuality in the second game, if it's the same character.
Person asked again, so those players who are not straight will be forced to romance a woman? Warhorse responded, nobody will force you to do anything, but you will play as Henry, the son of a blacksmith, and yes, he is straight and white and male from Bohemia. In case you're not familiar with KCD1, it is a highly historical recreation of 1403 Bohemia, and it wouldn't make any sense at all for Henry to even have the option of being gay.
Wait, why? What? Does this guy actually think homosexuality is like a relatively recent invention? Oh my God, does he think gayness didn't exist back then? Oh my God. Yeah, that's why he's mad.
So the developer wisely left it out of the first game. Were Henry to become gay in this world, every person in the world would comment on it. He would be outcast from society.
What? No, what? What is this man saying? Yo, objectively, people were way gayer, okay? I mean, go back to antiquity. The earlier periods in time that you go, the gayer people get.
He would probably be burned at the stake for being a degenerate, as was common at the time, etc., etc. So the fundamental difference is that a game like Mass Effect...
They were probably burning that guy for not doing gay sex, dude. What are you talking about? Yeah, they're burning him at the stake because he's refusing to do gay sex. That's why they were burning him. They're like, dude, what do you mean you won't fuck up Bowie? You are morally degenerate? You bastard. Kingdom Come Deliverance through Romance Guide. All romantic options explained. Where's the gay one? Hans Capon. Henry and Hans's bromance can blossom into a romance. Eventually, okay. Spoilers! Sorry.
Common at the time, etc., etc. So the fundamental difference is that a game like Mass Effect...
Yeah, he was probably burnt at the at the stake for selling forks or something. Yeah. Witchcraft! What is this pagan tool you claim we must use? What are we from? What are we, barbarians?
or Dragon Age or Cyberpunk are fictionalized worlds where the creators can honestly do whatever they want. Kingdom Come Deliverance is not that game. KCD...
Wait, but you get mad at those games being gay too. It's not like you're like, well, these are fictionalized universes where the creator can do whatever they want. You get mad when they're gay too. What the fuck? This video game is supposed to be historically accurate. Okay, well, I guess it is. And you're mad about the historical accuracy, it seems.
One is a historical game set in a historical place with historical locations and historical people. Making Henry gay in KCD2 would be as ridiculous as Henry suddenly becoming a gay black lesbian or holding up a Black Lives Matter sign or advocating for trans rights. And that is, of course, exactly what happened.
What? What are you? No. There's definitely gay people throughout. Someone needs to inform this man that there was definitely gay people throughout history, dog. What? It's not like he can't be this stupid, right? Wait, hold on. Kingdom Come Out of the Closet. I'm never pre-ordering any game ever. Your refute is nonsense. I've got 7 days of playtime, beaten the game, never ran into anything gay, just as I would in any other RPG. This guy's like, I'm a homophobe, but you're fucking stupid. This game is awesome. Your refute is nonsense. The mere option to choose to be gay doesn't make Henry gay. That's like saying Henry is dishonorable if you're playing an honorable playthrough just because you have the option of choosing dishonorable actions. Your argument is so, thank God there's a logical homophobe out there. Jesus Christ. According to your logic, any RPG where you have the mere option to be gay makes the character gay. So by that logic, Warden, gay, Hawk, gay, etc. Also, the option to do something doesn't mean the character is contemplating doing it. It's just a choice for you to decide how the character acts. Didn't see DEI in this game either. Exactly why I didn't buy this garbage DEI game. He is actually on his way to being progressive. Yeah, I don't.
For trans rights. And that is, of course, exactly what happened. In 2019, Warhorse was purchased by Embracer Group. Embracer Group has specific diversity quotas and representation goals they have to meet. Let's read directly from their sustainability report, and huge credit to Endymion for finding this. And to be clear here, Embracer owns and controls absolutely everything that Warhorse does. Warhorse doesn't sneeze unless Embracer tells them to. The report reads, Embracer Group believes that a more diverse and inclusive workplace will create more diverse and inclusive games and entertainment. Embracer Group wants to develop games and entertainment for everyone, regardless of background, gender, age, or ability. Lately, the parent company has focused on making our products mirror their audiences even better.
I'm not going to rewind. Okay. No, I don't care. Yeah, okay. He made a slavery joke. Stop. I'm not even going to watch the rest of this video. It sucks. What I'm going to do is something that he's too afraid to do, which is actually click on the goddamn game and play it. And once and for all, I will determine whether or not this game is woke or broke. Because as you guys know, if a game is not woke, it is indeed going to go broke. Just like airplanes. Okay? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 gets a 3 out of 5 on the woke meter and a 2 out of 5 on the DEI meter. That's right. There is a DEI watchdog website. If you are the most unemployed person on the planet, you can go there and you can figure out if a game is woke or not. Okay, the game is so woke, it's not even letting me play it. Is a 5 out of 5 good or bad? No. I don't know. I have no what is happening? Why is this game not turning on? It says launching, but it's not actually launching. So I guess Does that mean it's a woke game? Or does that mean it's not a woke game? I can't tell. Okay, let's cancel the launch and then let's try again. Oh, it worked this time. If I went directly through Steam. Microsoft, wait, what? MHUD says Microsoft Flight Simulator lets you toggle DEI on or off now. If you turn it off, the plane crashes. I made this up, but it's a fun lie to tell. Okay. Marketing telemetry. Got it. Accept. Let's go to the game settings. Is there anything I need to change in here, chat? Doesn't seem like it's too loud. Prepare for a 2-hour cutscene. Is there a way to switch off DEI? Hold on. I'm going to put myself like up here for now. I think that's probably a better place to put myself, I suspect. King Wenceslas IV is taken captive by rebellious nobles, his brother, King Sigismund of Hungary. Hold on. Only a handful of loyalists stay loyal to the rightful king. Bottom left to right works.
Keep firing!
This is 50 years prior to the greatest event that changed the tide of history. Mehmet the Conqueror taking Istanbul, taking Constantinople, storming the walls and turning it into Istanbul.
We need more arrows! Need help here, damn it! You grab whatever you can and get up top!
What are you doing here? Go and take cover in the keep.
Can't hold out against this onslaught much longer. Go and take cover with the others. Look out!
Do the accent, me lord. I will do it.
Godwin! Where's your weapon? To the battlements! Move! Father!
To the battlements. You can't talk shit about my accents ever again. These guys sound exactly like me.
We'll get anointed after the battles are hands. With booze.
Wait a minute. They drinking alcohol. Not the catapult! Mandibulistas!
Take cover!
Yeah, that's good. Okay, maybe it's a little bit louder than I thought it would be. Fuck.
Now!
It's a trebuchet! It's not a catapult. Fuck you! My apologies!
Rude awakening, eh? Make it count.
A crossbow? What am I to do with this crossbow? Indiana Jones music type game? Oh, this is who I am. Go up the stairs to the front ramparts. Right. Defend the front ramparts. I fucking failed. Oh my god, this shit is hard as hell to use, bro. What? I fucking missed again. Why? Aim lower. I'm hitting center mass. Oh no! Center mass, son.
Get ready! They're coming inside!
Fuck you!
Move downstairs! We can handle it here!
Lads! Shoot him up! Help defend the gate in the courtyard.
Come here! Get over here with that crossbow and join the line!
You've got it, I'll join the line. Wait, are those my guys I'm hitting? Don't break it down! Don't fucking break it down!
Man, fuckers! This one, stop that! Oh, horrible! That was our life! Draw your sword!
Dry devil! I will follow you in the battle if it's the last thing I do. Come on then! Run faster, dry devil!
Fucking Wenceslas!
Knock down the ladder! Wait, why can't I knock it? Ah! Fuck you! Ah! You're dead! Wait, why isn't it working? Wait, why isn't it working? I'm knocking it. I'm hitting E. Oh. I had to do it in a specific way. I need a fucking halberd. I wanted to get a couple extra kills directly to feel the taste of blood on my steel. Wake up, lad! The enemy is at the gates!
Fuck! I've been hit! Like, don't poke at it! Just calm down.
Oh, Dentes Fortuna, fucking you, that. Jesus.
He got the COVID jab.
You're only supposed to deliver a message to Trotsky.
Trotsky?
And the most adventure I was expecting was a fuck or two.
This game's got Trotsky and it's got the Fauci ouchie. It's woke. There's the gay sex. Okay, so far, not very woke and not very gay. Cinema, title card, Kingdom Come, Deliverance. Coming is pretty gay. When you think about it. Did you play the first one? No.
Fortuna juvat!
This guy's gay. This is the gay guy. Wait, what the fuck? This is pretty gay.
Good gracious, Henry, you don't mean to tell me you don't know Latin?
My apologies, Your Grace. Unfortunately, I was too busy shoveling shit and picking turnips to find time for studying Latin.
We shall have to rectify that. I can't have an ignoramus for a personal bodyguard.
Oh my god, it's just like Abraham Lincoln.
Audens, whatever. What does that actually mean?
Audentes fortuna juvat. Fortune favors the brave.
I don't doubt it. All we have to do is deliver a letter to Lord Otto von Bergov and ride back again. Doesn't take much bravery.
Christ, Henry, don't be such a stick in the mud. Aren't you glad to be finally out of that hellhole where we can finally enjoy some adventure? See a bit of the world. Meet new women. And simply have some fun.
Sure, but you promised Johannes that you'd be as good as gold, and I'm personally responsible for your safety. Besides, Trotsky's in the middle of nowhere, so I wouldn't expect much excitement there.
God help me, my bodyguard's a monk who can't speak Latin.
Sir, Trotsky.
Trotsky. They're on a quest to find Trotsky. He's in Mexico, bro. He's not here. He's in Mexico. You're looking in the wrong place.
My word. That is fucking
He's
impressive.
in fucking exile.
It makes Perkstein look like an outhouse. Bergov must be made of money.
This is already the gayest game ever made. Oh yeah, 100%. This is unimaginably gay. This is spectacularly gay. This is gayer than Austin doing Flight Simulator with a bunch of other in-the-closet gay men as they talk about having sex with women.
Well, Henry, looking forward to new adventures? Adventures that will become the stuff of legends?
Of course I am. We'll show them what fine fellas have turned up on their doorstep.
You bet we will. We'll hand over our important message and then hop, skip to the nearest tavern. We'll drink to our success and chase some local wenches, eh? But why didn't Uncle Hanush take care of it himself? Unless, maybe he's just testing me.
Aye, it does look like that. He'll hand over all the Ratai estates to you one day. So I expect he wants to be sure you won't botch it.
Of course. How could I possibly botch it up?
This is Brokeback Mountain.
Rampaging through Bohemia. The king is in captivity, God knows where, and here we are in the middle of it all, carrying an important document. No, I intend to make the most of this trip, one way or another.
I'm gonna be a sycophant.
Fortuna.
I'm a yes man.
Audentes fortuna juvat. See now.
Al dente pasta, my lord.
Well, enough of the chat.
Even if you don't get caught red-handed, people may still deduce that you're the one that stole from them. If someone catches you sneaking around their home, they're likely made sure none of their belongings are missing. Nice. I like that. Game settings. Where is the FOV? Graphic settings. Would it be in control? It's a bit close. Gamma correction. Oh, all right. Let's max it out, yeah.
Trotsky's almost within reach.
Sir Hans, how's it looking there in the back?
All good, Oates. Just keep your eyes on the road ahead.
Exactly. If anything in front of us even looks like it's moving, we want to know.
Keep your hair on, Nick. Old Oak's got eyes like a hawk. I don't miss nothing.
Install save mod or you'll die.
Sir.
What are these? Is it a band of old? Is it an old a band of
Should we get ready for a fight?
brigands.
Take it easy, Henry. They're wearing von Bergov's colours. They're from Trotsky.
Surround them! Don't let them get away!
What do you mean?
Don't stand a chance against them. Don't do anything foolish, fellas. Just follow my orders.
Halt! What are you after here?
Yo, wenchies.
Is this usually how you greet visitors, my good man?
This is how we greet armed strangers when bandits are pillaging everywhere.
Can you not distinguish between a noble and a bandit, sir?
It's not always that straightforward these days. Who are you people?
Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein. I bear a letter for Sir Otto von Berghoff from my master, Sir Hanush of Leipa.
Hans Capon is
This
such a
indeed
gay
the
name.
seal of the Lords of Leipa. And unless I am mistaken, Lord Hanush of Leipa is on the side of King Wenceslas. While my master is a member of the League of Lords, who side with King Sigismund.
It's a false king! He is.
So it would appear we are enemies.
I'm just having a laugh, you see.
We're not enemies. We're carrying a message with the aim of putting a stop to the hostilities.
And who are you?
Henry, from Skalitz.
I'm an advisor to the nobleman and an envoy. I'm a soldier. Oh. Oh, shit. This is an option to choose. Soldier likes nothing more than to have a weapon in his hand and wear a strong suit of armor. He's also infamous for his short temper. Scout likes to hide in the shadows and solve tests silently, undetected and by stealth. Advisor prefers to solve things using his knowledge, sharp tongue, and a kind word. Should I do advisor then?
I'm Lord Capon's advisor and scribe, and now an envoy as well.
From Skalitz, you say? The one that King Sigismund's Cuman forces plundered?
And slaughtered everyone. Even so,
My
I'm not going
sword
to
is
trust you as
sharp,
an enemy.
but my tongue is sharper.
But as a peace envoy.
Even so, you're still strangers here, and armed strangers to boot. And as it happens, we're on the trail of just such a band. So why should I trust you?
You can solve situations by convincing the other side. In dialogues, you will have a choice of some of the options below that define how you will react, but beware, persuasion requires the other party to believe you. Many situations can be solved by reasoning with the other party. Within dialogues, you'll have several options on how to react, yeah? Fucking hell, persuasion is not about picking the highest number. It's about who you're talking to, what you look like, what your reputation is. What is this? 11 for heart. As soldiers, we can help you with the bandits. As envoys, we're offering an alliance. Chat's saying 1. By choosing speech, you will try to resolve it. By appearing noble chivalry. Oh, I'm going to spit.
We want to resolve conflicts, not to stir up more. Once more, I assure you we have no evil intentions. You can escort us to Trotsky, and everything will be explained there. That we can guarantee.
Very well. Sorry about the cold reception. You must be cautious. These bandits create mayhem, then vanish like ghosts. We'll be on our way.
Oh, so you won't accompany us to the castle to see your lord?
Sorry, sir, we can't. Listen, you won't make it to the castle before nightfall. Sir Otto's orders are to not admit anyone after dark, especially while we're away. You'd best camp until daybreak.
I'll take your point. I mean, back home, the last time someone let a nobleman in trouble into their castle, we had to bombard it to get him out. Is there an inn in these parts?
You can choose the wrong option here and get slaughtered. Game over in the first 10 minutes. That's awesome.
Bit of a way out, and I'm not sure your lordship would like it very much.
God, what kind of a backwater have they
The
sent us to?
Bikery! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. The Bikery. Showering the fucking community with gifted subs. Showing that gaming is back on a fucking menu, boys. In a big way. In a way that has never been back before.
I just suppose we'll just have to manage somehow. Good luck in hunting down those bandits.
Thomas, Captain at Trotsky, thank you. And sorry again. Farewell.
Farewell.
The Genetti M. Decoy. Thank you for the 5 gifted. If you pick hardcore difficulty, I'm not picking hardcore difficulty.
Cabin within reach. We'll just bed down here for the night. The pond looks inviting, and we've got wine enough.
And what about those bandits?
Well, they're probably keeping their heads down, what with that big patrol combing the woods for them.
Oh, there's a hardcore mode that will come out later where you can die at birth.
Come on, fellas. We'll camp here on the bank. At least we can bathe. I stink almost as bad as the rest of you. And you lot are rank.
Game saved. Find out from Sir Hans what we're doing then. Can I pet the dog?
For Christ's sake! Henry! Call off that damn dog before he wolfs down the last of our meat.
What's all the fuss about, Mutt? Are you that hungry? All right, I'll see what I can get for you.
Well, hoorah! Peace at last. That bar.
Here you go. He's a fucking bread roll. Wait, you can chat with the mutt?
Here, Mutt.
Where's the food? I just picked it up. You need meat. Oi, does anyone here have some fucking meat or what, yeah? I need some meat. About to give him the leather gloves, yeah? Leather gloves to wear. Bro, you feeding Kaya bread? You can give
Come
dogs
on,
bread.
Conrad.
I'm pretty sure.
What? Let's throw a few dice.
For the love of God. How many times do I have to tell you? I ain't playing with you.
Why not?
Because you cheat.
I do not.
What did I do to you?
And how come you always win then, eh?
Oi.
That's an easy.
Oats, I need fucking meat.
Listen, would you have some scraps for Mutt?
That's a good one. He already gobbled up a piece of venison while I was having a piss. I've got one last sausage and I'll be saving that for the way back. Look, Henry, I'm fond of that beast, but you ought to keep him under control.
Hey, Conrad, one little game, eh?
Leave me alone. I know you only too well.
You wouldn't want that mutt to bite you. We'll get food at Trotsky.
Come on, Oates. We'll get to Trotsky tomorrow, and there'll be plenty of food there. We're a noble's escort, so they're obliged to feed us well. Pheasant in wine, roast pork with apples. Those sausages of yours are only fit for a dog anyway.
For Christ's sake, stop giving me a hard time. I'll have you know that sausage is fucking good. But neither you nor your dog will get to taste it.
Wouldn't you swap it for something?
I might. Tankard has my ring. I lost it to him at dice, and if I go home, if you can get it back, I'll be glad.
Well, fuck you. You want me to play fucking dice? All right, I'll do it then.
I see you've got dice set up.
Sure. How's about...
I heard you won a ring off Oates. What about that?
Fortune favours the brave, lad. But if you lose, you'll pay for every...
Right. Fucking hell. I'll pay for it. I will. Dice, basic rules. If you're interested in gambling, you'll fuck. Alright. You start the game by rolling all 6 dice. Select the scoring dice you want to keep. Put them on the side, but gain points at the end of the... Okay, it's too complicated. Wait, what is this? Below are all dice combinations of their point values? Wait, what the hell? Okay, it's too much. It's too much to understand.
I hope
I'm
Lady
just going.
Luck will be on my side.
What is this dog doing, bro? Okay, so do I just pick a dice and it's Yahtzee? I've never played Yahtzee. Oh, the one. I'll keep this one, yeah. And then what do I do? Keep the 6, reroll 5. Hold the 4s? Wait, why? Press F. Two 3s, 1 4, 1 5, and 1 1. Chat doesn't know the rules. Is poker but with dice? I don't know how to play poker either. You should hold dice. Keep the 1 and re-roll. Hold die and re-roll. Okay.
If I was you, I'd take it.
Another 1. Wait, what? Do I just keep holding 1s? Just press T. No, I'm not going to learn the rules. Hold 1 and then what? Score and pass? Keep 1 and 5 and pass. And then Q. Wait, it's not letting me score and pass. Score and continue.
Let it be now. I want to play too, you know?
It's another 1! Wait, this is good, isn't it? Wait! And then score and pass? Or score and continue? Hit both and then continue?
Well, you're not afraid of anything.
Wait, what? I pressed F. Oh, so I got 500 on the first round. And now I'm going to continue. Hold the 1. And then F. Okay. Hold the 1 and then F. Hold the 1 and F again. Hold Q eventually before you lose it all. 1 and 5. Hold 1 and 5 and hold Q. Okay. Fortune favors the fucking bold lad. Wait, what the hell? What the hell?
That's enough for me. Your turn.
What the hell did he? What? How? Three ones he started off with. Off the rip. Come on, give me 2 ones. 3 ones. Fucking hell. One more then. Give me 3 ones. Fuck. 2 ones again. Okay, this is fucking fake. Yeah. Your dice is fucking loaded, lad. He's a fucking witch.
My lucky dice never fail.
He's
It's mine,
cheating.
friend.
He's
Tomorrow
fucking
we'll drink on
cheating.
Henry's
You
coin.
will feel the
This is
stab
great.
of my
You
steel.
can never have too much ale. Want to try your luck again? Same wager.
No, actually, I feel like he cheated, right? I mean, he clapped. You were mainly looking for 3 as a kind. Just kill him and get your money back easy. He's got loaded dice, right? But I don't have high enough perception.
All right, let's carry on.
Let's do it again.
Now I'll show you.
But this time, give me the fucking dice, yeah?
Today's my lucky day. I can feel it in my bones.
Dude, what the fuck? All 6s. Am I cooked? What do I take here? 3 6s? Take all 3 of the 6s. And then hold Q. But he's gonna cook me. Dude, oh, come on, dude. Dude, he's a cheater. Yo, he really a cheating ass bitch, bro. He really a cheating ass bitch.
No, that's as far as I go.
You don't even know the rules? Shut up, mate. Fucking hell. I know the rules, yeah. Should I take the 2 6s? There's a loaded die you can grab. No, 5. 5 and then F. He's 50. Oh, 2 5s. Right, lads. No? Just the 1? Just take 1? 2 of anything is not a hand. Just take 1. And then re-roll. Okay. Give me a good one. Fuck. Take 1 and then F. Or do I take the 5 too? And then pass? Or no, I gotta re-roll, dude. I'm gonna re-roll. Give me a 1 and a 5 again. Fucking hell, there's a 5 in there. But a 3. You're cooked. You can bust. So what do I do now? Take the 5 and then hit the Q.
Yeah, that'll do.
Come on, lose, you fucking cheater. Lose, you fucking
My
cheater.
God, I'm done.
Lose, you fucking cheater. 1 in the 3s. Just hold the 1. 1 and F. I think I understand it now. Do I take the 1 and the 5? Just 1.
If I was you, I'd take it.
Another 1. Oh, fuck. I was supposed to queue, right? Five and then Q. Oh!
Yeah, that'll do.
This bastard. No. Come on then.
Here.
Come on then, you fucking bastard. No! No! How is that possible? How's he fucking doing it? How's he fucking doing it?
Wonderful.
You're a fucking cheater!
My lucky dice never fail.
Fucking-
It's mine, friend.
You
Tomorrow
got
we'll
Satan
drink
on your
Henry's
corner,
corn.
you
just
fucking
great.
bastard!
You can never
I'll
have too
kill
much
you.
ale.
No, I
Wanna
gotta
try
kill
your
him.
luck again? Same wager.
Nah, that's enough humiliation
I need to kill
for
him.
me.
I need to fucking kill him. I need to fucking kill him! You bastard! Pull out your fucking sword, tankard! Fight me, lad! I will feed you to my mutt, you fucking bastard! You son of a witch! I'm going into my fucking goon cave!
Tankard, stop with that. Your whistling is getting on my fucking nerves the whole
There was a weighted dice right here this entire time. Wait.
Stop bothering me, mutt.
Easy. Easy. Wait, what the fuck? Is the game broken?
Henry!
What's
Call
all the
off
fuss
that
about,
damn
Matt?
dog
Are you that
before
hungry?
he wolfs down
All
the
right,
last of our
I'll see what I
mates.
can get for you.
Look out! Well,
Listen,
that's I've got one look.
wouldn't you swap it for something?
Thank you. If you can.
Well,
Keep all your money in the box, by the way.
Come on, Conrad.
What?
Let's throw a few dice.
Love of God. How many times do I have to tell you? I ain't playing with you.
Why not?
Because you cheat.
I do not.
Oh?
Don't worry, you
And how
have no
come you
reason to
always win
save
then,
scum at
eh?
this point.
That's an easy one. I always win, because you always lose.
Wait, should I put my money in this box? Can I put my money in the box?
No.
No, yes. How about playing dice for the ring?
I see you've got.
Sure.
I heard you want.
Fortune.
So what is the weighted dice? How does that work? Choosing dice. If you have dice in your inventory, you can choose them before starting the game. Oh, fuck. Did I forget to choose the dice? It works automatically? The goal is 2,000, and I'm trying to get to 2,000, right? Or if you don't roll a single scoring die, you lose all points, and it's gained in return. The art of the dice to finish your turn and score your points before you run the risk of not rolling a single scoring die. So that's why it gets harder and harder till the very end. Okay, the first player to reach the score goal is the victor. $1,000 points if you get 111. Unless you all roll scoring dice and you get a fresh set big dog, which is huge. I'm not going to read the rules. Each additional die after 3 doubles the value. So if I get like a roll where there's 3 2s and a fourth 2, then it's a 400. But if I get 3 2s, it's a 200. So if I get 4 1s, then it's 2,000 and it's game over. That's crazy. Oh, here. Select.
We'll see whose side luck is on today.
Okay, we're just... Wait, what? Where is it? Where's my weighted die? It's a 5. 2 1s. Nice. GG? Wait, what? Why? 1 1 and then re-roll, right? And it's not even the weighted die. Should I take both ones? Wait, why take only one? Why shouldn't I take both ones? Why? Because in the next one, it's better to see if I re-roll, but I'm not gonna... I want re-rolls, but what if I don't get it? You know what I mean? More chance for a triple? I don't think so, but whatever. Fuck it. Let's do it. Okay, well, you guys cooked me. Good job, chat. Let's do it again, not the way it die. I'm cooked. Five and then an F. One 5 and pass, or just take the 5 and an F. It's not the weighted one. I think I'm gonna take the 5 and then I'm gonna F it. Fuck it, YOLO.
Well,
it's not the weighted one.
You're not afraid of anything.
Oh my god, this is giving me nothing. All right. One and then Q. That was terrible. I cheated and I still lost. He's cooking me already. He's gonna score a triple now, probably. That's crazy! And it's the weighted one. Oh my god, did it not hit a 5?
Come on.
Bust! Oh! You scallywag! You fucking scallywag! What a boss, yeah! Yeah, luck was not on your side on this beautiful day, you did. What about three 6s? What does that do? Is there anything for 6s? $600, motherfucker. Take all but the 2 and pass. 6615 and Q, please. 661615 and then Q. 750 is crazy. Oh, he fucked me.
No, that's as far as I go.
Wait, he didn't fuck me, but I mean, that was pretty good. Okay. 3 2s. What is that? 1 2 2 2. Take all but 6. Wouldn't I bust? Doesn't that bust me? Oh, I'm close. I'm 100. He's not going to pull off a 900 run here, right? He's not going to pull off a 900 run.
Damn! What's this?
Oh, he's busting! All I need is a fucking... Wait, so isn't this it? Isn't it game over? Just the one and then a Q, right? Is done. And I'm not even going to take the weighted one. Okay, I'll just take the weighted one. Because then he won't know I'm cheating. We did it. We fucking did it.
Eyes. You played
Fuck
well.
you!
What's
You
to be done?
blackguard.
A bet is a bet. Here's your ring. Hey, Conrad. One little game, eh?
Leave me alone. I know you only too well.
I'll kill you regardless. Out! I've got your ring.
Seems Tankard can't tell a 5 from a 6. I won that ring off him.
You beat the bastard. Ha! You're a dab hand, Henry. Thanks. Will you give it to me? If I go home without it, the old woman will break her broom over my back.
What will you give me for it?
Well, all I've got here is some grub.
All right. And enough games. You won't easily find another mug who'll exchange a ring for a sausage.
Oh, this to feed my mutt, yeah. Come here, mutt.
You're my doggy, eh?
Yeah, very nice. Come here, you fucking idiot. Where you going?
Look what I have for you.
Smoked sausage. Yeah, you're a good mutt. Yeah, fucking hell.
Run.
What's the dog doing? He's getting on top of the fucking tent,
Fuck
yeah?
it. Tankard, stop with that. Your whistling is getting on my fucking nerves the whole way.
Alright, how do I put my money in here? How do I put my money in the fucking stash, yeah? This game seems so cozy and masculine. Groschen. Alright. Change tap the player. What's this then? Dandelion. Very gay. We'll give it to my boyfriend. We'll be giving this dandelion to my boyfriend.
Well then, Henry.
Hans Capone. Okay, I'm gonna pee real quick. Every unsuccessful bout of haggling lowers your reputation with the trader. If you leave the traitor some extra coin, your reputation will improve.
Henry.
All right, and
that was a
tell
tight
me
thing with
all
the
about
captain,
it. What kind of gay things are we doing?
I got the feeling you'd lost your tongue.
Just for a moment. But true enough. That bastard surprised me a bit.
Well, that's what I'm here for. To deal with that kind of stuff.
And I must say, that was pretty good for your first action as leader of my bodyguard. Let's see if you keep it up. But we managed the situation all right in the end. He even apologized to us. If Hannah had seen it, maybe he'd finally stop treating me like a child, eh?
Well, I don't know. When I look at you, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I
Kiss
see a
my
beautiful
arse.
man looking
And by the
right at
way,
me.
Since you're here, how about stretching our limbs a bit?
What?
After that long journey. With a bit of swordplay.
You're in the mood for that after riding so long.
Cap on.
So
You
then,
want me to stretch you out then?
eh?
All right then. Just a bit of swordplay for the hell of it? Or should we have a wager?
Let's save the wagers for later.
Oh,
I've got the gambling itch.
Keep the biting remarks to yourself. You've got armor on.
I've got the itch, yeah. I am now also a tankard, yeah. This is how it begins. I like to do a little sword play with the meats, if you know what I mean. Just gave my last piece of sausage to the dog. I've only got one in my inside of my armor.
So just grab your helmet. Here's a practice sword for you. Have that ready too.
Get Kitty out with armor and sword.
Tankard.
Yeah.
Where's the armor? Oh, it's in my inventory. Okay, this is too much. Putting on the armor. Aid protection under the helmet. Gambeson under the chest armor. A gambeson is a long, thick, padded shirt that forms a cushioning layer between your body and the metal of the armor that protects you. Read it. Okay, stop. Quilted hose under leg armor like a gambeson. Quilted hose create a soft layer. Shoes under spurs. To properly use spurs, you must use shoes. Multiple coats of arms on an item means that you've equipped it in multiple outfits. Very nice. All right, put on the training sword. Put on the padded coif and the composite kettle hat, yeah. Very nice. Oh my God, this is extremely detailed. If you fight the... Wait, what? If you fight the battle without a sword, he makes a sword fighting reference? Should I not have the sword on then? Should I just go in without the sword? Did you not play the first game? No, chatter, I did not.
So, should we start?
Do you think we're going to fight with our cocks? Put on your helmet and armor, grab a practice sword and come along.
Oh! You hear that, Conrad? The man's trying to fight with the cocks, yeah. I am a cocksman after all, good sir. Fucking hell. Kingdom come, deliverance. I'm the one who's come in. Kingdom cock deliverance. Can we start
with
the sword play?
You've got your armor. Good. I won't hold back.
Don't
Ready?
hold back then, lad. Where's your armor?
Let's start. Draw your sword.
Hang on. This time, let's get warmed up. I'll attack you a few times. You defend.
Go ahead. Is that the best you've got? I didn't even work up a sweat.
Oh, you will soon enough. A foe in plate armor has to be worn down.
Let's see it then. Attack properly now. A longer sequence.
Wait, you can chain attacks by pressing the attack button again while your first attack is still in progress.
You want to wear me down like that?
I'm gonna get so cooked. This combat is hard.
Now you're warmed up, eh?
Yeah. But you're pretty winded yourself. While you're attacking, you still have to take care you have strength left to defend.
Save the advice and try it yourself.
Gladly. On guard.
Okay. Why isn't he doing anything?
Good. Nice. Back. Cover, for Christ's sake.
Wait, what is he? I am holding right click, chat. I'm literally holding it.
Nice. Good. Good.
Oh, that's enough. No one's ever won a duel just by blocking. You've got to make an opening to strike back. And you do that by means of a perfect block.
Perfect block, eh? You've become a real swordsman.
Start your attack then.
Pretty good. Nice, Henry. Nice. But what about a riposte? Reckon you can manage that?
Why wouldn't I? Nothing
This
to
is
it.
gayer than sucking
Just
dick.
follow up a perfect block immediately with a strike. I'll show you.
Get ready.
This is
Henry.
gayer than sucking penis, dude.
Nice. Well, hey, you're not as good as Captain Bernard, but that wasn't bad.
Be sure to remember, if someone gives you a riposte, you can still fend it off with a perfect block. And it's best to follow up right away with your own riposte.
Yeah, right. But what if I want to attack in such a way that you can't make a perfect block?
Then it's best to attack at a spot where your opponent isn't covered.
Is it gayer than painting your nails? No. That's the gayest thing a man can do. The gayest thing a man can do is paint their nails. The second gayest thing they can do is this, what's going on here.
Where he's not holding his weapon. You defend, and I'll show you how.
All right. Come on then. Good riposte. Nice. Nice. All right. I get it. For Christ's sake. Enough demonstrations and explanations.
Let's have one training duel to finish up, eh?
Indeed.
Fucking
and let's have a
hell.
wager to spice things up. How about 100 groschen?
Suits me.
All right. 100 groschen it is.
Defend yourself. A good start.
Nice technique. Did you see that?
My stamina. Oh, Scheiße!
Nice.
Oh shit, my stamina
Nice.
is dying! And I'm dying too! Oh shit!
Don't hold technique. Did you see that?
How do you do it?
I have such little stamina. It's crazy.
How do you do it?
Nice block.
Fuck me.
Yeah, you're in a corner, mate. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Ow.
Oh, shit. My stamina. Need to back away.
Jesus. How did he do that?
How do you do it?
Okay, I'm doing perfect riposte, but it's not doing shit. Why not?
How do you do it?
Defeated!
I yield! Enough! Oh, for fuck's sake, you're unstoppable! Oh,
Dude,
you won
I
the
think I
bet.
did pretty
Fair
well,
and square.
right?
I'll settle with you when we get to Trotsky. Now let's go and eat. That swordplay gave me quite an appetite.
Most streamers lose that duel. Yeah, well, I've got my sword here with me.
So who won, gentlemen?
Oh, it seems this isn't my day.
What did you say? I lost when I did this, and I played the first game, Poggers. Unironically, yes, I played both in 1 and 2, and you're learning combat well. You did better than Asmongold. He lost. Oh my god. Dude, it's because, 1, I'm a real gamer, and he's a fake gamer. He's a political commentator. I'm a fucking gamer. That's number 1. Number 2, this game is gay. Real gamers are woke in DEI, chat. Real gamers are woke in DEI. Anti-gamers, fake gamers are anti-woke and anti-DEI. That's precisely the reason why I defeated him. I bested him in combat. And Asmongold lost. He was bested. It's the woke buff, yeah? That's how it goes.
I knew I shouldn't have bet with you. You've improved since that last time in Ratai.
I won back then too, as I recall. You had to give me your bow.
You were unbelievably lucky, beating me after just 1 day of training. True, I wasn't in my best form that day. We had a drink or two beforehand.
Oats? What's this food supposed to be?
What's left of our supplies. Tomorrow we'll be at the castle, and we'll get some decent grub.
If you told us earlier, I could have shot a hare. And you could have cooked it like they did in the tavern the day before yesterday.
That tavern where you drank away all your coin?
Ha! You've got to have some fun.
And then you tried it on with the innkeeper's daughter when you were shit-faced.
She was pretty. A real peach. Admit it.
Only a fella was there.
Am I choosing? I had to drag you out. I drank you apart. You could have carried on with us till morning. What should I do, chat? What base stats should I get then? Should I go with a Yapper build?
He was well pissed off. If I hadn't convinced him you were the village idiot and that we dragged you home right away...
And if I hadn't left him a fistful of coin to boot...
Throwing groschen around like that? Fellas, if a rainy day comes, you'll be fucked.
Ha! I've got nothing to regret. The whole world turns around wenches. Ain't that right, Henry?
Hmm?
You never gave us the goods on that lass of yours. What was her name now?
Teresa. She lived with that crook Peshek at the mill.
And she saved my life.
A brave girl.
Aye. She's a fine lass. And? Is she any good? Like, is she any good?
Just a couple of lads talking about some muff. Right? Right-o. boys will be fucking boys and men will be fucking men, you get me? This is what it's about, yeah? Gentlemen, kissing and telling, sometimes not even kissing, but telling tall tales regardless. This is a fucking not woke game. I sure hope they don't turn out to be gay or nothing. Right? I bet I'll banter with the fucking lads.
Get me?
Brave. And that'll have to do with you. Nothing happened with Teresa. She's my sweetheart. Wait, what do I say here? What kind of options does this have for the game? What does brave and that'll have to do you mean? Nothing happened with Teresa. I'm interested in men.
Nothing happened between us.
Nothing?
No.
I don't get it. A nice lass like that.
I'm gay! I like men! I like to have a thing or two.
This travelling isn't too
with
bad.
men.
Apart from the mosquitoes.
Aye. Apart from them.
Where were you yesterday evening, Henry? You were late for supper. That's not what I call watching over our Lord.
Hey, don't make trouble.
Might caught a scent, Hound Master. I was with you the whole time, stealth. I was looking for some shelter. I needed a bit of peace and quiet. Ooh, I don't know which one's good. Stealth, I guess, here, out of all of these? Or is survival better? Dog build? No, dude, shut up. What does scholarship do? Why is people saying pick 4? Y'all are fucking gay as hell, dude. You want me to just yap and read books? What kind of shit is this? Oh my god, chat. Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to put together a fucking effective build and you're like, read books in the game and debate people. Oh my god. What does scholarship do? What the fuck does scholarship do? God, you guys are such fucking nerds. You've been cooking my build. Chad's like, oi, mate, how about you read some feminist scholarly works from the time, please, sir? Why don't you do the yapping build? Do the speech ability. Do the speech ability, my lordship. And then do fucking scholarly builds. That's what you sound like. Please be a fucking, please be a fucking. Stop the voice. My dog is freaking out. No. I'm not gonna stop. Read the Magna Carta. Read the first principles. Homer's Odyssey. The pagan works, me lordship. That's what you sound like. Read all the pagan words, me lordship. Fucking lame ass losers. Fuck it. Yeah, I'll go scholarship.
I had a stroll around, checking out what plants grow here, praying for the success of our mission. Then I came back.
At last, someone with some sense who's not in a hurry all the time.
If I always had to think everything over, but...
I wouldn't have rolled in the hay with so many girls if I spent my time just thinking about it.
Thanks for the prayer, anyway.
Yeah, I like the fuck yeah, lads.
And what about, time?
I'm a big fan of the fucking coitus.
Will we be getting any time off, sir?
Yeah, little time off for a wank, yeah, bit of a fucking wank.
We should set off back home immediately.
What? Straight back on the road?
Well, we could stay a day or two, perhaps.
Does anyone know anything more about von Berghoff?
Only what Sir Hans told us, that von Berghoff is a big cheese in the royal court.
Big cheese.
That's why we're going to negotiate an alliance with him.
You summed that up nicely. But yes, that's how it is. He's the royal chamberlain. You fellas will never meet a more important noble than him.
I heard he insists on having the finest swords, and that he's got a big collection of all kinds of swords and daggers.
Collecting them ain't the same as knowing how to use them.
And is he any good at sword fighting?
Where's the gay shit, dog? It is. I'm not even joking when I say this, like, oh, DEI or die or whatever, but like, this has been a spectacularly homosexual experience so far. There's innuendo about, you know, sword fighting with your meat swords. The game is so gay. I kind of agree with what those reactionary gamers were saying about like how, oh, this game is gay as fuck. Like at first I was like, come on, dude. It's just like an option if you choose to do so. But I think the writers, whoever wrote the game, wrote it gay as fuck. Sorry, just popped in. You're memeing, but it's the Sexo Run build. Women in this game love yappers and intellects. They hate brutes. I mean, if you listen to their conversations, even when they're talking about having sex with women, they're doing it in the gayest way possible. I can manage even without a weapon. I prefer shooting. The sword is a wonderful weapon.
The sword is the weapon of a master.
That's what I'll go with.
Fast, and suitable for all situations. Of course, you have to train with it and try to improve your technique, but the result is worth it.
Aye, I get it. It was just a training fight. Pardon me.
Oh, swords, swords, swords. No doubt you're going to tell us again how the perfidious Istvan Toth stole your sword. And I thought you'd come round to thinking about other things.
That sword is the only reminder I had of Pa. We forged it together, just before he was slain. But that's another matter. I suppose you've heard enough of that, eh?
Oh, well, you've gone and made me sad, my lordship.
Well, I wouldn't want to be in Istvan's shoes if you ever come face to face with him again.
What? So Radzig ain't dead, though?
Enough, enough. Otherwise we'll be here for hours again, hearing how Martin the Smith raised him, even though Radzig is his real father. It's complicated, and let's leave it at that.
He knows my backstory.
Who helped me tomorrow with getting supplies for the journey back?
We rolled dice for it, and I won, so Conrad goes.
What are you on about?
Enough. Oath, you're no fun at all. There'll be a feast at the castle tomorrow, so forget about supplies.
Anyone for another helping? There's plenty left. Maybe even a bit for morning. Hmm?
No thanks. I must wash myself down a bit.
My words exactly.
What?
We can't turn up at Trotsky tomorrow in this state.
We're gonna shower together? Exciting.
Go and strip, Henry.
Just a bit of a
Fellas,
wash,
come and
yeah?
help us
Just
get out
a
of this
group
hole.
wash,
Are
yeah?
you really going to bathe here, Sir Hans? It don't look none too safe a spot to me.
Oh, don't be such an old woman, Oates. Bring some wine to warm our blood.
He's gonna get insane penis diseases from that water.
Yeah, we're not on a trip to the baths here, Sir Hans.
Henry's right, sir. Duty first, fun later.
God's wounds. I haven't been away from Rattay in ages. So, here, I intend to live a little.
This is incredibly. This is literally a blossoming gay relationship.
Shirt. Oh, what a relief! I feel like I've just shed 40 pounds.
40 stone, me lordship.
Ah, Christ. Will I ever live to see his young lordship finally grow up? He's got a good heart, but he doesn't have the sense that he was born with.
Well, responsibility will catch up with him soon enough, though.
there's more chance of me becoming a monk.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Fit for a king.
Whew. You were right about our stench.
Let's hope this water isn't too cold. You wouldn't want your pride and joy shrinking.
Oh my
I'm more worried
God.
about it being too deep.
Come on.
Hashtag in the tub with Austin.
That really shrivels the old ball sack.
Lots of penis innuendo. Why are you talking about your boy's penis?
Females! Let's go to them.
Sir Hans.
Oh, shut up and let's go. But quietly. We don't want them to spot us.
You're a perv, Sir Hans.
Hans.
Can you mod the underwear out and reload? Sorry.
Head down, Henry. We've got to sneak closer. Hear that singing? They must be close.
I like that they're teaching the sneak mechanic by doing a classic anime style pervert action. The sirens, my lordship. I've read all about it in my pagan works.
Hear that? Do you think they might be bathing? Come on, let's get closer.
What's that?
Shit! One of them's doing laundry. We have to get closer to the others.
Only she's blocking our way.
No.
Right in our path. Damn it. Throw
Am
a
I gonna
stone
have
in the water near her to lure her away. Once she notices it, we'll hurry along the other side.
What was that sound?
That's crazy that she didn't even... That's crazy. A fucking simpleton. Wait, is this the wrong way? You can hear that little rock, but not me sloshing about. I'm not kidding. I think my not my headphones, my speakers might be reversed. That's why I was going in the opposite direction. Oh my god, the one on... What is... Oh, yowza. Okay, this game is not woke.
Henry, I told you to...
It's brigands! It's fucking bandits! They're fighting! The fucking bandits are fighting! No! Not the fucking boys!
For fuck's sake.
Oh no! Where's the fucking dog?
Oh, fuck. A letter. Don't be a fool, Henry. We don't stand a chance. We'll wait till they're gone.
You didn't pick Hound, so Mutt dies? Wait, really?
Got away.
So is that, you think it's woke that we did gay shit?
What the fuck are you doing?
I'm gonna speak my...
Hands off her, you brute!
I'm gonna speak my fucking piece.
Let her go, you pigs! That bastard's with them!
Fucking hell! You couldn't just leave it be, could you? Come on! Run!
Catch them! Enough, I said!
What the fuck? It's mine!
Not anymore.
What are you gaping at? Shoot! Well, don't just stand there, you idiots! After them! Along the bank!
That's what happens when you get too horny.
When did you learn to swim?
Just now!
The bandit leader seemingly is woke. Oh, I got stabbed in the fucking shoulder.
Come on! We'll cut them up on the other side! Off his horses, quick!
Yeah, should I have not left my money in the box? Did I get cooked?
Oh, Mott. What the fuck was that, Henry? You're rescuing a damsel in distress.
I'm done with running.
Oh, really? And what exactly do you call... Oh, shit. Oh, you've been hit.
What? Oh, shit.
Well, we can't leave it like this.
No, wait! Ah, fuck!
We've got to flee. Can you
Quick,
walk?
suck the poison out,
Yeah,
lad.
no.
Suck the fucking poison out. Suck it out, Hans!
Lead the way.
It's infected. You need to suck me off. It's infected. My penis. I got hit in a fucking penis
Pull
with that
yourself
arrow.
together. We've got to vanish. We'll get out of the woods and find someone. Then we'll get that shoulder of yours.
Recognition, confrontation, fight.
Fixed up. So, how far is it to Trotsky?
It's a bit dark.
There's someone in front of us. Down.
They mustn't get away. Got that? Call out as soon as you see them.
Fuck. How do I fix the goddamn audio, dude? How do I fix the audio on my main, like on the desktop? I have to fix it. Like it's literally coming from the left side. Windows settings. Mono audio off. Okay, but how do I fix it? Like, because the speakers are coming from shit. It's not going to work. Because the speakers are on Rodecaster. It's connected to the Rodecaster. So I have to move your speakers? No, I'm not going to physically move the speakers. They're too big. How do you test the speakers?
This out of only the left side.
Oh my God. It literally is. It literally is. It needs to be swapped. Wait, hold on. How to swap speakers on Rodecaster Pro 2. Swap the cables on the back of the Rodecaster. Hold on. It's a simple fix. It's a simple fix. It's fine. I think I fixed it. Wait, where's the audio?
You should be hearing this out of only the right side.
Okay.
You should be hearing this out of only the left side.
Okay, good. Okay, fixed it. That was simple fix. That was super simple fix. Fucking hell. Bollocks, you fucking geezer. I'm not a geezer. I did it. I fucking did it, lad. What you going on about?
Kill them. No fucking around. You, watch the middle of the gorge.
Yes, it's mono for you guys. Yes, it's not mono for me. It's mono for you guys, though. This is true.
We can't Keep your eyes peeled. Go around. You two, go up there. Get a move on.
Be careful. Stick behind me.
I am.
And you, go to the
I am. I'm stuck to your bollocks.
to the other side of the pond. I want to know. Then come back and give me a full report.
Sakra! You'll see us. We'll have to wait.
Do you honestly think? Get to work!
Is it too bright? Is it too bright for you guys? Like, is that better? I'll lower it a little bit.
Shut up, or the chief will hear you. It's still easier here than that skirmish on the other side. Stumbling about in pitch black. When all your talk does is blind you, leave it out. catching some naked men in the forest. Better than getting killed. I still can't see the blood.
We've got to get to that tree trunk up ahead.
Can you turn on VSync and vid settings? It might fix the screen tearing. Is the screen even tearing? Is the screen even tearing? Has the screen even teared once? It was. Chat, you're not even one. I'm not even getting one guide right now. I'm getting half a guide at this point. Okay? There is not a single chatter that said the screen was tearing. Not one. Normally there's some chatters that will like fuck around and be like, yeah, it is.
There's more of them up top. Fuck.
I played dice against Lefty yesterday.
They're coming here.
Maybe keep
Stand
you watching
still.
Instead. You reckon we'll find them, do you? If they try to swim across the pond, they'll be found half dead somewhere on the bank right here.
Run,
Why
quick.
are we moving down instead of being high up? Because you can't see shit from there.
Oh, we're just straight running. We're straight running, me lordship.
Oh, no. Fuck, they're in front of us. Quick, into the rocks.
They're playing into the rock.
I don't have any stamina, me lordship.
We'll catch them at the top.
What's you doing then? You got no options.
What now?
Look, left, alt.
Hey? Hans, there's more of them up top.
Take cover.
Run ahead of them.
And you fucking dope. You dropped us underneath them.
Sake.
This is intense, but in a good way. Ans,
Damn it, they're everywhere. What are we gonna do?
you've really
How should
screwed
I
the
know?
pooch
We
now.
can't go climbing into the rocks at night when we can't see shit. But they'll catch us. Oh, you don't say, genius. Calm down, for fuck's sake. Stop it. This isn't going to help us. You know what? Go and look into that gorge behind me and see if there's a way forward. Then come back to me. At least we'll know if it makes sense to go that way. If we can get out of the rocks. I'll stay here meanwhile and watch out for them.
Explore the entry point into the rocks. Typical Tuesday night with the boys. Oh, what is this then? Is this an entry point, yeah? No. It's not. It's the wrong way. I went the fucking wrong way.
Where are they? I don't know. They must have come this way, damn it. If only that bloody idiot Nails hadn't broken his leg climbing down the cliff.
Wait, which way do I toss it? Yeah, you can update the title if you want. Toxic SJW. Sneak is a weakness of this game, in my opinion. Behind them? Like, where do I toss the rock then?
Shouldn't have jumped down in the dark. You keep watch here, and I'll go and push through. Give me a shout if you see them.
Aye. When the others get here, we'll move in from both sides.
And send someone after me, too.
Got it.
Dummy.
Strange.
You're fucking stupid. You fucking stupid is what you are. Fucking stupid. Which way do I go now? Wrong way, bro. Wait, what? Where am I supposed to go, bro? What the fuck? Oh, I gotta go where the soldiers went?
I'll kill you.
Alert! No!
To arms!
No! No, no, no! Can you steal the weapon of the guards or what? I have no idea where the fuck Hans went. Like, I go here. Okay. I come back and the guards are here. Where the fuck did Hans go? Wrong way. Go left. Wait, where is the left? There's nothing here, bro. There's nothing here. Wait, what the fuck? I'm stuck now.
You keep watch here, and I'll go and push through. Give me a shout if you see them.
Aye. When the others get here, we'll move in from both sides.
And send someone after me, too.
Got it.
Can you knock out the guard?
I must be mad.
Can you knock out the guards, chat? Use rock. Okay, shut up.
Hans! Hey, Hans!
Where do you fucking go? Is this it? Are you fucking mental, Hans? Wait, where the fuck is... I think I went the wrong way again. Wait, what? I did a circle. Oh, he's coming here. Is this a hideable bush? No. Fuck. I'm cooked, aren't I? He's gonna turn around. Keep going. He's coming back, lad. I'm fucking cooked. Is this a hideable bush?
You're in for an arse kicking, you piece of shit! Alert! Alert!
Hans!
Oh, this looks like a way out.
Hans!
Here.
Where the fuck are you?
God, we found each other. I
Oh,
didn't manage
God.
to warn you when those soldiers popped up in front of me. I only just avoided being seen. And I only found my way out of those bloody rocks a while ago.
Fuck! Jump! Unhand me! You fucking bastard! Why is Hans so chill? Just run and jump. Just run and jump, bro. This takes 5 seconds. Okay, well, I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Because for today, I am done. That's just about enough gaming for me. This game is a lot of fun. I think this not woke game is definitely a little bit more fun than the woke game. If I quit right here, will I not be able to save it? Who knows?
Standing
I'm tired.
Introduction starting off the day. All the chatters trickling
I think you need to transition to an all gaming channel. Okay, dude. Anyway, love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Sunny Los Angeles.
That was the gayest game I've ever played. That was gayer than Avowed, which doesn't even let you romance people. That literally doesn't let you romance people. Is less gay. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments. Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming.